In this beginner's tutorial, I'm going to show you exactly how to build systems the right way so that your business can run without you. Now, I'm Drew Brockbank. I built more than 185 business systems that actually work in the real world for clients across the world, from startups and political campaigns to billion-dollar scale-ups and everything in between. First thing we're going to do is a quick overview of the system cycle. As I do a quick overview of the system cycle, I'm going to show you the actual tools that I use in order to build systems, both in my own company and for clients that I work with. Once we finish the quick overview, we're going to go over each section of the system cycle in even more detail so that you can have a better understanding of how to build systems in the right way. First thing that you should do when building or improving a system is a discovery. A discovery is where you learn more about an organization so you can better build a system to support it. So when I do a discovery, I take screenshots of a client I'm working with, or if I'm doing this for a system I want to build for my company, Brockbank Consulting, take screenshots of things. I'll take lots of detailed notes. I use a tool called Granola to transcribe as I'm taking notes, and then I export it, or I use AI, I should say, to take this information and then standardize the way that it's output. I use who, will, what format. Here's another quick example of a discovery I did internally. Just let yourself be messy, brain dump what's going on in your head. From here, I clean things up. Okay, this gets into design. So discovery, messy, crazy, starts with a blank document, ends with chaotic document of a bunch of different notes. And then number two is design. Okay, in design is where you take a chaotic document of notes and then you clean it up so it's step by step who's going to do what. Okay, this is my favorite format in the world. I've seen people try to do crazy diagrams. Diagrams are good for secondary forms of authentication, but who, will, what format is the best format I found after doing this over 180 times with different organizations all across the world, to just put exactly who's going to do what in the process. And then what we're going to do, if you're doing this internally, what you would be doing to build the system to support each step of the process that you're building a system for. So this is marketing. We can see we get into sales, and then we get into service. It goes into everything, okay? So who, will, what format is a very detailed way to express a design of a system, okay? If you think to yourself, oh, that's not gonna work. When they make a movie, it's very visual, right? What do they start with? A movie script, okay? So when they build crazy systems at NASA, they start with a document of notes, okay? Their first initial design of the system is actually written. It's not visual, it's written, okay? So that's what you want to do. You want to write out the system, then you want to design it. And when you're designing a system, you can think of different platforms you're going to use, like Zoho, Salesforce, HubSpot, whatever it is. The better you understand different platforms, the better you can write out how you're going to do the system. I use AI to do the first draft of who, will, what, and then I spend a lot of time cleaning it up and making it actually make sense. That's design. So it starts with design, a chaotic document full of raw notes, and then it ends with a very clean, detailed step-by-step document detailing out the actions that need to be taken to build the actual system, okay? Then you have develop. When you're developing a system, you're actually taking this document. It starts with this document from the design, and then you're going to put it into a project management tool. I like to use Zoho Projects. You could use Monday.com, you can use ClickUp, whatever you want to do to manage the work, use a work management tool. And you want to just make it yes or no for everything. Is the system built? Well, it's either open or it's closed, right? So it's either done or it's not. Instead of saying the system, we didn't like it. Well, take the system design, put it into step by step, put all the actions that need to be taken into a document. And then as you're developing the system in whatever platform, you got to use a platform to build a system, right? Put it in and mark it closed. This is, an example of some of the things that we're doing internally to build systems, okay? So you want to make sure you're keeping track of all of that. That's development, okay? So that's building the system. Then we have the second half, which I would argue is even more important in a way. Because if you build a system and you fail to train people how to use it, then it really is all for nothing. Maybe you're like, I'm going to be a solopreneur and I don't really want to delegate anything. I don't think that's a good idea. I think as a entrepreneur or business owner, business leader, your job is to do the most important work. And in order for you to do that, you got to build systems and you got to hand it off. And this is actually my favorite part of this whole system cycle is the delegation. I'm going to show you why, because you don't have to do much here. I've done a lot of the work for you, and I think you're going to like this. If you're a business owner or leader, people usually like this. So I have what I call Zoho Learn. In Zoho Learn, I have this thing called how to create an SOP. And an SOP is a standard operating procedure. Do you recognize this? This is who, will, what format. And I have this how to create SOP, and I will record something that I'm doing. I'll send it to somebody on my team, and they'll create the SOP based on this SOP. I don't create SOPs. I don't want to. I just created this one. They created the rest of them. There's lots and lots of SOPs in our organization on how to do things. I don't create the SOPs. I just create the demonstrations, which is the next step here, demonstration. And demonstration is where you show someone how something should be done, okay? Don't put too much pressure on the demonstration. I just use a Loom. It's a tool to record on your screen. I take a Loom video and say, hey, this is how I send a invoice. Or I'll say, hey, this is how I do a client discovery. And I'll just include a Google Meet recording. But you got to record it, okay? Whatever you're doing, you're recording it. And I want you to think of this. You're always one recording away from never having to do that thing again. So that's the demonstration. Record what you're doing that you want someone else to do. I've recorded basically everything that I do, and I hand it off so that it can be converted to an SOP. And then they use the how to create an SOP people on my team to actually build them according to best practices. You can even steal this one. I'll link to it below so that you can use the exact training I use internally to create SOPs for yourself. So you never even have to create one. Demonstration starts with a how to create SOP. That's the key thing here. And it ends with a video recording of you doing the thing you want someone else to start doing for you. It could be anything at all. It can be things that take 4 hours long. We have SOPs that are huge and they're for 4-hour long tasks. And then we have SOPs that are really small for really quick and easy things too. So that's why I put to delegate systems and tasks. They can be big parts of a system and a system entirely, or just a task. Then you have document. This part you're not going to be doing. That's why I made this from red. This is the most difficult part. And then when it's more green, this is easier for you. You don't even do the documentation. Okay, you send it to someone else to create a document on. Also, Loom has a new feature that when you record something, it looks at the transcription and creates the SOP for you. So you can use that too. You don't even have to send it to somebody else to create the document. You can just record yourself and create the document. Quick notes here. You just do the first demonstration part. The procedure is the current way of doing the thing. So the demonstration, you don't have to create a new video every time a process changes. Like if you say, hey, this is how you send an invoice and the buttons change and they do a user interface update, you don't have to create a new video. Just update the procedure. It's written out. It's really easy to change this. It's not easy to change the video. Okay, so video first version, to give someone a gist of what needs to be done. Procedures, the existing version. Anything after that's just extra checklist stuff. You can add that if you want, but the big two things, demonstration, procedure, use the 80-20 rule. What's the 20% you can capture? Give someone 80% understanding of how to run the system or task that you want them to do. That's documentation. And then you've got delegation, okay? So once you have the documents, once you have the demonstrations, once you have these SOPs in place and you're using a system like Zoho Learn, that's what I'm using to store all these SOPs. There's lots of tools that you can use. You need to actually delegate. You need to tell people you have ownership of this thing. You have transparency on exactly how it's done. I've been fair to you. I've shown you exactly how to do it. And this is what once it's done, this is the checklist I'm going to use to see if it was done correctly. Okay. And then also when I'm delegating, I'm using a system. I'm saying, hey, I'll usually use a tool like Slack or Click, and I'll say, hey, this is something that I would like you to do. Go ahead and throw it into our project board. Or I'll just tell them, I'll have a meeting and I'll just say, look, this is something that now I want you responsible for. You're a consultant. I want you responsible for doing the discovery calls, for converting or for creating an effective action plan, for converting the action plan, whatever it is. I'll just say, hey, these are SOPs. These are now part of your responsibility. These are on your plate. You need to actually delegate it. And that is how you can go from no system to improving or implementing any system, building it first, and then delegating it so that you're open to do more important work. The first part of building a system is doing a discovery. Now, if you're about to implement / set up from scratch or improve a system, I want you to ask yourself this question: do you have detailed notes on the system that you want? If you do, then you can skip past this, because I don't want you going through training that's irrelevant to you. So if you're like, I've already done stuff like this, don't worry about this section. You can skip past it. If the answer is no, you need to go through this, because discovery, if it's done wrong, you can't get the rest of the system right. Okay, so it's arguably the most important part of building a system, because if you do this wrong, you can't get the system right. With that being said, it starts with having very little understanding of an organization, its situation, the people, the processes, and objectives. And it ends with a very detailed but crazy looking document with raw ideas, thoughts, steps, and it's really a brain dump of your understanding of the organization, its situation, processes, objectives, and people. Because the better you understand those things, the better you can build a system to support them. In other words, how can you possibly be helpful to an organization, other people, or even yourself if you have a very little understanding of what's going on? Okay, so this is a way to very quickly get up to speed with what's happening. That is the discovery. So how do we do that exactly? Well, here's a real world example here, and here's another real world example. Okay, so this example is me using Granola. I highly recommend Granola as a tool if you're building systems for other people, because there's really two buckets. Bucket one, you're building a system for other people, maybe yourself included, but for other people, they're going to be using the system. Bucket two, you're building a system for yourself. Okay, so if you're building a system for yourself, just take out a note on your phone or on Google Docs, whatever you use to take notes, and put it in bulleted format. And for every step or idea, start to write out the system, what you wish it was, what it currently is, the pain points, ideas that you've had, objectives. Put as much detail as you can. Now, this is what's tricky. I'm not sitting right next to you, and I can't say, hey, tell me about this, and then guide you through how to do this for your specific situation, because I'm not in your specific situation. So I wish I could be there with you, but because I'm not, you're going to have to translate what I'm saying to your own efforts, okay? Because I don't know, for our company, we're building CRM systems for people, marketing systems, service systems. So I have a little more detail on how to do that, but I don't know exactly what system you're trying to build. So with whatever system you're trying to build, note down what you want, what would be ideal for you, and keep it very raw. You can include screenshots here. I sure do when I'm working with clients. I add screenshots to Granola, and I'm transcribing everything. Okay, so bucket, if you are in a situation where you are building a system for other people, Granola is really helpful, because afterwards it helps with design, because you can use enhanced notes. Okay, if you're building this system for yourself, you could still use Granola if you want, but it's pretty much a must-have when it comes to building system for others. Now, here's a anonymized raw notes from Discovery that I wanted to show you before I use Granola. So this is a couple years ago, but you can see it's really crazy, but it's pretty detailed. I included screenshots of prior systems that we built, and this is what is required in order to have success within design, okay? And a lot of times, if you're building a system for other people, I want you to be thinking to yourself, what are the notes I need to take so that when I look, I'm going to completely forget about this discovery in a week or so. I need to be able to look at the document and then have it spark my understanding of exactly how to walk through the system from the perspective of the person I'm building it for. Or if you're building it for yourself, you need to be able to look at it and spark your own memory. Oh, this is the system that I'm building. These are the steps. These are the objectives for the system that you want to build, okay? Because the better you can look through in your mind's eye the system to be built, the better success you're going to have when it comes to the design phase, okay? Also, take inspiration from our systems library. We did a proof of concept, but by the time you see this video, we will probably have more examples here and resources. Go over to Systems Library. This is just on our website. We're trying to make it public. We've anonymized system designs that we've done for clients, and you can go through them and it can spark inspiration. I know what it's like to look at a blank sheet of paper and say, well, what should a system look like? Well, we build systems according to best practices. So you can look at these and say, we need those fields, we need these stages, we need those steps, we need those automations, we need these dashboards. You can look through all of this and see how we've built systems for clients so that you can take inspiration from it and implement it for yourself. Okay. It's hard to learn the best practices, but this can give you a jump start into doing it correctly. Okay. So with that, that's a tool for you to be able to use here is a systems library. It can spark ideas. You'll get inspired by real world examples of how people use systems day to day. And then a really important thing to keep in mind here, you're technically never done with discovery. It is impossible to have 100% understanding of an organization, their situation, the people you're working with, processes, objectives. You can never have 100% understanding. But that's not the point. The point is the 80-20 rule. What's the 20% of information that you can get from a discovery to give you 80% clarity on the system to be built? And so the only way to know when you're hitting that point is to have reps, which means you got to do it over and over again. And the more systems that you build, the more you start to get a sense for, I'm hitting the point of diminishing returns. I need to stop here. I have the 20% of information about the situation, organization, people I'm serving, processes, objectives. And that has given me 80% clarity on what I need for design. Okay. So it's the 20% gives you 80% clarity. That's what I want you to focus on, because if you're like, I don't have enough information, I don't have 100% information, technically you're never done. You just have to choose to abandon discovery at some point. Okay. So hopefully that gives you some reassurance. If you're not feeling like you're doing it perfectly, that's okay. That's how everybody feels when they run discoveries. It's a muscle that you develop, and you get better at doing it over time and with reps. So last thing I want to mention here, don't feel like you got to get too fancy with this documentation. It's supposed to look a little crazy. Don't try to make a beautiful flow chart with step-by-step. Don't try to do anything beyond what I'm showing you. We've tried 1,000 forms of documentation. For the discovery phase, it is not helpful to have strict formatted documentation. It just will not work. We've tried things like that. And then also on the flowcharts piece, you might be thinking, well, flowchart is much easier to understand than this. And you'd be right in some cases, because this is chaotic, but I'm going to show you how we use AI to enhance this and some other things that are going to make your life easier for design. However, on the flowcharts piece, flowcharts are just not as good as written form requirements and documentation for systems. Why? Well, flowcharts are do not provide much information. Okay, like think about every box you put in a flowchart. You're limited to what? Like maybe 10 words per box. You literally can't add enough information to give people clarity on what something is going to look like. And visually it looks appealing, but usually you have to have an interpreter, someone who actually built the system, interpret it for you. So it's not universally understood. It doesn't pass on information very well by itself. You have to have someone interpret it. You're not able to add very much information to it to begin with, because you're limited with literally boxes showing you how much words you can add. And it's hard to change over time. And processes change a lot. Systems change a lot, which makes you change your processes. And to keep flexible with updating documentation and keeping it relevant and up to date, you need to use written. Okay. This is also going to translate really well when we get to the other half of building a system, delegation. Okay, with that, one other thing I wanted to show you here is how I visualize building systems. Okay, so one platform we implement for companies is Zoho, okay? And I don't want this to become a Zoho tutorial, but I just want to give you a quick example, as this is how my mind works when I'm doing a discovery. What I'm trying to understand when working with a company, we work with nonprofits, we've worked with many other organizations as well, but what I'm trying to understand with companies is, hey, take me through your journey from marketing to sales to service. Okay, your customer journey, I want to understand that. And then also, we build systems to support employees. Okay, so how do you hire employees? How do you manage them? How do you train them? And why I think this is really helpful as a mental model is if you can walk through each of these phases in your mind, it will help you connect with the different tools that you need in the system, the different processes you need in the system, and the different people you need in the system. Okay, so this is just showing the technology layer But the thing I'm trying to get across to you is you have that customer side of a business and you have that employee side of a business. Okay. So the better you can go through each of those steps in your mind, those steps, the step by step in the system that you're building will inform you of what tools you got to use, what people should be doing, and what the best practices are. So you want more maximalist view of doing a discovery, like what's the most amount of steps you can absorb and walk through in your mind. Don't go for minimalist stage level documentation that's vague. That's not going to be helpful when it comes to the design part of building a system.
So this is this is discovery to say, okay, this is what it does. This is what they need from Zoho. And this is what our plan of implementation will be moving forward. Is that right? Is that correct?
It's what we need from you in order to get a detailed action plan. And think about it this way, it's not 100% what we need to build the entire system, but we're trying to adhere to the 80-20 rule. So it's 20% of what a normal discovery would take to get 80% clarity on what to do so we can get moving fast. That's why we call it the discovery accelerator. Because most of the time, the discovery, people can bill you for a discovery for months and never start. We don't want to do that. We want to
Right. Yeah.
So that's the strategy here. Okay, so
And
with
again,
that,
the Zoho Books is definitely priority, and then any trickle off to a CRM would be great, because I would like to change our business practices from what we do now, which are inconsistent email blasts to everyone, to a CRM specifically targeted. If I have a commercial fiberglass customer, which would be an architect or designer, they should not be getting my GSA stuff, right? So I would want then for me to build out campaigns that they're getting once every month or whatever that makes sense of things that they want to see. Again, same thing with our military customers. They make sense of what they want to see with our GSA products. So right now it's just basically throwing things on the wall and see what sticks. So I would like to, fine tune that as we're getting into Zoho.
perfect. We will start with your Zoho Books instance, and then we will, from Zoho Books, we'll move into your ideal customer profile. From ideal customer profile into marketing and sales. And that will just give us the full picture of what we're working with. With that, we have notes from our previous discussion here. And this is just to succinctly recap what we previously discussed, just so that you know, hey, we're not starting from scratch here. We did have notes from our previous discussion. Solutions. You guys learned about me through some YouTube videos that you guys are watching regarding Zoho Books. Unfortunately, I didn't have my Zoho Books Masterclass. Those are just longer videos out by then. Now we do. It's an hour and a half. It's doing really well. It's one of our best performing videos. If you want to check that out, we can talk more about that in a moment. 2 business arms with LA. You have GSA government, military installations specified by architects and designers for U.S. government buildings. And then we have commercial. So custom fiberglass planters, recycling centers for hospitality sector. For example, you guys mentioned 110 custom receptacles there. You did for that.
Shipping on Wednesday. It's done.
Shipping on Wednesday.
Going on a truck on Wednesday. Yep.
Nice. Very, very nice. That's a big project or a big order. Non-asset-based business model. So private label products from vendors act as distributors and / concierge service. Approximately 500 different products across categories. USA made verification required for government contracts. That's why a lot of vendors will come to you. There's a lot of red tape in order to do business with the government. So if they partner with you, you essentially act as a reseller, white label service. They can get through to these government projects. Sales currently unbelievably high despite economic conditions. It's good to hear. It's so funny.
Government shutdown. I mean, it was like, whoa, come on, there will be a lull. And we're expecting it, but we're coming off, some great year. So we're fine. And all those projects will eventually come back. We do know that, because it's not the first time that the government shut down. Definitely the first time this long, but But yeah, it's definitely
Yeah,
a
I didn't
crazy times.
even think about that. Yeah, of course that will affect you, right?
Yep,
Gosh,
absolutely. Yeah.
good. Yeah, well, good thing we have the commercial side too. So
Yeah.
uh,
Yep.
we can think of that as well. Current system pain points and requirements. Zoho Books top priority. So you're currently using Account Edge on remote desktop. It needs an upgrade. Quoting integration is critical. Currently using Quoter/ScalePad. Works well, but you need quotes to be able to convert directly into orders. Something that you're going to really like about Zoho. We're going to talk way more about that. Projects can run 6 to 7 months. You cannot invoice immediately upon order creation. Yeah, you're gonna feel like you're in a Ferrari when we jump into Zoho and you're able to do all that within a click. I think you're gonna find that very useful. Zoho can
Yeah.
feel a bit clunky because of how much it can do, but if you're trained well, it makes a lot of sense why it's built the way it's built. You discovered Zoho has an integration with Quoter system, which is
Mhm.
what you're using, Quoter/ScalePad. You don't want inventory tracking integrated with the accounting system. That would mess up your P&Ls due to consolidation and custom manufacturing. You are interested in separate Zoho inventory system without the integration, which we'll talk about.
And I think that has changed now. I will say with our new warehouse, we were
Sure.
going to go to Zoho Inventory, but our new warehouse has their own system.
Oh,
And we probably,
yeah.
I'm like, hey, great, we haven't started Zoho Inventory. If it makes sense to use their system, which I think it will, great. So we probably will just track our inventory with them,
I'm glad
with
you
their system.
mentioned that. I will probably keep the note here and then modify it right after if I remember.
Okay.
So if you hear that again, just remind you, say that's probably not a priority.
Okay.
I'm glad that you mentioned that. You need order acknowledgement capability. So when you put in an order, you got to be able to acknowledge that. QuickBooks lack that capability.
Yeah.
Marketing lead generation. You don't feel in control of marketing despite high sales, current marketing efforts, email blasts via constant contact, social media presence, paper catalogs, 500%, only a couple responses. Happy to get into the marketing side of things. I think that's going to be really good for you to keep top of mind for your existing clients and then expansion as well. What would it look like to land new clients? Control that whole process, not feel like it's complete chaos. We do that for many clients. We don't want that to be the first priority, but that can be something we discuss. The next priority here, Revit files for BIM object platform. So there's CAD software files that architects use to place products and building drawings.
And
This is
we
a
are
critical.
actually in the middle of that. We did sign on. We have Revit files that will be made in the next couple months. So we kind of have a lot of things going on all at once, but I thought, this is the time to do it for 2026, right? So
Sure. Yeah. No. Yep. I think we've gotten a big wave of clients who I think are in the very same boat. So
okay.
we hear you
And
there.
the Revit files and BIM object, if it works as they say it does, we will be getting a lot of leads from there. So that's why it's like, oh wow, okay, we want to start with even if I just start with these leads, like a small sample into
Sure.
the CRM, just a little sample of just those leads, that would be super helpful.
Excellent. I'm glad you mentioned that. Yes. You don't want to flood a leaky bucket, right? When you see growth
Mhm.
coming, system to scale, that growth
right.
will crush your business. So I
Yeah.
think it's smart for you to get ahead of the curve there. Next priority, I talked about the CAD software, critical for commercial expansion and scalable growth, getting those, making sure you're in the CAD software with the BIM or Revit files. You mentioned that marketing feels like you guys are horrible with follow through with potential customers. A lot in the way of that we can do to just automate communication in your sleep. And then you can focus on the high touch communication that actually moves the needle for a new customer and a new deal there. I put get architect designer names and emails from specifications, but don't follow up. Particularly, there's a need for CRM for commercial hospitality prospects, something you mentioned. So we talked about fiscal year starting July 1st. The goal is to have a full accounting system set up by then. Zoho Book set up by July 1st would be considered a success altogether. And then from there, maybe there's some interest in exploring Zoho marketing automation, Zoho CRM for better lead follow through, etc. So we have a really good idea of what you're looking to accomplish just based on those notes. Now what we're going to do is we're going to take a step back And I want to go through the ideal customer journey up into the quoting process. And why that's helpful for me is the better I can understand the journey you're trying to take your customer through, the quoting process, how you interact with them, the better I can build a system to support it. So I'm going to take a whack here at what I know so far on what the process might be. And then Sandra, I want you to pause and be like, no, that's not what we do. This is what we do.
Okay.
So with that, let's say I'm an architect and there's either a commercial project I'm working on or there's a government project. And there is a need for some of these bins, fiberglass bins. That's going to be a big part of the project. So I'm designing this in the CAD software and I see your file, your Revit file. And I'm like, great, I'm going to use this. I'm going to spam this. And the Revit file, I imagine, ties to you as a vendor, right? So when they're putting it down, they're like, I can actually procure this item from this person. I'm not just putting a random Revit file that can't be procured. So and I know this isn't the only product. There's 500 different ones, but let's go with this one, for example. They put down the 110 custom receptacles. Well, then as an architect, I present this plan and whoever's purchasing or whoever I'm presenting this to gives me the stamp of approval and says, let's go. I imagine at some point there's a procurement manager who has to look at those files and reach out to vendors and then send out purchase orders and says, hey, we're trying to procure this. What's your process look like? Once they send out these purchase orders, I imagine you convert the purchase order into a quote, give them an idea of how much it's going to cost, or a quote saying this is what it will cost. Then they accept and it turns into an order. That's my guess at what is going on. Feel free to edit whatever you want, clarify.
So close. The only thing is they would give us a quote request first, and then if they say, okay, the price is or then they give us a PO. And the PO is that's the yay. That's what we did all this for, is to get that PO. Then that's where so that order it, and they get an order acknowledgement. We fulfill it, we ship it, we invoice them, they pay us, and on to the next project. But that's it. Very good. Excellent.
This is helpful. So I'm going to just write this all out so I have it in detail. And is it usually a procurement manager that's reaching out?
There's a lot of different, it's so the architect, if that's why we're trying to get Revit files, because we really want to be named on these what would they call it? The product list. We really want to, but a lot of times we're not, especially when it comes to those more of the janitorial things, so waste baskets. Sometimes they even consider the recycle centers and that janitorial. Then they're just looking all over for someone at the last minute. We get a lot of those, like, hey, can you quote these after the fact, even though we're not on the drawings. So it's either the architect would be great, architect and designer, great. That's our avatar number one. Then it's the procurement manager. If they're looking for things, then I think it comes down to, they call it the support furnishings or ancillary assistant, and they get all the small stuff. So then they would come to us and say, hey, can you quote these?
Got it. Okay. Yeah, we had a client, they supplied mailboxes and street lights and they were called like Section 11 products, and they specialized in that. And this reminds me a lot of their flow here. Okay, so architect, procurement manager will reach out. So you said avatar number one's architect, avatar number two, procurement manager.
Yep.
Very helpful. Procurement manager. And then they will reach out with a quote request as opposed to a purchase order. Makes sense. Right. They want to know what it's going to cost before they purchase orders more. Right. Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. We'll create a quote. Well, based on the quote request. Procurement manager will approve. I'm going to put the ideal situation here, and then we'll get into the weeds of what are some of the real life nuances that occur here. Architect, procurement manager will approve the quote. The tag. I want to make sure I get every bit of detail here. Makes
you take your time.
We get into development, having these notes here is a lifesaver. Sign will. Word. quote to sales order based on purchase customer. Okay, so this is where I'm at. I'll take us through the flow again. So architect's working on a project. They're kind of 3D modeling this project. They're using your Revit files to really cool way to get your name out there. Really, really like that as a marketing tool. Architect gets some kind of approval, and either it's the procurement manager or the architect. Typically, those are the two avatars we're talking about here. That will then reach out with a quote request. Sometimes it's last minute, sometimes they're being proactive, but based on this quote request, you will create a quote, send it over to them so they know what they can expect to pay for the product. And then the architect / procurement manager will approve the quote and send over a purchase order. You will take the purchase order. This is kind of ideal flow too, by the way, but ideally, when you receive the purchase order, you just click a button, the quote becomes an order. And then from the order, this is where I've left off. What's payment terms, half up front, half after? Is there anything there, by the way, that you want to clarify?
It does vary per project, but GSA usually we don't take any deposits usually, and it's net 30 days after it ships. For custom orders, like for this mall, this is the first time that we're working with this architect and mall. It was 50% upfront, and now we're waiting for that second check. And they said it's FedEx. They give me the wrong number, but they said it'll be here today, and then we ship it. So new customers will do half, and then the other half before we ship. In-house customers that we work with, we usually don't require any down payment. But we look at that, especially now with this
Sandra, I just want to
environment.
Commercials 50% up front if they're a new customer. Government, no deposit.
Usually, yes, that's correct.
Yeah. Is usually they're good for it, right? So it's like if they're gonna commit to it,
they may be slow, but we've always been paid. Yeah.
Good old Uncle Sam. Cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Percent up front. And is it 15% up front, 50% up front across the board typically for all commercial, or just if they're new?
Just if they're new.
Okay. Makes sense, right? You've never done business with them, make sure they're good for it. Existing customer. Okay, got it. So typically you're doing business with existing customers, right? They've worked with you before, and they're sending out quote requests, you're replying to them, converting it to an order. And when you're creating these quotes, just a question here for the quote creation process, how many items are we typically putting on here? How many?
I was going to actually send you a few quotes, a GSA quote, and some commercial quotes, just for you to check them out. I think that would be useful. And boy, sometimes it is a tiny quote, and other times it could be a $300,000 quote, even for the government. So it's everything in between.
Let's talk. So amount's important. How many line items? I guess. Like, are we talking 10 to 100? Are we talking 100 to 1,000?
We're talking 1 to 10, maybe 1 through 15, but it's usually probably no more than 10 items. Sometimes it's only 2 items, and it could be $20,000. It's just fire retardant waste baskets, but the volume is really high because it's a whole military base.
Okay, that's really good to know. The reason I asked that question is if you're dealing with dozens of items in a quote, then it's useful to use what we call CPQ. It means configure price quote. It's a type of automation so that if you select one kind of quote, it automatically suggests 2 other items underneath that item. If you're typically dealing with volume of line items, 1 to 15, that's probably not necessary, which is a good thing. It means it's less complicated than some other systems that deal heavily with quotes.
Yeah, definitely less complicated. Yeah, for sure.
Which is great. You said usually no more than 10, typically 1 to 15. Right? Okay, so and these requests for quotes, I imagine they come in all sorts of shapes and sizes: call-ins, emails, PDFs.
Now the only term that we haven't used that I should use, because we, especially through GSA, not only, but commercial, we work with commercial furniture dealers. They are probably our number one through GSA. So the dealers are the ones who supply the furniture, right? Say, I don't know, Miller Knoll, Steelcase, you probably know those names. They will contact us.
Right now. Yeah.
Oh, you are? There you go.
Yeah.
They'll contact us and say, hey, will you team with us on this GSA project? And they'll come to us for all of the support furnishings, quote unquote, ancillary products. So the receptacles, the waste baskets, sometimes coat hooks. So they'll come to us and we'll team with them. So they're sending us all of the quote requests too.
Okay, so let me make sure I got this. So this is almost a new avatar, right? So this would be
a little bit.
Yeah, it's and this is good for me to capture the nuance here. So Steelcase might come to you saying, hey, we're supplying this new government building and we're doing like 300 chairs with them, this and that, but we don't have, waste baskets. We don't have this and that.
That's right.
So these ancillary products, Sandra with Allied, would you guys team up with us? We're going to procure X amount of this and this. And that would be maybe a PDF they send you with the specific quotes items they're looking for in the quote request with some explained information as well. Is that typically what form?
Usually we'll get the spec sheets. Now, when we get the spec sheets, we love the ones where it says we're spec'd on it. It has our SKU number. Other times we'll get Rubbermaid, right? It has Rubbermaid stuff, but they know that we carry the similar products, so they'll just send it to us.
Oh, I see.
So a lot of times we're like, how the heck did we get spec'd? Well, it's someone in GSA found our website and then just put that on there. So, so again, it's an architect or designer just working on a GSA. So we come back to the same thing, right? Architect and designer, even with the commercials. Yeah.
Okay, got it. Very helpful. And then they send out that quote request. Is PDF usually. The quote request is typically a PDF, right? With
email. Yeah. An email quote request with a attached PDF. Can you quote these products?
Got it. One thing to think about, I don't want to get you overwhelmed with what's possible here, but with the advent of AI, there is the potential to, with certain emails, like hit a button or run an automation so it looks through a PDF and guesses what items from your 500 typical items are the items they're trying to get a quote for and generate that quote for you to look through. Maybe that's helpful, maybe it's not, but if you're dealing with high volume, it's something to think about and something we can talk about. So,
okay, for sure.
We built this automation for a client. They didn't deal with too many items, thankfully, but they would go into homes if an HVAC system was broken and they would analyze, okay, these are the parts we need to fix this thing up. And then they could just talk into their phone out of voice note and say, all right, this is the customer we're working with, and these are the parts we're going to need, generate a quote. And it would go through the agent. It would develop a preliminary quote. Their back office team would approve it, and then it would send back to the technician. So those kinds of things are going to become more used. And so we've already built many AI agents. If you want to check it out, we have a lot of YouTube videos on it. But that's something you can maybe think about as a V2.
Great.
Now, not to distract you with that, but I also want to show you this diagram we've created to kind of go over what your flow is going to most likely look like. You sent us over a flow chart too. I'll just show you. This is kind of the flow chart's kind of your understanding of your process, which we're going to look at. But this is also, this is kind of Zoho best practices for using Zoho books. If you want this explained in more detail, I have a video on it. It's called Zoho Books Tutorial. It's an hour and 20 minutes. There's two. One's 20 minutes. One's an hour and 20. You don't have to watch the whole thing. This will give you the gist. But
is Zoho Finance, Zoho Books? Is that the same?
Yes.
Okay.
And the reason I say finance is Zoho Finance actually includes a series of applications. So Zoho Books and Zoho Inventory are probably the two main applications.
Yeah.
But it includes a lot more. Yeah. So Zoho Finance, Zoho Books, for all intents and purposes, those are pretty much interchangeable. So you got accounts and contacts, right? customers. Those will also exist within Zoho Finance as well. Those would be existing customers. And then in Zoho CRM, if we ever get into that, those would be potential customers too, which I think is cool. From there, we would get the request for quotes, which would turn into quotes. Once they send you the purchase order, that becomes a sales order for you. And then you would actually attach the purchase order to the sales order. From there, I think we're dealing with drop shipping, right? So you're not actually shipping the inventory anywhere. Is that correct?
We do have a warehouse. So so we do ship out of the warehouse. Sometimes we have to consolidate depending on if it's going overseas. It may be kind of, we have flex space in the new warehouse actually. So we do ship out of the warehouse. It's just not, it's not really e-commerce, but it is the smaller items, the smaller orders we will ship out of our warehouse.
Okay, so sales orders would become a package for the warehouse. So we'll talk about that. So a sales order would become a package for them, and then they would break it up into shipments. We could talk about integrating that. Then the big thing is invoice, right? So a new customer, you do the 50% invoice first, and you do 50% after. Then you collect those payments. And then most likely, we'll talk about this more in our next meeting, a sales order would then become a purchase order for your vendors, right? Because you're supplying these items. You don't have them all in stock, correct? So if you're
correct, and we do a lot of drop shipping too, for the huge amounts. Yeah.
Got it. So in that case, if you don't have the inventory or it's something you need to procure, you would then create a purchase order and send it over to your vendor in order to get that information.
And even if it's coming out of the warehouse, it's usually we'll order it for the warehouse, maybe sometimes just for that. So we're very lean when it comes to any inventory. We'll order it for that project.
Got it. Got it. So this is the big thing that we're going to be setting up, and we want to marry this best practice with what you've sent us here, which is
it looks very, very similar, right? Like it's kind of your basic business model. Yeah,
exactly. Yep. So we will focus more on that. It would be helpful if you could send over maybe some examples of quotes or just so I could get a look at them. Also, if you want, you said there's about 500 items, right? That you
and that's with the finishes and stuff. If I had to really break it down, I want to say I have a GSA portal that we actually just started, and there's 130 products on there, and that's really then with different sizing, different finishes, but I want to say 130 really of our main products, and then custom products are customized, but I wouldn't say that there's more than 130 basic products.
Okay, got it. Yeah, so the next call, what I'd like to do is the biggest part of this is going to be migrating your existing data, right? Because you want all your existing data to end up in Zoho. Is that correct?
I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. Only because the existing data in Account Edge is, close to 25 years old. So as I see how old it is, I update it. But it's really bad data, right? It's just not current. So I would like to, and that's why I actually started doing items in Zoho to say, hey, I'm going to attach a picture of it. I'm going to have everything that's updated. So I think that I will, because I'm cleaning up my stuff as I'm putting it in there. So I think I'm going to do it painfully by item.
Okay.
Yeah.
Got it. So you don't want to do an export import of your items into Zoho?
I don't think so, no.
Yeah, and that's completely fine. Just want to make sure.
Because I thought even if I'm building it as, I'll get my first top 100 products in there. And then even if I'm building it as the POs come in, that'll be okay.
Yeah. Yeah, you certainly can do that. And we've had clients do that before. So that it's completely fine. Okay, you have to jump to my next meeting here. Thank you.
I'll send you those things. Thank you for the initial onboarding. I'm looking forward to working with you.
You sell commercial restaurant equipment that includes fryers, fridges, stoves, microwaves, and ovens. Your guys' target market is English-speaking Caribbean, starting with Trinidad. You guys are currently using NCR Counterpoint and QuickBooks. You're going through a major organizational reshuffle with new hiring opportunities. You guys have looked at numerous different systems, including ERP, Odoo, HubSpot, and others. After extensive research, you guys landed on Zoho One. You like that Zoho is not made in the USA. as it considers international business needs like duty structures, insurance, and taxes. You guys have already purchased that Zoho One package. You're wanting to set up the system properly from the start so that everything is working the way it should be. You guys need a unified system to replace the current siloed approach. So this is your guys' third consulting meeting. You guys also met with your guys' implementation phases and timeline includes the following. You guys are on an urgent timeline. You guys want it to be operational by January 1st. In phase one, Zoho People and Zoho Learn is your immediate priority. You have 30 hires planned for January to the February period. Training materials are already created, but you need to upload them to the system. You need a formal onboarding structure. Subsequent phases include CRM implementation, first time using CRM, commission tracking, essential for sales compensation. You need inventory management, invoicing, e-commerce, and social media management. Some of the technical requirements and integrations include that you must integrate with AutoQuotes by Revitalize. An API integration is going to be critical there for functionality. It contains all manufacturer specs and pricing data. This is going to prevent the need to rebuild equipment database in Zoho. Another requirement that you guys have is hardware and cybersecurity considerations. So you need proper access privileges and ownership rules. You need geotagging capabilities for technicians and tablet compatibility for road sales. Some of you guys' ideal customer profile considerations. You guys have a wide customer range with franchises, with franchises as bread and butter. Large clients like grocery stores, bakery, deli sections preferred. You need to cross-sell and upsell automation for equipment suggestions. And you don't handle tiles or fixtures. Now that's the notes that we have on my end. Does that sound right to you guys? Is there anything else that you'd like to add to that?
You're on point. Only thing you did was mix up titles. So it actually works with the third-party consultant like you guys are. And they have stepped in very kindly to help strategize with us on how we implement these things realistically internally from a hardware side. So they're handling servers, cybersecurity, ops access, standardization of procedures, etc. So they are also a consultant partner in that. It's very confusing because it's a game, but is the glasses. She is the one who is your business analyst and dedicated to you. It's the head of people and strategy, who is just stepped out, is the head of warehouse operations, organizational. Here is head of financial, and I'm in charge. So it's a lot of people that are going to kind of move through your orbit, but your first primary people are going to be myself, who's the CEO, who's your business analyst, and your person. She's your person, and who is the head of people and strategy. And she's going to be the one who's going to have the first wish list or first set of demands for how people are set up. And we'll go back and forth with us. So we're not dealing with 100 people at the same time as to when those things start overlapping to other people's departments. Let's just get all that information correctly first time. So when you're in setting up people and you're setting up Learn, we're doing it correctly. We don't have to backtrack later on because sales needs something different. That's it.
Awesome. That makes sense. I appreciate the correction. Yeah, definitely that with how many people there are, sometimes it can be hard to keep it straight, but we will make sure to take notes, and we love having all the points of contacts. That's great. So
I'm going to pause you real quick. Just so, because it was mentioned previously that the most urgent need is the hiring, the 30 hires that you guys are planning to make through January and February. You guys had mentioned training materials were already created. You just need to upload them. I do want to start with that side of the business first, and then we'll come back around to the revenue operations, which would be marketing, sales, service. So we'll start with HR or the people side, and then we'll come back around. So with that, just as a transition question here, is it accurate that you have 30 hires planned for January, February? The training materials are already created and you just need to upload them into Zoho. Is that correct?
I tried to move the monitor so to speak to there, but it seems to be a challenge. So I'm going to have them split because it's her who really needs it.
No worries.
Yeah, so we are looking at, I would say less than 50, but January, February, approximately. They're all going to be technically new hires. We want to put all the stuff onto Zoho. So we're looking at 50 persons here.
Material, yeah.
We have some. Yes.
So we create an account.
We're creating it.
Got it. So some training materials created. There's a big hiring push coming up. Tell me how we are, tell me some of the roles we're hiring for and how we're going to go about recruiting.
Well, firstly, like I said, I want to put all our current staff system. So that
Okay.
would have been from C, everybody in this room will be the current staff. So I want to put them in the system. We're
Okay.
hiring for warehouse, finance, sales. Those are the main roles: warehouse, finance, sales.
Okay, warehouse, finance, sales. Got it. Okay, so first order of business, we already have people at the organization. Let's put them into Zoho properly. Number two, you have roles that you're hiring for. You mentioned across warehouse, finance, sales. Any other positions we should be aware of those at a high level?
Potentially marketing.
Okay, yeah, potentially marketing.
Potentially marketing. Okay. Potentially marketing. Okay. How are we going to hire these people? What's the strategy for recruiting?
So we do a job posting. We actually tested getting putting the resumes on Zoho and filtering it. So we did a test on that already. But I didn't finish with the system where we send in communications through Zoho. So I only know how to filter on Zoho, but it's supposed to send all the applications through the system.
And sorry, real quick, or have you already tested this recruiting through and sending emails through Zoho?
No, I
You
have
just-
no. We
Just got to use Zoho to send emails.
Correct. We only uploaded the resumes and had to go filter the resumes. That's the
And then
only
where
thing
did you
we-
do this? In the CRM? Where did you?
Sorry?
Did you do it in CRM?
No, CR.
Where did you get the list and send the emails in Zoho? Do you know which app? If you don't, it's okay. I'm just curious if you're like, we were using Zoho Recruit or Zoho People.
So recruit.
Perfect. That's where you want to be. Okay. So
Well, we just uploaded resumes we got from social media. So it's not how we did it through Zoho. We uploaded it to try out the filtering.
Can I just say something real quick here?
please, yeah.
So anything that's coming out of I did this already as a whole, take it with a grain of salt. Because we had an IT guy who was here and he was like, I will go through all of the videos and manuals online and we will figure it out. So that's what they were doing, is they were by trial and error attempting to do it. So I wouldn't necessarily trust.
Just so you know, I know exactly what you're driving at.
Yeah.
Just because it's what you're currently doing, we're not going to cement that in the business. We just need to
Okay.
know what you're currently doing so we can then tell you what the best way to do. So
But the thing is, we have not activated Zoho in any way or form. This was all done by testing. So treat it like zero. I wouldn't treat it like we have done something already. I would almost say
Start from scratch.
treat it like nothing's with it. Yeah, basically what we're trying to understand here is what is the strategy, and if we can understand that at a high level, we'll piece together the steps for you. So just by no means, if you tell us this is what we're doing, we're not going to say this is the new standard operating procedure. We'll give you the best practice, but if we know current processes and currently what you're doing, that just gives us a much better understanding of what you're trying to achieve. So back to this real quick. So for recruiting,
Sorry, the
No.
recruitment agency helping us with the current hire. So the recruitment agency is doing the posting and filtering.
really helpful to understand. Yeah. So a recruitment agency is doing the job postings for you.
Yes.
And then is this recruiting agency, are they then sending you a list of candidates that they want you to do preliminary interviews? Tell me what that looks like.
Yes. So they send the candidates on a system and we just rate the candidates. Then to move forward, like I said, the recruitment agency handles all the call and the system is on their end. So it's based on their system that they have.
Okay, so this recruiting agency, they set up, they have the job posts or the job boards. They're reaching out to candidates in their list. When they find a ideal candidate fit, are they doing the interviews or are they sending them to you?
We're doing the interviews and
So at what point are they reaching out to you with the profiles? Do they send you a list of profiles and say, take a look and then approve the ones you want to interview?
so
Okay.
they send us the profiles and then we rate them and send it back to the recruitment agency. And then they call based on the rating for the interview.
Okay, so they send you a list, you approve the different profiles that you want to move forward with, and then they will schedule the interviews for you.
Yes.
Okay, let me write that down. Really critical. Give me 2 moments to take this now. Candidate one, she wants to work with you. They will schedule accordingly. Okay, so just so that you're aware of best practices, when a recruiting agency says, hey, we've scheduled this interview, you'd want to put that information most likely into Zoho Recruit. That way, if Reshma is like, how's the recruiting going? You can say, this is how many candidates we put in the system. This is how many interviews we've done. And from 100 candidates, we've had 20 hires or 5 hires, whatever it might be. Full funnel there. We'll get much more how that will work. At a high level, that's what will be going on. So let's just say that the recruiting agency, they send you a list of profiles. And then if I say something here that's not exactly right, just let me know. The recruiting agency will send you a list of profiles. You look through them, you select a couple, and say, you like this one, this one, this one. They schedule the interview. You have the interview and it goes well. What happens next?
We email the recruitment agency to let them know our decision based on the interview, and they reach out to the candidates, either they were successful or not.
Sorry, what was the last part? If what's successful?
The candidates, the agency will reach out to the candidates if they're successful or not.
Okay, so they'll let the candidates know if you were interested. Okay, and let's say the candidate that you are interested in, they say yes. How does it work to make them an offer, employment offer? What does all that look like?
So we just started with the recruitment agency last month. So we have no offer yet. We're still in the interview process. But what it would look like, we would contact the candidates and meet with them, offer this and so on. But everything is very it's not difficult yet. So everything's paper-based.
Okay. In this recruiting agency, are you paying the recruiting agency and the recruiting agency is paying your employee, or are they being employed directly by you and they're taking a cut? How are they being compensated?
They're being employed directly by us. We are paying the agency just for the recruitment part of it.
Okay, so they get a headhunter fee for employment. They're getting a compensation based on. Okay, got it. Okay, so let's say you made them an offer. They accept. And if you don't have answers here, I'm just putting pressure to see what have you currently thought through? Because we just want to meet you where you're at. So if you're like, I don't really have an answer, that's okay. Let's say you make them an offer, one of the candidates that you interviewed, and they accept. What's next?
Typically, I'm running it right. I am the HR.
Sorry, I keep saying I'm thinking point of contact. Okay, Janelle's over there. Sorry. Thank you for correcting.
Parents are not creative. So make up a nickname, figure something out.
I'll try to say so similar. You can't tell what I'm saying. No, if I say any of your names wrong, please correct me. I want to say your names right. You're the head of people. You're a point of contact for Zoho stuff generally. Got it. Thank you for saying that.
So typically, if a candidate is successful, I would let them know over the phone, email them their offer letter, then or either have them come into the office.
So last part one time. Sorry, I'm doing my mic.
They come in, they come in and physically sign the offer letter on their first day.
Love it. Offer letter. Right. And then in the offer letter, they're going to know when they're going to start. They're going to have their date to start there. Let's talk about onboarding this employee. What information are we collecting? What needs to be in the HR system? Do you have a list of any of those things so far?
Yes, I have some templates. I don't have it on me, but it's typical, typical contact information, medical. Yeah.
Can you send us, it doesn't have to be everything, but if you could send us the onboarding checklist you have, it's going to be helpful because when we do our plan, we're going to show you exactly where it's going to go, exactly how to set it up according to best practices and everything. So I'll put that as an item for you to send that over to me, and we'll make sure to show you exactly where to put that in the system. Okay, so that is on the checklist, and we'll send.
Yeah, I can do everything. I want to do onboard. I want to eventually do the whole onboarding virtual as well. So it's not like I have to do it physically every time we onboard somebody. So they have a whole package they get on there to profile, they do trainings and everything.
Yes. Yeah. So the way it'll work, and tell me if this is in line with what you were envisioning. So once somebody signs the offer letter, you're going to put their information into Zoho People. And within Zoho People, you will be able to flip a switch and they will get a portal into Zoho People with a checklist of exactly what they need to do. So if you send me your checklist, we can put it into Zoho People. You add a new candidate, all their things will appear there. So we talked a little bit about that, which is helpful. My next question would be, let's say they've gone through the onboarding. Let's talk about training and talk about compensation. And we do only have, let's see, what do we got for time here? We've got 5 more minutes. So we'll talk a little bit about training, and then we've got to jump to our next meeting here. But this is a ton of progress. The fact that we were able to get into discovery is a win in and of itself. So with that, let's say the offer letter, they came in, signed it. Basically. They have gone through what training we have. You said training materials created. I'm imagining there's kind of training we want for every role that we're done with that. Sound correct?
It should be, but no. I won't say we have, what I do is the onboarding. So I introduce them to the company. And after that, I take them to their department, and the department does the initial training.
So there's no employee training.
On learning and onboarding, no.
Okay.
When I say I'm introducing to the company, the college, taking them on a walk around in the building.
Okay, so no general employee training. I'm sure that will come into the picture eventually. Right now, it's hand off to the department. Department will do department specific training.
That's what it is for, I think, yeah.
Specific training. Okay, and we're going to tell you. So these sessions are for us to learn about in the organization. Once we finish, we're going to present to you how we recommend Zoho should be set up for the best practices. We're going to tell you exactly how we set up training and how we go about it. We're going to go details to that. And I think you'll find that helpful to what other organizations have done too. And you can just, instead of reinventing it, take what they do that works.
Okay.
Excellent. Team, sorry for saying your name wrong. But all of you, this has been a very productive session. We really appreciate all of you over there in the back that I've been talking to. We're excited. I will memorize your faces.
It wasn't fun for me.
With the rest of the team, we have loved this session so far. We're excited to get to work with all of you. We do need to wrap up today's meeting, but we've got our other sessions scheduled. We'll see you then. If you have any questions in the meantime, feel free to reply back. We'll send an email to you guys. You can email us and we'll go from there.
So what you are, correct?
Yes. If you send it to either of us, we're working very closely together here. So anything you send us will be relayed to each other. Yeah.
Okay.
Excellent. All right, team. Great to meet with all of you, and we will see you on the next session. Thank you so much.
Okay.
The second part of building a system is the design. Okay, and this is arguably the hardest part of building a system. So I'm going to take you through it in detail. Now, if you're going to implement or improve a system, I want you to ask yourself that question: do you have detailed plans to build the system? Okay, and when I'm saying detailed plans, I want step by step exactly what you're going to do. If the answer is yes, you can skip past this, because if it's irrelevant to you, I don't want you going through the training. If the answer is no, stay, because design is extremely important. If you don't get the design right, you can't get the development right. So this is very important. Now, it starts with the end of the discovery, right? The start of design is the end of discovery, which is a document of very raw ideas, bulleted out, screenshots of the system to be built. It's just a very raw document that should give you a pretty good idea of the system that's wanted. Okay. And here's one example in Granola. And then here's an example from our site of an actual system plan. And then we've got a raw document here this is before I started using Granola to show you raw notes. Okay, so I just want to give you an idea. That's the start of design. And then the end of design should look more like that document I showed you on our website. It's what it should look like step by step. Okay, so you see all these bullets now, they're in who will what format. This is really critical. Who will what format gives you an idea of who's doing the action, whether it's a system like Zoho, Salesforce, HubSpot, doing an automation, or if it's a person, and then what they're doing. Okay. And it's an action item. It's hard to know how much detail to put here. So I've given you an example. It's on our website. It's publicly accessible, and you can look through other system plans if you want. You can just go to system plans. This is a proof of concept. We have one right now, but by the time you're watching this, there will probably be quite a bit that you can look through. You can see what kind of company it is. This one's, we're still developing these, but you should see a diagram of all the apps at play, and then step by step how the systems work. Okay, so we're doing this so that you can build better systems. Okay, so it starts with something like this and ends with something like this, just more detail. Okay, so how do we do that? How do we transform really raw notes into very detailed design documentation? Okay, well, the first thing you need to understand is task technology fit theory. So TTF theory is essentially stating that you have your organization is like a Venn diagram. On one hand, you have the tasks that you perform in the organization. So a task would be sending an invoice. Okay, a task would be creating a lead. A task would be sending an email. Those are tasks that you perform. And then you have technology, which is the tools that you use to get the job done, to get the action done. Okay. The more overlap you have between those two things, the more success you're going to have with the system. Okay. So we're taking these two diagrams, the tasks that you perform and the technology and tools that you use, and we're trying to merge them together. So the reason that this is important to understand is the better you do discovery and the better you do design, the better we're merging those two circles of the Venn diagram together to make your system successful. So that's the mental model I want you to use when you're doing a design for the system. Okay. This is the most difficult part. You can see here at the bottom left, I put, this is a range from how hard it is to how easy it is. And the reason this is so hard is now you're entering the shoulds. Okay. So discovery is a lot of the codes. Hey, we could build this dashboard. We could build this system. We could use this CRM. And design is saying this is how things should be done for your particular organization, for your particular situation, based on the objectives that you have. And that comes with a much more difficult, you have to be very capable and confident to do this, right? You can start from, you can still do a good job if you've never done it before, but design really helps if you've done this a lot. Okay, I'll just say that, because your system is only as good as the architect. Okay, you can't have a system better than the person that built it, because the person who built it, they're just limited to what they understand about other organizations and what they built. So when you're designing, you can, for your first time, you can do a good job, but it helps to have reps behind you and understand that it takes time to get good at design. Each of these phases, it takes reps to get good at them. Okay, so just understand that about design. A system is only as good as the person who built it. Okay. Then you have Gall's law. This is really important to understand with designing a system. And then we'll get into more. These are concepts, supporting concepts that are helpful. I'll get into like the step-by-step of actually how to do the design in just a moment. So Gall's law, really important. The idea here is any time that you try to build an advanced system from scratch, it's going to fail. Okay. So what you need to do is build a simple working system first and then grow that simple system into an advanced system. So don't try to don't do a big bang implementation where you try to do every single feature and automation and thing under the sun. Just build a minimum viable system that you can start using and then grow it from there. Okay. There is some nuance to Gall's law that I'm going to go into real quickly, because then what's upsetting is if you build a simple working system, you usually don't reap the benefits of having the system until it's advanced. So what you can do is you can get into a platform like Zoho, Salesforce, HubSpot, and it will have the capability of doing a lot, but you start with what's the minimum system necessary to start using those platforms, or the minimal set of apps, features, etc. But then you'll still be able to grow and expand into an advanced system and set yourself up for success, as opposed to using more simple CRMs or systems where you start with a minimum viable system and then you outgrow it because it doesn't have the capability in the platform to support it as it grows. So hopefully that makes sense. But essentially what I'm trying to say is don't try to do everything under the sun for your first version. You can build the system in phases. And phase one is what's the minimum amount that we need in the system to just start to use it, and then we can grow from there. Because adopting a system in and of itself is a huge win. When I'm saying system, I'm thinking more in terms of like Zoho, HubSpot, Salesforce, but you can translate that to whatever you're doing, right? We do tech implementations here, so that's why I'm seeing things through this lens, but these things are going to be helpful for whatever system that you're building. Okay, so let's get into the step-by-step. How do we actually go about turning these raw notes into a something like this? Okay, step-by-step action plan format. And what I would, the first thing I'm going to say is in Granola, how I like to do it is I have a template of an action plan exactly like this, where I've told Granola it's like a prompt for AI. Okay, so think ChatGPT, Gemini, where you have a prompt or a gem and it says, hey, I'm going to input these raw notes and I want you to output something like this. Okay, in who, will, what format. We need the person or the role, what they're going to do. And will, the reason I like that, the will part, is it's so much more actionable. Okay. If it's optional, you can put can, but will is just like, okay, it's reading like a story. It makes sense. It's universally understood. It's easily modifiable. So many benefits to this kind of documentation. Okay. I've tried so many different forms. This is the one that I've noticed works at scale and is understood by most people. So with that, if you train the AI and say, hey, give me something that looks like this, it's not going to give you the final output, but it's going to give you a rough draft. Okay. And that's what you want. So I hit this button, takes all these notes, and it turns it into something like this. Okay. And then I have what I call my rough draft of the system action plan. And you can call it an action plan, you can call it the blueprint, but what we're trying to do is do the first creation of the system. So the first creation of the system you're building is going to be on paper before it's going to be in real life. Okay. So the first creation is the rough draft. AI is really good at doing that first rough draft. One thing I would say with that template, I'm not going to show it to you, you can build your own, is when you're building that prompt for AI, you need to tell it to take everything into consideration. Okay. So that's why I really like Granola. It can take the transcript, it can take screenshots that we've added to the document, and it can take all of that into consideration when creating the action plan. And what I tell Granola for the template is I say, don't leave anything out. We need everything. Okay. Because I'm thinking to myself, in the rough draft, I want everything, but I can remove things I don't need for that first version. I can remove that myself. Okay. So then I hit this button and something like this is output. Okay. It's pretty much in this exact format, but AI, you got to be careful. It'd be irresponsible to not use AI at all because it's a helpful tool. It would also be irresponsible for me to just hit a button, not really look at it and say, this looks good enough. You still need to go through the action plan and make sense of it in your own mind. If you're going to build the system or design the system and you can't make sense of it in your own mind, then you're in trouble because the system is only as good as the person building it. If you don't understand the system because AI designed it, how are you going to build it or manage it? You're just not going to be able to. So use it as a tool and make sure it makes sense after you do its output. Okay. So you'll end up with a document like this. And what I would suggest, right, let's pretend this is the AI generated, we'll call it rough draft. Then what you're going to do is you're going to take all those notes. You're going to go into a document, like a word processor document. So you can use Google Docs, you can use Microsoft Word, whatever you want to use, and you're going to paste it. Okay. So this looks really bad. We're going to do it in this format here. Let's do this. And then we're going to go through here. Just bear with me for a second so I can get this done right for you. And we're going to just make sure that this is that this is visible to us. Perfect. This is all black now. Cool. And I'm going to take away all the highlights here. And I'll just leave this part because it's really not helpful. So this is where we're going to go step by step, and we're just going to make sure it makes sense from our own perspective. Okay. So we're going to go through the system step by step in our mind and be like, yes, that's the next thing. That's the next thing. We can add screenshots here to make the plan more clear. But what's helpful here is if you have inspiration as to systems that actually work. So that's where you can go through our systems library. And also you can ask Granola questions if you're confused. That's what I really love about this is I can go here and I can chat with AI and it has the context of the transcripts, all the raw notes I took and when I took them, and the screenshots, can analyze those as well. So that as I'm making sense of the rough draft and improving the rough draft, and I'll literally go out there in the rough draft, I'll go through it, I'll delete sections, I'll reword things. I go through it step by step. I don't just trust AI enough to be like, yeah, that's good. And AI has never created the rough draft perfectly the first time or even close. It probably gets me like 40, 50% of what I need, if that, on like a great day. But it requires a lot from me to go through because I have experience. And that's the thing. If you don't have experience, that's okay. You can still do a good job at this, but just understand that it's an unfortunate reality that you're limited to how good of a system you can build based on how much you know, okay? So if you don't know very much, you can't expect to build a perfect system. In the same way, you can't expect to be good at anything your first try. It would just be unreasonable to think that. So experience really does help with this design process. Okay. So then I would go through the whole thing, trying to take you step by step here, and I would clean this up. And I'm not going to show you, I'm not going to take like an hour or two here and go through this, but usually for a client that I'm working with, it takes like 1 to 3, even and it can go much longer than that, but on average, it's like 1 to 3 hours for me. I've done this over 180 times though, so it's a little different, to go through the whole document and make sure it's ready to present. Okay. And if you're doing this for yourself, that's okay. You're not going to have to do the presentation, but you still want it to be really detailed. So if you're not building the system for other people, maybe you're a solopreneur or you're just trying to build systems for personal use, you still want it to be really detailed. And you'd want to get it to a point where you could present it to somebody else. Okay. That's really critical here. So with that, that is the design phase. And the design phase of building a system is going from having raw documents that gives you a vision for the system to be built and turning that into a step-by-step plan of what's going to be built here. Now, a note on that, what I like to do here is I'm trying to visualize the customer journey or the employee journey, right? So who will what format shows me what is the employee going to do, or the candidate, what are they going to do? And then what is someone in the company going to do? And then what is the system, whether it's Zoho, Salesforce, HubSpot, what is it going to do? And it's really those 3 things I'm thinking of, like the person that's going to be served, and the people in the organization who are serving them, and then the tools that are being used if they're automating things, who will what, over and over and over again. Okay. That's the thing I want to see in the action plan. That's really important. On top of that, I also add action items for the person who's going to be building it, right? So we build those systems for our clients. So who's customer support, customer support person, 2 sub-steps, and then what we're going to do in the system we're building to support them. Okay. So that's really important, because these things right here, these action items for us, become the things that we're going to put in a project management tool to manage the development. Okay. What's really nice is when it comes to development, having this much context and having AI that we can go to and ask questions to, super useful when developing a system to get all that context. Because a lot of systems fail when all that back and forth happens, and people did a discovery 6 months ago that took 3 months, and they're going back and forth on details that they thought was already captured and understood. A lot of those things are now solved through this process of building systems that I'm showing you. Okay. So that's what's really important to understand here about building out the system, or building out the design for the system that you want to build.
90% of their business is coming from interior designers that they work with on a regular basis.
And they're subcontracting for that, right?
Yeah, exactly. And they're currently kind of at capacity as far as work goes. So they're more focused on developing processes for deals that they have than like setting up a system for getting more leads.
They have the best problem in the world, which is
Yeah.
business. Now they're trying to find a way to support that as opposed to getting more business, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
Got it. Okay. So when this says project submitted by interior designer, we're talking about a referral partner submitting a form to refer them business now, or just emailing them, contacting them in some way?
Yeah. It can happen in a couple different ways. And I've actually detailed that in the contact stage.
Cool. Let's go through that. Yeah.
And I haven't gone through the lead stages because that's not what was important to them. I've focused on the deal stages here. So,
Yeah. And if it's not a huge focus for them, it's nice to set it up and just say, hey, most of this is going to be in the deals for now. And then later, if you ever want to scale your marketing efforts, the lead stage is already set up for you.
that makes sense. Yeah. Also, just to like preface this, I found the contact stage within, and I'm not sure if that was an actual deal stage, but it was something that was listed in the action plan, and it mapped over very well for this project.
You did? Perfect. Yeah. I'm not. The more you talk about them, I'm like, and you can say, if you want to say it's totally fine, I can just edit it out.
Okay, cool.
Hey, you can say whatever you want, or if there's things you want to say that you're like, I don't want this to be in recording, I'm going to literally go through it second by second, so you can just tell me.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, so I thought so. The more you talk about this client, I'm like, the other client is almost the exact same, so it's kind of fun.
Yeah, that is really nice. Specifically, the beginning stages are very similar, so that's nice.
Got it.
Okay,
cool.
So in the contact stage, the interior designer is reaching out to the company with a request for a quote. And that can happen in a couple different ways. They will either send a detailed request for a quote with specifications and project information, with information on windows, what kind of drapes they want, with every single thing outlined. Or they will ask for more of a request for quote, where they will need to go onto the property and do an actual walkthrough
So sorry, either the RFQ is a request for a walkthrough, it's very basic, or it's a request for specific items and they've already kind of done they've already kind of done a discovery for the home. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay. Do they split it out for you and say most of the time this happens versus this, or do they just both?
I think that most of the time it comes in as an automated or as a itemized list from them. But they oftentimes need to supplement information, and a lot of times walkthroughs are helpful to make sure specifications are correct.
Right. Yeah, because they're getting subcontracted because the interior designer, they're like, this isn't really our specialty. This is just something that, got it. We want to sub out. Okay, got it. So they'll submit an RFQ. They'll send an RFQ over to someone at the company. Let me see here. We'll configure Zoho CRM to automatically sync these repeat designer partners as accounts and contacts from Zoho Books. Okay, got it. So you're setting up the Zoho CRM book sync. That's the first thing.
Yeah, so they are using Zoho Books for everything for their system. That's how they're keeping all records. So the first thing that we need to do is to sync over historical data so that they can have those contacts and so that the accounts of the interior designers can be associated to those existing or to the new deals that they give.
Nice. I actually like that you did this contact stage, consult stage, and big headers. This actually is nice to break it up. Yeah, I like it. Cool. Take me through the rest of it.
We'll define primary billing contacts for each designer to ensure invoices are sent to the correct procurement officers. So the idea here is that we're just making sure that in the future, when we integrate the CRM with books, sending out invoices is streamlined by making sure that the contacts are correct for billing. So I think it goes along with this last requirement of doing the initial setup in Zoho CRM.
Yeah, you're just putting here someone from the head of the company that you're working with here. They need to make sure that the billing contact is defined for each designer. And when we say designer, we're talking about referral partner, just so that when invoices are sent out, they're sent to the right person who can actually pay them, correct?
Yeah, exactly. I'm wondering, should these two maybe be put in other requirements rather than directly within a stage because they're not relevant to the processes that in the business?
Good question. So I'm okay with the Brockman Consulting will configure the automation. I'm totally okay with that. Defining the primary billing contact. The only reason I'm okay with that is, well, I would say it is kind of irrelevant and you could put it farther down.
Okay.
But here's the thing. When you're making these decisions, it's not is black and white, is this right or is this wrong? It's what's the strongest argument you can make for it.
Okay.
Argument is just comprised of different points, right? So here would be my argument for having it up here. That's how I want you to think, because with the client, they're just, if they say, why is that right there? The answer to that question is your argument, right? It's not you having an argument, it's just making your argument.
Okay.
So I would just say the reason we put this here is you need to make sure those primary billing contacts are set at this point. That way, when you get to sending invoices in the procurement process, you're already ready to go. Something like that. And then they'd be like, oh, okay. So that's just a quick and dirty example. But if you're like, I don't have a strong argument, then I would move.
Okay.
Yeah. It's a good question. And that's how I would think through the whole thing, because a lot of this stuff, you might be like, well, who wants to do that? But that's more of a style thing, like having the stages at the top and I say the middle or the end. I just have an argument for it.
Yeah.
But if in your head you're like, I have a strong argument for why it's there, then keep it.
Okay.
The strongest argument should win. So
That makes sense.
okay. And then submit request for quote on a request for site. I don't want to make this more complicated than it needs to be, but one thing to think through with the interior designer is you could potentially have a form for them to fill out to better organize like how every interior designer initiates an RFQ. So either like a public Zoho creator form or Zoho form, something to think about. Not sure if you discussed, or you can now do like OCR, which is like a technology that can look at an image or PDF and then capture information from it.
Okay.
Those are things to think about. Those are some more advanced solutions, but I like to pepper those more advanced solutions through a document like this just to get somebody thinking. And then about what we can do with Zoho. And it's not a pressure sale. Like you should do this stuff, but it helps them understand, okay, they're really thinking through how we can fully automate this. And then as a side note, we're not, for anyone who's watching this, we're not trying to force people to do those advanced solutions. We list it all out and it's all a la carte. They can just choose what they want to do. So we're just trying to give people a vision of what's possible within the platform we're developing, which is Zoho in this case. Okay. So those are some things to think throughout. And do we have to put it in right now? No, but I want you to be thinking about that later on. Okay, next step.
I actually did, just so you know, I considered the forms when I was thinking about it. I maybe was worried about the complexity of creating a form and integrating it with the CRM, but it is a possibility that I think that it would be good.
Well, and I can almost hear their concern, which would be valid if they have this, where they'd be like, well, we don't want to have them fill out a form because it's so much easier for them to just go in and request a quote from their system, which I'd be like, totally makes sense. We don't want to add more friction for your lead source, which is those designers submitting RFQs. So if it made their life easier, something we're trying, but a lot of times people having to fill out someone else's forms is a no-go. So just something to think about. So the OCR thing where it looks through an image, that might make more sense.
Yeah, that'd be really cool.
But yeah, something to think about.
Okay, next up, salesperson, and I can take it, that's not necessary. Salesperson will review the inquiry to determine if the project is a site measure job or a ready to quote job. So that goes along the lines of when a request for quote is submitted, sometimes they still need to measure the site to update quotes.
Yeah, ready to quote would be it's specific enough where they're just gonna buy the material. They don't need to do a visit to the correct?
Yeah, exactly. Or they won't directly buy the material, but they will give a quote for the specifications. So they'll just, send a quote directly back to the designer, who will then present it to the client. Yeah, exactly.
The client being the homeowner, just for anyone listening. And maybe just to zoom out for a second, just in case someone's watching, they're like, I still really don't understand the company. It's, imagine you have a ton of money, you go buy a really nice home, and it's huge, maybe 10,000 square feet or something. And you're like, I don't want to design this. I don't have time. So you hire an interior designer. The interior designer, they've done everything except for the windows. So you have these giant windows, the sun shining through, and you're like, we've got to get like something nice to put here to cover the windows so it's not 85 degrees in here all the time. Well, the interior designer, they're like, that's actually a lot harder than it looks to get custom window treatment for everything. So we're going to get these guys, which is the client we're working with, to go do it for us. So they'll subcontract that little bit of work out to client that we're talking about now. They'll come back and give a quote for covering all of your big bougie windows. Is that, and then as I said, is there anything that you're like, that's not quite right, or does that sound accurate?
Yeah, that sounds right for sure.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so site measure job means we need to go on site, and then ready to quote means we're not going to go on site. We're just going to quote them.
Yeah, exactly.
Sweet.
Next up, salesperson will create a new deal record to act as the master workbench for the project.
So quick thing here on the salesperson will review inquiry. I would put as a sub bullet, I put we'll configure a field called something type, like opportunity type or deal type. That way they can just put site measure or ready to quote. And I don't think deal type is I'd put like job type maybe, because you put site measure job or ready to quote job. So I would do job type. I try to adhere to their terminology. So if I notice in the granola docs, the granola notes, they keep saying things like job type. I'll try to conform to what they're, just so when they see the system, they're like, that makes sense.
That does make sense. Okay.
Yeah. And then I'd put it in the module it would be in, which would be deal. So we'll configure job type field in the deal. So here's a note I'm going to add as we're going through this, and then I'll let you go through this because I know I keep interrupting you. So for people who are watching this, something really important to understand is when you are going through this, it might seem like you're like, you can never capture all the like scenarios where it's like if then, right? Because now we have an if then. There's the site measure and then ready to quote job. That is probably the biggest drawback of this style of documentation, because that's where you're going to, in a flow chart, you want to visually see it split off. But the problem with the flow chart is it's hard to modify over time. Usually requires someone to interpret it because it's hard to read someone else's flow chart and understand it. And it doesn't have enough space to put a lot of detail on. I mean, within a box, you can't add a paragraph, right? So this documentation is really good for what we do, which is we want one road to revenue when we're first building out a system for someone, just one road to revenue. We don't need all the splinter paths yet or if-thens yet. We just need the one path to success. And as long as we can successfully build the road to revenue, then we can go back and do all the splinter paths. Because if we fail to get one road to revenue successfully in the system, then we can almost, if we don't get one road to revenue, then we usually get stuck doing all the splinter paths, and that prevents us from building a system that can make you money. So just a heads up on why we do this style of documentation, why I think it's helpful. Because some of you might make that critique like, it's kind of hard to see the splinter paths. I'm like, that's correct. That would actually probably be the biggest drawback here. And something for you to know as well as we go through it.
Cool.
Okay, so configure job type field in the deals module. Looks good to me. Let's go to the next step.
Okay, perfect. So then that brings us to the consult stage. So the first bit, let's see. Yeah, so, okay. First step, Zoho Books will trigger a 10% retainer invoice to facilitate upfront payments for electrical walks and site visits.
Wait, sorry to interrupt you, but point before this, salesperson will create a new deal record to act as the master workbench for the project. What's that? It's right above. I think it's the last point in the contact section. Is that?
Oh, did I skip that? Sorry.
You did. It's okay. If you're like, it's not important, we don't have to, but I'm just curious.
Yeah, it's definitely important. Yeah, so salesperson will create a new deal record to act as the master workbench for the project. So the deal record is where everything is going to be stored informationally. From there, we'll create sales orders. From there, we'll create quotes, invoices. So it's kind of the master record. I put master workbench there specifically because they're unfamiliar with CRMs. And they've been using invoices kind of as the master record, which has got really messy for them. So that's kind of the term why the term.
Yeah, that would be really messy to manage. Got it. Yeah, and this is really important, right? Because every object / record type inside of Zoho represents a thing. And the deal represents the opportunity to do business with someone. And so you're just saying, hey, look, the deal is going to be the master record to keep track of where this job, probably from their perspective, where this job is at. Is it ready for us to quote? Do we need to do the in-home consult? And then the real master record from there would probably be the account, right, that they're working with. So
yeah,
is going to organize everything for that specific job / opportunity, correct?
That makes sense. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Gotcha. Okay. Sweet. And then they call it a workbench. Is that their terminology? Workbench for a job?
Yeah, I think that they use that for that. That's how they refer to the invoice that they're using.
Cool. Oh, okay. Got it. Cool. Create a new deal record to act as the master workbench. One thing I'd put there is I would just do a screenshot of a Kanban board. So you can go into our demo instance of Zoho. I would screenshot the deals module in a Kanban format. You don't have to configure every stage to match theirs, but just say, hey, I wanted to give you a visual. This is what it's going to be like to track everything from left to right. And then I would make the argument there, the reason we do this is that way your CRM doesn't just show you information. It shows you your information in relation to your processes so that you can feel the progress of every record that you're working with. Does that make sense?
That definitely makes sense. Yeah. I just put down a note to have the Kanban view.
Perfect. Yeah, that could be useful there. So
Cool.
okay, consult stage.
Perfect. So consult stage. So let's see. What I'm trying to figure out is if contact stage is an actual stage within the CRM, or if that's kind of what's happening before the deal record is created, and the deal record being created, the first stages is the consult stage. Does that make sense?
Totally. Yeah, the way I'm seeing this though, so I actually like, for their purposes, having this in the deals module, because the way I would think through it is the leads module would typically guide a new referral partner. That's the way I've been thinking about it this whole time.
Yeah.
Think about the thing I like to do when I think of using like other modules like leads, or like, does this stage belong in one module or the other, like record type, is what does that module mean? Like, what's the definition of that module? So the definition of the leads module is an unqualified opportunity. And you might think to yourself, well, what does unqualified mean? And that's actually up to the client. They need to determine that. But if we were to help them, we would just say, usually in B2B, after the initial sales call, you should determine them qualified or unqualified. Here's the thing. If they already have a referral partner and the referral partner is sending them a request for quote, they're qualified. Like, in my eyes, I'm like, that would not be in the leads module, because that's showing high intent to purchase. High intent to purchase is another thing to show it should be in the module, in the deals module. So I would think like leads is where they can put like, hey, these are maybe different interior designers we want to partner with. And then they would have a separate pipeline inside of the deals for new referral partners. And then the referral partner referrals would be the deals. Does that make any sense at all?
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. So that's the way I would think through it. Yeah. So it makes sense to me to have the contact stage here. I don't know if I'd call it contact stage.
Yeah.
I might call it like request for quote or something. Like,
I think that makes a lot more sense, honestly. Yeah, let's do that.
And then you can put, if you put RFQ here, I would just scroll up to your overall stages, and I would do RFQ for contact there. Because that really is the first thing that initiates all of this.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
And then in the future for lead statuses, if you were to track referral partners they want to gain in the future, I know this isn't a priority, but just have it in the back of your head, I would actually use the accounts module for that.
Oh, okay.
In their case, because more likely than not, leads is typically, and this isn't always true, but leads is typically used for inbound traffic. If you're going to do account-based marketing, which is you have a list of your ideal referral partners and you're going to reach out to them specifically, that would be more appropriate in the accounts module. There's a lot of reasons behind that. We don't have to go into it right now, but I just want to make you aware of that.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. And they've indicated that like in a future stage, they would be interested in focusing more on selling directly to clients. So I feel like that qualifies that reason for separating the leads and the accounts when it comes to
yeah, exactly. Because you're exactly right. Because then accounts would be where we organize getting referral partners, and then leads would be where we get direct clients from.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense.
Cool.
Okay. So cool. Okay, so going to the consult stage, the first thing that happens is that they need to do the walk around, or also there are times that they need to do electrical walks. So they go in with an electrician and they make sure that everything is
Wait, why do they need to go through with an electrician? You know?
just in case there is wiring that could get in the way of the design or implementation.
Yeah, I guess I don't have a bougie enough home. I'm just trying to understand why the wiring would affect window treatment. Am I crazy?
I mean, that's a good question. I think that, yeah, I'm not sure. I'm not. Wait, you know what? No, because okay, actually, I do know. They have different types of shades. And some of the shades they have are the electronic shades. So I imagine
okay.
That's kind of the use case where they would need to have an electrician walk in. So they don't always need an electrician. That's in specific cases when they do need an electrician.
Dude, we're not rich enough to understand all the nuance of custom window treatment.
Yes, that's true, man. It's a level of wealth that I cannot even imagine, man.
We're gonna have to do a couple more of these clients before we get our own custom window treatments.
Oh, for sure, dude.
That's funny. This is a question for you too, but also just a note for viewers, because I want anyone who's watching this to kind of understand not just what we're doing, but some of the why behind what we're doing too. The most important thing here when doing the action plan is that you can mentally, like, you can close your eyes and walk through the process as if you're the client. Like that, if you can do that through the whole customer journey and like when the RFQ submitted and walk through all of that, that's the most important thing. It's not that you have to do it by memory, but when you look at this document, you can mentally walk through it, because a client can feel during the readout if you just like had AI generate it and you started reading it. And they can also feel if you're able to riff off the points, because you're able to like mentally put yourself in their situation and in their shoes. So I guess that's my question to you really quickly. Do you feel like when you go through this document, you're able to do it? Or are you like, it's kind of like a muscle? And I know this is one of your first, but do you feel like you're able to do that? Or are you like, there's a lot of gaps? What's your feeling on that?
I think for the most part, I have a really good understanding of the client process. Yeah. I think that there definitely are some gaps or steps that I don't understand as well as others. But I think for the most part, I have a good understanding of the system.
Awesome. Yeah. Okay. So that, and the reason I wanted to bring that up, like if you feel that way, you've just done like the hardest part of this. And the rest of it is just making sure the document actually reflects your ability to mentally walk through it. So that's really good. Cool. I just want to make that note. That is like the most important thing from a consultant's perspective, is that you can understand the process with confidence. That way you can present it with confidence. So
that makes a lot of sense. Yeah. So for this step, they specifically need to trigger that 10% retainer invoice in the situation where they have to get an electrician to walk in, because it has, in situations where they have the electrician come in, they do the walkthrough, and then they don't end up going through with the deal. They basically just got a free.
They can't incur all those costs without getting paid.
Yeah, so they're specifically that's the problem they have in the business right now. They're wanting to solve it with this 10% retainer invoice.
Okay, smart.
Yeah.
So if electricians involved in the in-home consult / walkthrough, then they need to trigger 10% invoice, and it's almost like a deposit.
Yeah, exactly. And there's another deposit stage in the future when installation is going to start, but this is also a deposit.
Okay. Sweet. That makes sense.
Cool. Broadband Consulting will configure a workflow rule to trigger a 10% retainer invoice in Zoho Books when a deal moves to the consult stage, ensuring site walkthroughs are no longer performed for free. I guess I don't really need to add that part at the end.
Yeah, the only thing I would add there is, and it might seem redundant because it's like a child point to the master point, but I would put like something that says like only if it is an electrician is involved, because that's kind of generic. And I know what's going to happen here is once we transfer this over to Zoho Projects to manage the development, you're going to want that detail there, because you're just going to see that point. You might not see the context of all the other points there.
That makes a lot of sense.
I like if each point can stand on its own as much as possible. Some of
Cool.
them can't. You just need context, but that's why I mentioned that.
That makes a lot of sense. I think there might be a couple points where I need to add a little bit more context going forward then. Okay, so at this point, the salesperson or team member will conduct the site visit / walkthrough. Salesperson will take on-site reference photos and upload them to Zoho WorkDrive, ensuring they are associated with the digital deal record for team-wide access. Salesperson will use Granola AI to capture consultation notes on a mobile device and upload the transcript directly to the deal record. So the idea here is for convenience in getting notes during the walkthrough, because that can sometimes be complicated. There's a lot of moving parts. There's a lot of different independent custom fixtures that they need to go through.
Yeah.
And measurements they need to take. So using Granola Notes could really help to organize raw notes to be able to easily transfer that into the CRM. Also allows you to just import the transcript directly into the CRM for later reference.
Nice. Yeah, and the helpful thing there too is in the same way that when we get to this stage, like if we have questions, we can go ask Granola and say, hey, you have 6 hours of our discovery with this client. Like, could you bring up this detail or ask any questions that you want? They're able to do that too, because if they go through an 1.5 hour consultation, not all of that's going to be top of mind. So they can ask questions about it, say what specific products were discussed, things like that. So when they have to create the quote, they're ready to go. It's all been captured, correct?
Yeah, absolutely. Also, there are 3 people that could potentially do this walkthrough in the business. 2 of them are very familiar with the business. The third one needs training and sometimes misses details. So Granola transcriptions could also be a way for supervision to look at how notes are being taken and how that consultation process is going.
Oh, cool. So almost like quality control or quality assurance. So someone else is like checking the quality of their Granola note of the in-home consult. They can look at their notes. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. That's what I was thinking.
Cool. Very cool. Okay. Love it.
Salesperson will record site measurements in CRM custom fields, which eventually map to the line item descriptions in books. So I was thinking there's a couple different ways that this could be done. One way that it could be done is via a form that's built that can be more easily used during the walkthrough. But I guess with the Granola notes, that wouldn't be as necessary because you jot down raw notes initially, and then you later transfer those notes into direct custom fields. And actually, rather than a more specific term to be used here, I think that this was an idea that I've updated. That, but anyways, I think we're going to use a sub form for fixtures to figure out those line items that will then be transferred into.
These would be measurements per item.
Yeah, there's quite a few measurements, and it's also very custom. So yeah, subform would make things a little bit cleaner and easier.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. So I don't know if the in-home consult goes over this in enough detail, but these are just some things to think about for this part of the process. Because I could imagine this is where it kind of gets tricky, is like, I just did it in a home console. I go to the CRM when I get to my desk, and it shows in the deal record a sub form. And I'm like, it's just a blank sheet of paper. I'm like, this is going to take forever. There's like 40 items that are going to go into this project, whatever.
Yeah.
When I go to add that information, now I'm asking Granola and I'm going back and forth. What might be nice is having a template in Granola. Same thing for us. We have the who will what template.
Yeah.
Trained on how we create things, and it does a really good job at that first draft. Having something like that for them, where like the bottom section of their template is bulleted out by item and then measurements for that item. And then I don't know if this will work because what they do is so custom, but you could in the template train them on like the most popular measurements. That way it has something to draw off of.
Yeah, I think that's super smart. Let me see. I may have something about using some sort of automation to capture granola notes. I don't think I do though. So
Yeah, and that could be just for the
Right.
template. And then another thing too is this is just something I want you to think about, because I think this is where things are trending with AI agents. Is you could have a section at the bottom of the granola notes that has like a list of all the items and like something to do with measurements. And then you can copy that section, paste it into an AI agent. I wish we could do this all in one, but granola can't support this part. So they'd have to copy that section, paste it into like an AI agent, like N8N, like a form. And then N8N can look through every single item and actually associate it to the right item in CRM and generate the subform for them.
yeah, that'd be amazing. And then
Yeah. And you can even just pitch that just to gauge the reaction and just see if it's even of interest, and just say, hey, this might seem overly over engineered for you, but I just wanted to make mention of it because this is where I see things trending, and I wanted to see if it's of interest. And they might say, yeah, that's of interest, but maybe phase 2, or might they say, no, that's a huge problem right now. We would love to include that in the first version.
yeah, I think that might be something they're really interested in. I think that was one of the biggest pain points is logging that information. It's so if like, yeah, an AI agent could go through as much of it as possible and then return a list of items that it wasn't able to go through that need to be manually entered, that could be like a really,
Yeah. And just pitch it as a first draft. Just say, hey, when I created your action plan, Granola did the first draft, and then I spent hours and hours going through it and actually detailing it out. And let's just say it takes you 2 hours to make the action plan. Say it would have taken me 4 if I had to start from scratch. So AI did a really good job of the first draft, but it just misses so much detail that I have to go through it. Same thing. It might create the first quote for them really well,
yeah,
the rough draft of the quote, but then they're going to maybe spend an hour or two. But the point here that I'm trying to make is it's so much easier to start with a rough draft, because we're really good at correcting things. So when we see something that's correct, oh, that doesn't look right. But starting from a blank sheet of paper, I don't think is helpful for anybody.
Right.
So that's why I bring that up.
No, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, so maybe throw that in the notes at some point as something to pitch. But I'll let you go through. I know there's probably a lot of. How many pages do we have in this doc? Just to, because I don't want to torture you and go on for. I don't want to do too many tangents, but I want to make sure we go through the whole thing too.
No, this is great. Yeah, so down to here, is there any?
Cool. Okay. Yeah. So a couple more pages. Okay. Sweet. Yeah, let's go through it.
Okay. So the one thing with this, I need to look down in the present stage. I think that this might actually belong in the present stage.
What? The capturing site measurements?
Specifically entering details into the CRM, or site measurements into the CRM.
That makes sense to me that it would happen before present.
That makes sense. Yeah, because
Yeah.
I maybe need to move some items from present then into the consult stage. But let's go through present stage.
We'll go through point by point. I'll give you some feedback on like, hey,
Yeah.
I did that in the stage before, and you can implement that feedback after.
Okay, so present stage. Team member will log into vendor portals such as Hunter Douglas PIC system, which is one of their main vendors, to retrieve MSRP pricing and technical specifications based on the measurements captured in the consult stage. This is another thing that may be able to use OCR to really help out because they're not going to be able to, I don't think like a deluge script or anything like that would be able to take some of these vendors' systems output and enter it into the CRM. So there would have to be some more data entry, I think. Like you have to enter the data into the CRM, or maybe enter it in.
Real quick, just a question. Is there an API for this vendor they're using, Hunter Douglas?
Yeah. The problem is that they have lots of different vendors.
Not just Hunter Douglas.
What'd you say?
Not just Hunter Douglas. That's what you're
Yeah, no, they've got tons of different vendors. So I think that trying to coordinate and some sort of API would be difficult. That would even make OCR difficult, just because script
saying.
or
You're training on different templates.
yeah, exactly.
Do you know, maybe you already said this, how many vendors do they usually source material and items from?
Let me check my granola notes. Okay, so for different fixtures, they have different amounts of vendors. For shades, they have about 3 vendors. For hardware, they have lots of different ones. And for, let's see, yeah, I guess that's fabric vendors and multiple fabric vendors,
So what are we, a dozen vendors?
something like that. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, that's in my head, that's like 12 different templates. So it's not so much that OCR wouldn't work, but you might, here's the thing too, 12 vendors, maybe 3 of them are the ones you use the most. And so you just say, hey, let's test it on 1 or 2, OCR 1 or 2. And if it works, great, we'll roll it out for all 12. If it doesn't work, then at least you tried.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, OCR, actually, there is a field for OCR in Zoho Creator.
Okay.
But I'm thinking I'm thinking something like N8N. There, like, you can upload an image to N8N as an AI agent, and Gemini can look at it. Because I think the new version of Gemini has the best like optical character recognition out of all the AI. So something just to test across.
Yeah, definitely. We can even connect it to possibly Notebook LM, which is like,
yeah, Notebook LM. Yeah, and even maybe to make it easy, just say, hey, we'll just upload it to Gemini, and then Gemini can, just tell them to use Gemini's free version, just upload it, and it will do a custom gem for them and output. There's just some things to think about there, because Gemini custom gem, I feel like, would be the lowest friction to just give a proof of concept, and then you can make something more official later. But yeah, I'm hoping, my hope every time we do a readout like this is that they think to themselves, there's not another place on earth we could hire that would care this much about our process and suggest these many specific solutions. That's
cool.
my hope of what they feel, is that they're like, even if it's not perfect, they get off the call thinking to themselves, and no one else is going to care this much about how we do business and suggest solutions like this.
Okay, cool. I think there were a lot of points where I had ideas on things where I was like, I don't really want to over engineer the system, or like, I don't know, like go overboard. And so maybe I ended up under engineering or not like putting down enough like cool ideas for the system.
Yeah, and you can make an argument either way, right? Because the argument to not do that is you don't want to overwhelm it. So you brought up a great point. My argument is what I just mentioned. I want them to walk away feeling like, hey, they really cared. And here's the thing: I would feel wrong about doing it maximalist if I told them all of this we must have.
Yeah.
But I'm not saying that. I'm just saying, hey, this is something to think about. Because like, as a consultant or advisor, like, I'm trying to give you a vision of, if you were to get the most out of your system, this is what it would look like. And we can do this in phases.
Yeah.
And so if I'm not, you'll notice in my documentation, like, you put will implement Delusion. I put can create a OCR automation, something like that. And I love to throw in some of those crazy advanced ones just to get them thinking. I don't even care if they ever do it. And a lot of times they'll do it later. But yeah, I did that with one of your clients for the API integration with the credit bureaus.
Yeah.
And some of the AI agents we're doing with them. Those are some crazier solutions. I'm like, these are things to think about. And they're like, we love it. And sometimes they're like, no. And I'm like, I just want to put it out there and see what your level of interest is.
Yeah.
Because there's enough work on here to get our money's worth from having the client. This is kind of to show them they can't really get this experience with other consultants, because most people won't think this deeply through their process. So
yeah, it makes a lot of sense.
Cool.
Okay. And just, I've taken notes about the OCR and
cool. Yeah, I assume you have your granola notes going on right now, and
I do.
you can incorporate it out there. Cool.
Okay, perfect. Okay, so Brockbank Consulting can implement a deluge script that will deconstruct the data from the vendor portal and automatically push it into a CRM quote.
Love it. You can do that. That'd be, and then vendor portal. So how would that work though?
Extract the data from the vendor portal. Yeah, so I think that actually after deciding this, I decided that something like an OCR would be better. So I think that this is where we would use the OCR, because I think I was originally thinking, like, I looked into the Hunter Douglas PIC system and was like, maybe we can, use a PDF, and anyways, an OCR would be the correct thing there.
Cool. So I was thinking as well.
Cool.
Yeah, and if they had one vendor portal, it might make sense for an API. But yeah, if they're dealing with 12 different portals or whatnot, it's tricky.
Yeah, I think that makes sense. Okay. Team member will utilize configure price quote functionality within the CRM to manage the 40 plus individual components, rods, rings, brackets, and caps required for custom drapery units, ensuring no hardware is missed. This is actually a point that I got from the other action plan that was created. And actually, I was hoping to ask you a little bit about the CPQ system. I was thinking through how to solve this problem of like inventory and entering information into the CRM that is then transferred to Zoho Books later, and how to do that. And this seems like a great solution, but I'm not exactly sure how to implement it.
Yeah. So I'm going to give you an answer to what I think is your question. And if it doesn't answer your question head on, just let me know.
Okay.
So you're going to bring in items from whatever system. So they're using Zoho Books to manage all items currently, right?
Yes.
The items from Zoho Books will sync as products in Zoho CRM.
Okay.
Automatically. So as soon as you set that up, it's going to sync over. You're going to use CPQ. CPQ is just the quotes module. Just think about it that way. It just has some nicer, it has some better features though in Zoho CRM than the quotes does within Zoho Books. So that's the key reason why CPQ is even worth thinking about, is it has some additional features. So like one feature is it can auto suggest items based on a selected item. So when you create the quote, it'll say, hey, you selected this ring. This ring almost always goes with this bracket. So this bracket then auto suggests things like that.
Okay.
Books might be developing that, but they don't have as many CPQ features.
Okay.
It's more of a sales function. That's why.
Cool.
Less of an ERP function.
Okay. But that sounds like it makes a lot of sense for this particular system then, right?
Yeah. Let me, here's CPQ functionality within the quote, manage the 40 plus individual components required for custom draper, ensuring no hardware is missing. Yeah. And basically what I would say to the client here is, if they're like, what does this mean? I just say, you're going to go from the deal, you're going to create a quote, and then for every line item in the quote, you're going to fill out which items you're using from X vendors. And yeah, you're just creating a quote from the deal. So, and then on the quote, you're going to have the 40 plus individual components there. Does that make sense?
I think it does. Yeah. I think maybe the question that I have is, we're creating a sub form within deals to track like fixtures and what is needed. I guess is the sub form going to be for the specific fixtures, and then we are assigning line items to those in the quote? Or I guess, like, where does the sub form, how do the sub form and the
relate to the quote
together? Yeah.
Yeah. So what I understood about the sub form is you're just putting down like measurements for things.
Yeah.
So like, and this totally is confusing. So it's good to ask questions about it, because it might need to be one thing, right? It might just need to be the quote. From my understanding though, a subform could be helpful because you're putting in like raw information, like we need this item and it's this measurement, and we might not have an item already created with those measurements.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Does that make sense?
That does make sense.
That's where there might be a disconnect. So you might need to have the subform first and then the quote later, because you haven't added the items.
Yeah. Yeah, that makes
Right.
sense.
That's what I'm thinking. And then, and it might be this, we don't have to go too far in the rabbit hole here, but just be thinking about this. Instead of creating a brand new item inside of Zoho Books, you may create a variant of an item. And the variation of the item would just be the measurements.
Okay.
So, but you could just do an item per, and that's where it's going to get really messy. What they're doing is custom, right? So it's like,
Yeah.
they might think, well, this is the same item. Well, no, it's not, because each of those items are cut so differently. It's basically a new product.
Yeah.
So I think it's useful to have the subform first, capture that, the raw detail on the items required in the measurements. And the quote is the specific things that they are sourcing from a vendor.
Yeah. So you bring the measurements over to a vendor system. You get an output of the actual items, and then you bring those back over to the CRM and you quote them. Correct? Okay. So the subform is pre-vendor, basically, kind of a thing.
Subform, pre-vendor, quote, post-vendor.
Cool.
Yep.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
That's really helpful. Thank you.
Of course.
Okay.
And I think it's useful for you to think in inputs and outputs like that. Like,
Yeah, it
input
is.
for vendor system is subform, output would be list of items. So yeah, that's a great way to think about it.
Cool. Okay, so team member will use the CRM. Did I already do this? No. We'll use the CRM vendor module to send standardized requests for quotes to multiple secondary manufacturers for hardware and fabric to finalize project costs. So the hardware and fabric, it's a little bit different because that's like the things back here, like the individual components that aren't necessarily as custom, but things that normally go with the items that they're getting from, say, what's it called? Hunter Douglas. So while they're going to vendors like Hunter Douglas for the big things, smaller hardware can be
Sorry, they're sourcing for multiple vendors per job, right? So they might have 4 different vendors they're procuring 40 plus items from.
yeah, exactly. Does this make sense? I feel like this is worded kind of strangely.
It is worded kind of weird. But maybe I'm just not thinking through it enough. Team member will use the CRM vendor module to send standardized requests. So I would put almost like a sub item here where it says like can, and maybe you already have this, so if you do, it's okay. Can add an automation to create purchase orders. Is that the right? No, because at this point, configure price quote, standardized requests. Yeah, because so I'll tell you what I'm thinking, but it seems too early to do this. So it's an automation where it looks at the quote, and then it creates purchase order drafts based on the item's preferred vendor. Okay, so you create a quote, there's line items for every product, but every item, if you click into the item record, it says preferred vendor at the bottom right. So if you already have a preferred vendor for certain items, then the system shouldn't just spit out like, well, you have 4 items here and 4 preferred vendors. There should be 4 purchase orders for each preferred vendor. Does that make any sense? Or is that?
I think it does, but like maybe does this belong in a different stage then, because we're not working with purchase orders yet? Like why do we need?
That's what I'm thinking. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah,
Just this is kind of early. So because from the quote, since you already have the quote, they sent a request for quote. We're generating the quote. It's too early to get the purchase order for the vendor. It's too early.
That makes sense. That would be in,
because you're not reaching out to them to purchase anything until the interior designer's client says yes.
Yeah, until we're on the procure stage and we've converted the quote into sales orders that we can then. And I think, you know what? I think I do. I'm trying to see if I have.
And you're thinking through that correctly. Yes. All of what you just said. Yes.
Yeah. So that point is pretty similar to this point. It's just more specifically for hardware. Let's see. So would that
You have
be
it again, right? Yeah.
this?
Oh, it's automatically sent at 6%. I think where it is right now is good. Second point there, second master point or big point, team member will, yeah.
We could also come back to the procure stage. Cool. So
I think you're at 1, 2, the third point there.
yeah. Team member will generate a professional itemized proposal using Zoho CRM templates that group items by room as preferred by their interior designer clients. So currently they're using templates in Zoho books that are like very simple. And they organize these proposals by room, sometimes by specific fixtures. There's some
Wait, just pause real quick. I don't want to lose this thought. I would add this part as like a note to the granola notes for the template. Like it should do items per room. That's going to be so helpful, I think.
okay.
Is that, I think you just did in-home consult, you press AI summary in granola and it shows you each item by room. That would be so helpful. I'd also put it on the that I would have a field in the subform for room 2.
Okay.
Because,
Yeah, that makes sense.
yeah, because then by the time they get to creating the quote, like they just have to look at the subform on the deal and then they can go from there.
That makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. Because keeping track of all of that information is really in the same way it is for us when we do an action plan. It's going to be useful for them to have in granola and then in the CRM too.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. I actually really like that design, and I think that fits in really well with this OCR idea of taking the granola notes and spitting out items for the subform.
Yeah,
with the room. I don't know. That feels like that all really works together well.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, cool. Proposal. Yeah. So Zoho CRM will send the finalized proposal to the interior design via Zoho Sign for formal digital acceptance. They currently send out a kind of rough proposal template, and then the interior designer just says like, "Hey, like that sounds good." So formalizing that process a little bit, making it a little bit easier for everybody as well.
Let me look through that just to make sure I understand those professional itemized proposal using. So for the proposal, where are they creating this? Let's go back a step. Like, where's this professional itemized proposal?
It would be, I guess, quote would be the correct word. Proposal might be the word. I would guess that they use in their granola, or that I got from granola notes. Yeah. But this would be the quote, right?
So maybe, and I would ask your granola notes this because maybe ask the granola notes if you think it'll give you the answer. So a proposal is usually presentation ready. So a quote is usually not presentation ready. So think about it this way. A proposal is where I can go to the client and say, this is what we need to purchase. And then here's a 2D render of where it's going to be in your house, as an example. Maybe they don't do the 2D. Our other client that's similar to this one, they do 2D renders. This client may not. But if you go to a client and you just say, hey, here's the quote, they might say, but like, why do we need this? Like, where is it going to go?
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? So a quote is not presentation ready. And then a proposal is. Here's the thing though. The interior designer may take a quote and then make a proposal out of it.
Yeah.
So, and if you need to ask that question during the readout, in my eyes, that's the first question of clarification you have in this. So it's not going to kill the readout if you just say, hey, just a question here. As I was going through it, this came to me. Are they making a proposal like presentation, or is the quote a proposal in your eyes?
You know what? I have the answer. Well, I have sort of an answer to this. Maybe you can help clarify for me. So they're sending this out to the interior designer, and the interior designer is presenting it to the client. If the client wants to go ahead, then the deal goes ahead. The deal is then turned into a sales order. So that's the idea. So I guess like an invoice is sent out. So I would guess that on the designer side of things, or our side of things, we are sending out an invoice, right? Or no, sorry, we're sending out a quote to the interior designer, who is then preparing that quote for presentation. And then if they accept it, then the invoice is sent out, right? Wouldn't that be how it goes?
I don't think so, and this
Okay.
is why. And they might be that might be the case. But if they came to our client to get the quote, but also to show them why the quote is needed. Because if the interior designer can look at the quote and then make a presentation, then I'd be like, then you are a specialist. Like, you're able to look at a quote and generate a presentation. Like, but so I'll tell you, this is gonna be make a little more sense. Our other client, their process at this point is they actually go in and they will bring in the fabrics, they'll bring in a 2D render, and they'll do the presentation for the client. And it sounds like these guys, or this client, they don't do that, correct?
No, they don't.
They don't. And that's okay. Maybe that's just not what they do. They might even want to consider it. You could even say, hey, our other client does this. They might find that helpful. But the key question is, do we need to create a presentation so that the interior designer can give the presentation, or do we just need to give them the quote and they'll do everything else? That's the question.
Let me just ask my notes. I think I should have this.
Yeah, if not, it's okay, but something that's a question mark for me.
Yeah. Okay. So yeah, my notes, it looks like the quote is presented to the client by the designer. So currently, as is, they're sending out a quote from Zoho Books, which is presented by the designer. Usually there are a couple of edits that are made before finalizing the details.
So interior designer is presenting it to a client just based off the quote.
Yeah.
Cool. Okay. Yeah. And I don't want to muddy the waters, but something to think about presenting is that you can, because I'm just thinking as an interior designer now, I go to my client, they're like, how much is it going to cost? And I just show them a quote, and the quote's just kind of ugly, and it's like, it's going to be $20,000. Like, if I could even see like in the quote images of the product, like something, it would just make it more visual and be like, oh, I get why it's going to be, I don't know. Maybe don't act on that, but just something to be like, maybe we want to automate some kind of proposal so that it looks really nice for the interior designer, so it's easy for them to sell. Because I'm just trying to think, in the same way we have this document to kind of sell our clients on, this is the vision for the system, I want the interior designer to have something to present to the client to sell them on the vision. Like, it's 20 grand, but it's 85 components and it's all custom, like, just to give them something to go off of.
I see what you're saying. Yeah. Okay. I think I understand what you're saying. It's not okay. Yeah.
Does it make sense? If it doesn't,
no, I get where the clarification is needed now. Yeah. Because you're not just you shouldn't just be sending an itemized list. That would be.
That doesn't seem like enough to me to sell a homeowner on like $20,000. But maybe they just have FU money and they're like, I don't care. It's only 30 grand. Like, let's buy 6 sets of every drip. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I would think that they would want, because our other client, they literally go into the home. They have fabrics. They have, like, it's a full-on presentation. So for them to have to do that and for this client to only have to send a quote, to me is just a little shocking. But I'll let you do what you want with that information. Cool. Maybe it's a question for them. Maybe you want to put in a solution. It's whatever you want to do.
That makes a lot of sense.
Cool.
Okay.
So where are we at?
Okay. We'll configure Zoho Sign for the formal digital acceptance of quotes, which will automatically update the deal stage in the CRM.
Yeah, and so this is my question. This makes me think it might be a proposal, but who's signing this? So is the interior designer signing this to say we want to move forward?
Yeah. So what's currently happening is basically like the interior designer will like respond with an email saying like, hey, this looks good. Let's move forward. So I think it would be the interior designer signing on that.
Yeah, I would. I would do it a little different. I would
Okay.
just send them the quote. I don't think Zoho signs needed at all.
Okay.
Unless they want an agreement in place, actually. You know what? I take what I said back. Because if there's kind of two ways I envision this happening. One, they have like an agreement set up when they very first have an interior designer. They're like, you need to sign this contract. And it says every time you confirm a quote, that means you intend to purchase. The second way to do it is per job, there's an agreement set up. So the interior designer has to sign and say, by signing, you're agreeing to all the terms and conditions of the agreement. To me, based on doing this over 180 times with different organizations, I would actually think it makes more sense to avoid a signature, because that seems a little cumbersome, like it adds too many steps, and just have them send a quote. And when they accept the quote from Zoho Books, then they convert it to a sales order.
That makes sense. Yeah, that functionality is like kind of already built into.
Right. So to me, I think using Zoho Sign is kind of sidestepping how the system's designed to be used. But
Okay.
we have to take how the system's designed to be used. We have to put that up against the real world nuance of their processes. And if they have this nuance where like we have to get an agreement signed every single time we do a job, then I'm like, yeah, because they might want to put in writing, if you sign this, you will pay for the material, because we can't start the procurement process and then you back out.
Yeah, and maybe that's.
So I would put, maybe as a sub note, I would just put or we can do this through Brockbank, and you could put no, or we can do this through accepting the quote.
Or okay, what about this?
Let's see.
Because I took out Zoho Sign from the. Let's see.
You to configure the formal acceptance of quotes, and I'm going to be picky with you because this is really good, and I want to make this even better. So I'm going to give you a picky thing here. The point above where you're at right now, instead of will configure the formal digital acceptance, that's kind of wordy. I put something like Brockbank Consulting will configure the quote to like configure the quote to get acceptance. I'm trying to think of how to word this. Configure the quote to get client to press accept. Something in like layman terms, just so anyone can read it and be like, oh.
Well, for client acceptance.
Yeah. And then you can I would just put in brackets too, like the client can click accepted from the quote email. Because I just want them to be able to see it in their head. Because that's one of the problems with this kind of documentation too. It's not visual at all. But for us to put a screenshot for every single point would be an insane amount of work.
Yeah.
We don't want to do that. So yeah.
And visual overload probably.
Yeah. It'd be cool if in the future though we could run this through like an AI system and it could look at every point and like mock up like a wireframe. But anyways.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, like things like quotes, you probably pretty easily design infrastructure for that. Like,
yeah, I mean, if AI can look at like a prompt and create an app, I imagine it could look through this and create like a low resolution wireframe.
yeah.
That's probably a lot to ask. But anyways.
Well, we could even just like have a picture library of common, like just like invoices and quotes, and have the AI
Kanban views, like deal states.
Yeah.
Even when I told you put the deal states Kanban view, it's like we don't need one specifically for them. We can just have ours right there. And to have that in the system, I think that would take action plans to another level because
It would, yeah.
so detailed. Anyways, something to think about too for maybe some future enhancements here.
Cool.
Sweet.
Interior designer will review the renderings and cost with their client and provide a digital. Okay, no, yeah. And provide a digital signature which triggers an automated update to the deal record. Okay, so I guess that's a little bit redundant, but it's a helpful.
And I would just put, I would take that out because you already have the accept thing, but yeah.
Also, the interior designer isn't really part of their organization, so
yeah,
that's kind of like a step for the interior designer, but they do that, you know.
Right. Yeah. And I actually don't mind having steps because, and I probably should have said this at first, but the first thing I want to do is just go through all the steps of all the people. I don't even care what the system's doing. I just want to say like who's got to do what. So our client's got to do this. The interior designer needs to do this. The homeowner needs to do this. I just want to get a vision of everything. And then I'll start putting in the system points.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Anyways, yeah, I don't mind having like an interior designer step in the process. Yeah.
Zoho CRM will automatically notify, and Brooke will automatically notify. Does it need to have their names, or should I just say team members?
Or I'll just put like client team member, something like that. So I know, yeah, team member. I don't even like the term team member. That's just my best like person at this company for our client. So yeah.
Yeah. Once the signature, Zoho CRM will automatically notify client team members once the signature is received and transition the deal to the procure stage. So there'll just be a workflow that does that. Rockbank Consultant will create your workflow.
Exactly. Yep. And then just for anyone watching, adding the action item for us to make that system a reality. So at the end, we should have a list of all the action items that we need to actually make this happen for the client. That's what doing is a sub point. So all the steps of the process, what Zoho's doing, what people are doing, whether they're a client or someone else involved, and then the sub step should be what we are going to do to actually make the system a reality. So good work putting that in. That looks good.
Okay. Moving to the procure stage. Zoho CRM will automatically convert the quote into a sales order in Zoho Books on quote acceptance, which will serve as the master financial record for fulfillment. Maybe rather than being on quote acceptance, it should be when the deal is converted to the procure stage. I mean, I guess they're the same thing because that's the trigger.
Trigger. Yeah. No, this looks perfect to me. Yeah. And then, yeah, just real quick thing here for those who are watching, a quote just means this is what something's going to cost. Once someone has accepted the quote, they're saying, I'm committing to buying what you quoted. And a commitment to purchase is a sale, right? And so in a B2B context, the record would move from a quote, which is this is what something is going to cost that they're interested in, to a sales order. This is what we're going to purchase. And then a sales order breaks out into an invoice and to a package and shipment typically. So with that, that's why it's important to use the right records for the right things, because the system works differently for different record types. So with that, you can take it away. I just wanted to clarify for anyone who's watching this.
Perfect. We'll automate the conversion of an accepted quote into a sales order within Zoho Books.
Perfect.
No custom Deluge script needs to be used. Correct?
Just as we, yeah. So I was actually just thinking about that. I almost feel like they shouldn't use the Zoho CRM quotes module. They should use the Zoho Books quotes module. Makes more sense to me that way, because I don't know what the benefit is of using Zoho CRM quotes, and I don't like having to do the scripts. And Zoho Books now has quotes.
Okay.
And you can change the estimates to quotes, so that makes more sense to me. Then you can avoid the Deluge script later.
Okay, so we're taking those. Let's see, we're taking the vendor requirements. We're converting we're using OCR to convert that to something that their system can use, and we're bringing that information into Zoho Books.
I'll say it this way: granola notes from the in-home console to subform on the deal, from subform on the deal to vendor portal, from vendor portal to Zoho Books quotes. And the Zoho Books quotes will have a section on the deal record. And we'll have a section on the deal record because you're going to do the Zoho Books to Zoho CRM integration, which I believe was like your first item on here.
Yes. Okay, so granola notes to the subform of the deal to the vendor
Portal.
vendor portal, and then OCR recognition or OCR system, vendor portal, OCR, and then to, did you say, what's after OCR?
Zoho Books quotes module. And then from Zoho Books quote to client, which is interior designer, to accept, and then from acceptance to sales order.
And the quote in Zoho Books just transfers cleanly into a sales order. That's what you're saying.
Exactly.
So that makes it a ton easier. Okay, I see.
Way easier. Yeah, that way, because we have a script for this, but I'm like, I don't want to make you do that. Just, and I'm not seeing the usefulness of using Zoho CRM quotes. This is a really, really small thing, but it can make a big difference. The only thing is the searchability within the quotes in Zoho CRM is a little easier because you can type in like a partial match for an item and it can come up, I believe.
Okay.
We just added that feature in Zoho Books, so you can, it's in the backend settings, but you can do like partial match search now, and that's the only benefit I see to Zoho CRM. It has CPQ, but the CPQ features, I'm like, I don't think it's going to be that helpful in this situation. So just be aware of that.
So we're gonna scrap the CPQ entirely. Then we're
all I would do is everywhere it says CPQ, I just go and put Zoho Books quotes.
Cool.
And that's a two-way door. And when I say two-way door, it means you walk through it. If it's the wrong solution, you can walk back out and change it. But from my perspective, based on what's been discussed so far, I see it being more of a problem later to do it in Zoho CRM than it is a benefit. And so that's why I'm mentioning it.
Okay. Yeah, I think that makes sense. Cool.
Sweet.
Okay. Sales order, custom deluge scripts, not necessarily. Okay. Team member will use the CRM vendor module to send standardized requests for quotes to multiple second. So that's not going to be a thing. We're going to use Zoho Books then, correct? To send out requests for quotes, and they should be. No,
there isn't a request for quote. There is no like request for quote standard module, like out of box module.
Okay.
You send CRM vendor module to send standardized requests for quote to multiple secondary manufacturers. I think, and I don't think it is a request for quote. I think they already have the pricing. It's a purchase order because they're going to procure now, right? So they're not getting a quote from vendors. They're like, this is a purchase order. Correct me if I'm wrong, because they already went through the vendor modules to get pricing.
You know, I think this is the point that we moved.
Oh,
so
yeah.
So now it's making more sense. I think so. Looking at their notes, they typically need to email the manufacturers with necessary details to ask for a request for quote, I think.
Oh, so they need to get requests for quotes earlier, even after the vendor portal?
Let me look in more detail here.
Yeah. And then you're using granola notes to check on the difference or the details?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Awesome.
Interesting. Yeah, so they go to their vendors for let's see, for things like getting like fabric and so specifically for hardware, that's where they have many different vendors, and they need to email manufacturers with the necessary details. That's strange to me that they wouldn't have lists of costs already though. So maybe
for some items they have a vendor portal that they can cleanly grab information, and then for other items they need to give the vendor more detail for a specified like cost.
Yeah, no, it makes sense. So this will need to go back into the consult stage, right?
I think so, based on what you said. And I would just put team member can instead of team member will. I put team member can use Zoho CRM vendor module to send standardized requests for quotes to multiple secondary manufacturers. Yeah, I would. And then I would add a note just saying, and it's the question in the note, just saying, when do we do this? Like, when are RFPs used? Because my understanding is that the vendor portal gives us this information, because that's my question that I would ask the client.
Yeah, so vendor portal is going to give information for things like shades, curtains, like fabric, that stuff, but specific hardware, like some of the smaller items and things like that. Those come from like bigger.
You already know that one. Okay, perfect.
Yeah, those come from bigger manufacturer.
Nice. So yeah, throw it back into console. It's good that we made sense of this one, and then we can.
Here's my question. I added a note about creating purchase orders. How that is that? I guess we wouldn't want to create purchase orders at this point. Yeah, because it's a request for quote. So
Exactly.
okay.
Yeah, you take that out.
That was obviously confusion on my part there.
It's totally fine. This is why it's good to do this point by point.
Yeah.
And it's the rough draft gets chaotic at first, and then it starts to, as you go through it in detail, like we've done, it starts to just make more and more sense. So
Yeah, that makes sense. 10% invoices. It's gonna be after the site visit. Wait, is it in the present stage? Yeah, it's in the present stage.
yeah, because it would be after the portal.
Yes. Okay. Extend standards request for multiple for hardware. Yep. Okay.
That makes sense to me.
Yeah, that's enough detail there, I think. Okay. Zoho Books will automatically
Wait,
send.
sorry, I'm going to torture you a little bit. Go back to that one. I think there should be a sub item with like Brockbank Consulting will create like RFQ templates or something. Because I'm still not even clear exactly how you would generate a RFQ for the vendors. I'm
also like I didn't get specifics on what they're currently doing for those RFQs. So that would be a good item to discuss.
Yeah, and that's actually okay that you don't know what their template looks like, because Zoho CRM has templates for like quotes that you can send out. And what you can do is you can just take a quote. So this is what I'm trying to think through right now. Are you going to use the quotes module to capture the information for an RFQ? And then you can just do within the quotes module a quote type. Now, remember, we're moving from Zoho CRM quotes to Zoho Books quotes. That means the Zoho CRM quotes is kind of open now. So within the Zoho CRM quotes, you could have a status or stage for like RFQ or like quote type RFQ. But technically it's breaking things a little because the quotes module isn't used for requesting quotes. It's not used for requesting, it's not an RFQ. An RFQ is a different thing than a quote. So we may do a custom module. So this is the other crazy thing to think about. You already have a sub form on the deal. Maybe we use that to generate the RFQs. Those are my questions now. I'll tell you what I would do just based on what I know now. I would just use the quotes module, and I would change one of the templates from saying quote to request for quote.
Yeah.
For every request for quote, I'd create a new quote under the deals module because it's not being used anymore.
Yeah. No, I think that's smart. And then also, yeah, like you said, you got the sub forms in deals that will have the specified hardware that you can pull from. Right? Yeah. So, okay.
Yeah, exactly.
Cool. You could also have a sub form field that is vendor, right?
Yeah. And so are you saying you like the sub form more or the quotes more?
Oh, sorry. I was saying maybe I was confused with what you're saying. I was thinking like using both. You enter in information initially, all information to the sub form. Some of that information is going to go to the vendor portal, and then some of that information is going to go into quotes to send out to a request for quotes to send out to the hardware manufacturer.
Yes. Okay, we're on the same page.
Yeah. So I'm just thinking like in the sub forms, you could label the vendor, and then there will be different workflows depending on the vendor.
Well, and you can do that. I guess my thing is each item should have a preferred vendor, I think.
Yeah.
For hardware. And so then you don't need to put it in a field. Like,
oh, yeah, I see.
Because it's on the item. So then what I think should happen is there should be like a button on the subform. You press it and it automatically creates all the requests for quotes and just sends them out based on the preferred vendor. And at the very least, it should just create the quotes and then you can change it from there. But does that make sense? A script that will look through every item and say these 3 items have the same preferred vendor. Therefore, it becomes this request for quote, and we just send it.
Yeah, I think that makes a lot of sense. So we'll create templates and then
And if you want to get a little crazier as you're writing this out, you can put, it will send follow-up emails to the preferred vendor, because a lot of vendors, you think, oh, I just sent you a request for quote, like you're going to be happy, you're going to get a sale. No, like they don't respond. You need to nag them.
okay.
If you put like a automatic cadence, that could be really helpful for them too.
Cool. Our consultant will create a button that automatically sends out our FQ or Qs using the quote module to hardware vendors, Google Mail, to hardware vendors. And so when we use it, we'll create a button that automatically sends out RFQs, button that automatically templates items from the subform.
Yeah, and then just a little bit on the wording, automatically fills RFQ templates. I'd put automatically creates RFQ quotes. Templates to me comes after.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. You're just itemizing the quotes.
Yeah.
And the subform located in deals. Okay.
And I'd put can here for this one, for the automated follow-up, if that's what you're doing next.
Yeah, I was gonna automate sending out the quote. I guess that can
I do
be,
a can there too, because you just don't know.
Yeah.
Creating the quote to me makes sense. Sending it out and then having a follow-up cadence, that's kind of a can, because it's like maybe this happens after. Because they may say we want them created, but we might change things before we send them out. So
okay. Wait, so what should this item be?
so Brockbank Consulting will create RFQ quotes. I think is fine.
Okay.
Brockbank Consulting can create a button that automatically creates RFQ quotes with items. That's fine. I can configure workflow to send out the emails, to send automatic reminder emails if no vendor response. And then what was the other one I was thinking of? What else did we just discuss? It just gave me. You just
I just mentioned it.
Oh, sending it automatically creates or automatically sending the quote to should be between those 2 points. So after Brockbank Consulting create a button, just enter, and Brockbank Consulting can create an automation to send the quotes to the preferred vendor. Because could you imagine how nice that'd be? Click one button, all the quotes, the requests for quotes are created and sent out, and the reminder cadence goes out. And all they need to do beforehand is make sure all the preferred vendors in each. You might want to add this as a note, but client just needs to make sure every preferred vendor is correct in every item beforehand, which isn't a small ask, but if you do that, you can just click one button and you're done. So I'm going to pause you real quick and just ask you. So this is one of the very first action plans you're doing. And we just went through it together. What in your mind has is anything clicked with you as we've done this? Where you're like, oh, this is how it's supposed to go versus how I was doing it. Just for people who are viewing this, they're learning about the design process, which is taking the discovery notes and designing solutions. What's going through your mind as we're doing this?
One of the biggest things is that I don't know, I enjoy coming up with cool automations. That's something that I really enjoy is thinking up and creating automations that would not be, I don't know, it wouldn't be the most simple system, but it would be maybe more convenient, And I think that there were ideas that I had that I very specifically did not put in because I was like, they might not want this. But I don't know, what I've learned from you today is they might not want this is not a problem. We're offering suggestions to them. So if I actually do have an idea that would genuinely they would love and would make their lives easier, it would be a missed opportunity if I did not get that on paper. So I think for me that's one of the biggest things.
Yeah, I love that. And the way I think about it, this is silly, but this is what I'll say to clients. I'll say, it does not hurt my feelings if these things you say don't want to do that. I just want you to see everything that's going on in my mind to get the most out of the system. Because the clients we usually take on are people who are like, we want things fully automated, fully integrated. Those are things they'll say. And I'm like, well, if you're serious about that, here's some advanced things to think about. Do we have to do this version 1? No.
Yeah.
But if you want it, then we can put it phase 2, phase 3, whatever it is. So, and what I'm hearing from you is what's kind of shifted for you today is like, when you go through every point, instead of saying, no, that's too complicated, saying, hey, it might be worth suggesting. Just suggesting it.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. And that's what I'm trying to get across to people, because in the diagram, right, it's like they're seeing the system cycle infinity loop. And I showed you earlier, like it's red on one side showing like the discovery and the design is probably the hardest parts.
Yeah.
The designs, I actually think this part is the hardest, because you're taking the discovery notes, it's this chaotic mess, you're then putting it into a clean format, and then you're going through every single step of the process and thinking where it needs to happen in the system, what automation is going to support it. Like that, you have to have a bank of like 1,000 solutions in order to design like 30 correctly, because you have to understand so much in order to design the correct solution. And then just a side note on that, when I say correct solution, I feel like that gives like me or you or other people designing solutions anxiety. Like, is this the right one?
Yeah.
It's never right. I don't think in terms of like right or wrong as much as it's like, what's the strongest case you can make for this thing? And that to me just kind of shuts off the perfectionism of making this and saying, what's the strongest solution I know currently? Because I don't know everything. I don't know what I don't know. But based on what I do know, what's the strongest arguments you can make? And I'll tell you right now, if I look at an action plan that you gave and a client, let's say a client comes back and they're mad at you and they're like, that was a terrible readout. And I look at the plan and you gave strong arguments for everything, I wouldn't be mad at it. I just say, you gave really, at least if you gave the strongest arguments for what you understood, I'd be like, I like it.
Yeah.
Because you did what you can. So that's the way I want you to think about designing solutions.
I think that's really helpful. I think that I've been really anxious about designing the action plan all week, just because it's just this huge task in my head, and I'm just like, I can't do this. And I don't know what I'm doing. I'm figuring it out as I'm going, but I actually ended up having a lot of fun designing it. Like, this is like, I don't know, this is what I really enjoy doing, is like thinking up systems, thinking up automations. So I loved the process of it. I thought it was really cool. So
cool. Excellent. Well, yeah, and I'd argue you do know what you're doing. I mean, I really don't think this company is ever going to get someone doing this detailed work on discovering and designing solutions for them, probably the rest of their company's existence. I just don't think that. So the fact that you're even delving this deep, you're doing a lot for them. So I'll pause there, or I'll cut it off there. I don't want to keep, judging it, but I was curious. I'm like, what are your thoughts as we've done this? What shifted for you? And that's been really helpful. So thanks for answering that.
Yeah, of course.
Cool. So where are we at? Installation, halfway through procurement, I think.
Let's see. Okay, you were here, I think. No,
I think we're there. Oh no, sorry, we're the one above that. I think is the and let's remove the custom delete script one, just so.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Zoho Books will automatically send out a 60% partial invoice against the sales order to collect the initial project deposit. So that goes out when the initial installments are scheduled. So I think that the idea is that they need to pay that 60% invoice before the work starts on it. That hasn't been happening because they're manually sending out invoices, and automations there will be super helpful.
Them going from an invoice to manage all this to using sales orders and deals properly, they're going to feel like they're in a whole new world. Because I mean, how are you supposed to partially invoice? I mean, they were probably doing partial in payments for the invoice or something. I don't even know how you manage all that. That's just I don't know. So
I don't know, but I imagine it was intense for sure.
Cool.
We'll configure a workflow that automatically creates and sends a 60% partial invoice against the sales order when a deal reaches the procure stage. Team member will generate purchase orders in Zoho Books based on the sales order, breaking out requirements for different manufacturers and subcontractors to ensure technical specs are never retyped. That can be worded much better.
I don't get the breaking out requirements for different manufacturers. I don't get that part. Do you?
So I think that this is going back to the way that vendors are, like, a lot of the different vendors have different requirements for purchasing for them.
Yeah, but if you're generating a purchase order, what does the requirements have to do with that?
I don't know. Yeah, I think you're right.
Well, and I'm not even, maybe there is strong reasoning for it. I just don't understand, because I'm like, you're past the point of requirements. You've already had them commit to purchasing.
Yeah,
Interior designer, he said, we're going to buy it. So at this point, it's based on what they bought, who's our preferred vendor. Let's send them a purchase order.
I agree. I think that sentence didn't make a lot of sense. I agree.
So,
Let's see. Yeah. Team member will generate purchase orders in Zoho Books based on the sales order. I just need to rewrite this. Will generate purchase orders based on the sales order. Yeah, honestly. Purchase orders based on the sales order. Okay. And we could automate that as well, right?
yeah, kind of similar thing to the RFQ
Yeah.
system we discussed. Very
But
simple.
this one will be from Books, correct?
Exactly. That's the big difference. I'd just copy the points you put up earlier too, and then switch RFQ to sales order too, because it's pretty much the exact same thing.
Yeah, I started deleting like phrases from that and ended up deleting like almost the entire thing. Most of that just was not necessary. Document Consulting can create a button that automatically purchase orders with items from the
Yeah, perfect.
consulting can create an automation that sends PO to the consulting for your workflow, sends automatic reminder emails if no vendor response. Does this apply to purchase orders as well?
Maybe the workflow to send out back. Say it one more time.
Does this line apply to vendors as well?
Yeah.
Cool.
Yeah, you would have to kind of, yes. You would have, like, I think you can do a sequence of emails in Zoho Books based on the vendors module. If not, you can just back into Zoho CRM and do it too.
Okay,
Through cadences or something like that. Yeah.
cool. Team member will use Zoho Inventory to log the removal of bulk liner stock from the studio's physical inventory and bill it against the specific residential project. This one is actually a part of a request that she sent after the discovery, a specific request. So honestly, I couldn't go into more detail on that. So that's something I should probably ask her about during the readout.
Okay, sounds good.
We'll set up Zoho Inventory to track liner stock, allowing the team to bill materials against specific residential projects from the studio's physical inventory. I'll ask her about that.
Okay, sounds good.
Does that make sense to you?
I'm reading through. I'm trying to make sense. Team member will use bulk liner stock. Oh, I think they're just wanting to do like a manual item transfer. Stock. I guess the thing that's tripping up is liner stock. I don't understand what that is, but what I'm understanding is they want to be able to track from inventory. Like, do you know the difference between physical stock and accounting stock?
No.
So in Zoho Inventory, accounting stock is what someone's committed to purchasing. Physical stock's what's left the warehouse. So if you commit to purchasing from a vendor, your accounting stock should go up. If the interior designer's committed to purchasing from you, your accounting stock will go down. But just because they've committed to buying it doesn't mean it's left the warehouse yet. It might take a couple days. So why make the differentiation? Well, if someone's committed to purchasing 1,000 of your items and you have 0 left in stock, but in the warehouse, the 1,000 of those are still there, you might walk down the warehouse and say, yeah, we have plenty. We can keep selling. But you would say, no, you can't sell that. Like, someone's already committed to purchasing it.
Okay.
That's why there's differentiation. So I'm trying to think through like why they might want to do this to log their.
Well, this line actually might make more sense after this next. I think it's probably going to apply more to the materials mentioned here.
Okay, yeah, let's.
Yeah. Team member will document the status of customer's own material and custom hardware using a material tracking subform within the CRM deal record, marking items as ordered, shipped, or received. So this is like a pretty specific a specification that they outlined where I think it's the referral partner, the designer, has requested the use of their own material, so they've given them their material, or the customer or the designer has ordered that material, so they need to track it separately from other items.
Okay.
I don't know if that makes sense.
I'm a little confused. Re-explain it to me. What is customer's own material? That's just the material that's specific to their project. Is that what that is?
Yeah, I think it's material that was requested to be used by the interior designers. So like they're normally the ones that decide the fabric, decide, like that draw up and decide all of that. But sometimes the interior designer has a specific fabric in mind that they want to use. So the protocol for storing and documenting that fabric is a little bit different. Like, for example,
okay,
they have to, within 72 hours, inspect the fabric to like let them know if there's any flaws in it. So yeah.
I'm a little confused what this is for. So like is the interior designer wanting to know after things are purchased and then it comes in the warehouse, they just want to know the status of what they purchased, like if it's in good condition? Is that what they're asking?
I think so. Let me ask my granola notes for more details though.
Yeah, because what helps me every time I look at a point is I'm like, I want to envision the situation at hand. And so
Yeah.
what I'm envisioning is that the interior designer's like, hey, you received what we purchased. Like, is it in good condition? But I'm like, I don't know if that's what it is or not.
Yeah, that makes sense. So sometimes the interior designers send their own materials for fabrication. Specifically, because they have their own in-house seamstress that they sometimes use. Anyways, Jesse stated that after receiving a request for a quote, they might not need to visit the site because the designers already have the approximate sizes and selections. In such cases, the designers send the material. Okay, so they're the ones sending the material. And Designer Drapery Studio fabricates them according to the specifications provided. This implies that the designers sometimes supply their own fabrics or materials, which then uses to complete the project.
Okay, so I would just add that then as a customer-owned material is the material supplied by the interior designer. Correct? I think that's what it is.
Yeah, it is.
So customer-owned material to me is a purchase order. So it's a purchase order that's zeroed out. Zeroed out as in they're not paying for it, right? Because it's supplied by the interior designer. So the purchase order would track the status of it, I think.
Okay.
Does that make sense?
It does. Yeah. I'm trying to
associate everything correctly too.
I think that the intricacy here has more to do with their in-house seamstress that they need to work with using this fabric. And I thought I had a line in here talking about that.
Because that would probably come before procurement.
Yeah.
Well, procurement technically should have customer-owned material. There should be maybe a line. Well, we're in procurement, so we're okay. Yeah. And we need to procure before the seamstress does anything. So I think we should be okay. Maybe it happens in the next couple items. I don't know. Let's run through it and I'll let you kind of edit some of the stuff after. Just for anyone watching, we're 2 hours in. This has actually been really productive. I'm just like,
it has been.
It's just, I want to get through what you have so far. Then if you need to add some things for seamstress or things like that, we can do that too.
Sounds great. Okay. Zoho CRM will send an automatic fabric status report to the interior designer once all materials for the project have been received and inspected. Zoho CRM will automatically notify via an email alert once all project-specific materials are marked as received, signaling the project is ready for installation. Let's see. Yeah. Team member will schedule the installation using a Zoho calendar integrated with the installer's schedule to eliminate manual retyping of addresses. I actually think the more important part here is that they're working with the installers' schedules who are subcontracted, and they want to coordinate with their schedule as to where they will be. So like what part of town they will be in, if that makes sense. Schedules.
So I think it makes sense to pitch Zoho FSM, Field Service Management. We talked about this with another client. If you remember with, I guess I'll just leave out their name. It's Advance.
Oh,
Remember how Advance, they'll sell like a huge equipment setup and they'll have installers go out and actually.
oh yeah.
So we pitched Zoho FSM for them. So if you want to look at their action plan, there's a section for it. This might be worth doing because if they're working with a third party to actually go install, like let's say it takes 2 or 3 appointments to set everything up. Every appointment's logged. They can track their like miles. They can track everything in that.
Oh, cool.
Yeah. So that might be something to use there. That's like the most professional way to handle this. Because they can log all of their notes and everything in there.
Yeah.
So
Cool. That makes sense.
Yeah.
And then the team member will change deal stage to installation. Okay. Installation. The only reason that this has its own deal stage is because the process sometimes takes a while. So there's not much that goes on in it. But so CRM will automatically trigger the final 40% balance invoice, or the remaining portion of the 60% deposit balance at the time of scheduling. We'll integrate Stripe or Zoho payments to allow designers to pay invoices instantly via credit card or ACH, reducing the 2 to 3 week payment lag.
Nice. One thing I would maybe consider is like with the scheduling bit, adding something to coordinate with the, because it's like, at some point you'll need to dive into the details. We don't have to do it now, but are you going to go to the installers first to see when they're available, or are you going to go to the interior designer who's going to go to the homeowner to see when they're available, and then get a list of times and show it to the other person? Hopefully that makes sense. But basically,
Yeah, it does. Yeah.
you have to coordinate it, right? So it's like, and they just need to standardize it. So first, are you going to go to the interior designer, or first are you going to go to the installers? And then are you going to show the installer date and times to the interior designer to confirm? I imagine they should go from interior designer, who will then talk to the homeowner. They'll get those times and then show it to the installers.
Okay.
I imagine that's what's going to happen. You may want to add a note there because that's going to be important for scheduling purposes. And you can even, in the note, you could write the question like, are you going to ask the interior designer for available installation times and then confirm that with the installers? Like a question like that, just so you know exactly what to ask during the readout. Like this was the exact question. Yeah.
Designers or installers will be coordinated with first installation. Does that make sense? I guess it's more important. It makes sense to me.
Yeah. No, makes sense to me.
Cool. Okay. Integrate Stripe. So we'll create automation. I guess, do I need to put this here if this is here? Because this will be converted, right, into a action item already.
You tell me based on your custom gem.
Yeah, it should. It should.
If it should, then we're good.
Cool.
Yeah, because custom gems should basically say anything that Zoho or that says Zoho CRM, Zoho X will should become an action item. So
Yeah, that makes sense. And actually with the gem, I haven't had it miss any action items, especially since I started using like JSON. Like the JSON format has been really good. So
Nice. Was excited about that too. He's like, dude, like we need to use Gemini. He's like, I'm excited to move from chat. So
let's go. I'm so glad that he feels that way too. I'm like, I'm fully on board with Gemini, man.
Yeah, very cool.
Okay. Post install. Team members will capture high quality completion photos on site and upload them directly to Zoho WorkDrive folder associated with the digital deal record. Zoho CRM will automatically trigger a post-install care package email when the deal is moved to the post-install stage, sending the designer or client automated fabric care instructions and warranty information.
Nice.
And that is the ending of what I have reviewed. This right here, I haven't reviewed yet. So
Cool.
I can read through it if you'd like, but
No, this is great. Some things to think about for the end is sending them a feedback thing. So just saying, hey, client, based on what, give us some feedback, open and honest. You can also do like a sentiment analysis. So based on the feedback, if it's good, send them a, hey, could you give us a testimonial? Or if it's bad, just say, hey, we're going to incorporate this feedback. Thank you so much for letting us know.
cool.
Something to think about. It's not critical, but for them, they're going to have to do marketing eventually if they want to get direct homeowners coming to them.
Yeah.
So that's something that could help. It's nice for them to think about. This looks really good. Yeah. There's a lot more we could talk about with like books and like the financial oversight and standardization piece, but this has been really good. In my eyes, I'm curious if you agree with this. Designing is harder than discovery. I actually like the discoveries. I think they're fun. Like I know how to guide the conversation. What have your thoughts been? Do you feel like this has been more difficult than the discovery? What's been your thoughts on this process as you've been running it?
Yeah, I feel like discovery, you just need to be curious. You know what I'm saying? Like, I think that it's kind of hard to say because I think that how well I do in discovery will influence how hard the design is, you know?
Yes.
And I think that there's a lot of things that as I started designing, I was like, oh, I need to know this. Oh, I need to know this. And I'm sure that's especially something that happens the first couple times that I do a discovery, you know?
Yeah.
And I'll have a better idea of the questions to ask. But yeah, no, I think that the discovery didn't end up being as stressful as I thought it would be. Like even like in the days leading up to the discovery, I wasn't really worried about it, and it just went super smoothly. So
Yeah.
this was stressful, but really cool when I ended up starting to design it. And yeah.
Good. Okay. So this is good feedback. Cause for me, the discovery, like I get excited for those calls because I'm just naturally curious. So in the diagram I showed, like, this is hard, but the design is like hitting a brick wall to me. Cause then I'm like, whoa, like I have to read out solutions to them. And this is my lifeline. So if I mess up this document, it's not going to go very well when I do the readout. So here's my question to you. Now that we've gone through this in detail, do you feel like you could present this to a client and feel good about it? Or are you still anxious about it? What do you think?
I'm feeling really good about it. Yeah, I think that I've gone over it many times before this meeting and during this meeting, even in more detail. And I feel like I understand almost every line in it. And you probably know better than I do if I do, based on how I've been presenting it.
Yeah.
But really, the things that I had the big question on were the configure price quote, which we're not even using anymore. And a couple things that I need to ask questions about during the readout. But I'm feeling really comfortable with it, which is great.
Yeah. Well, I think you nailed the objective. As you've been talking about, I'm like, you definitely know the 20% that gives you 80% clarity. And you have some like questions where it's like, you don't know everything, but that's okay. Like technically the discovery and design phase could last years because you get even more detail. But I'm like, at some point we just got to chop it and say, we're going to abandon discovery and design. We're going to jump into development because we have enough of what we need in order to get started building the system. So this has been great. Good work overall. You have this in a good place. I think we brought it to a presentable stage so that you can go to the client and have a productive readout. Is there anything you feel like anyone watching should know about design as you've gone through it? I've done this, 180 plus times, and this is one of your first times doing it. So is there anything that you're like, want to make people aware of or no? And if you don't, it's okay. We can just chop it, but I'm just curious if there's anything you want to share with someone who's trying to design a system?
Um,
You're just like, good luck.
for reals. No, I think that one thing is, and you did ask me before to say this, but videos are just incredible. And you can learn so much from them. That's, again, I'm being paid to say that. That's not me genuinely.
Venmoing you right now.
No, I watched. There's so many of your videos that I like combed through. And I think that you have a library of information that's even just available on YouTube, let alone other resources that you've provided me. But I think that those resources can really help in understanding best practice when it comes to Zoho system implementation. So like so much of this design came from me studying how you said a CRM like is what the best practice is to set up, or Zoho books, and super helpful in that way. So
okay, so you're just saying, hey, look, in order to design things properly, you have to have a bank of solutions. And one way you found to build your bank of solutions is by looking through the videos, seeing how I've set things up in the videos, like on YouTube. Is that what you're saying?
yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, well, I'll pay you later, of course. Works for me, everybody. So he has to say that. No, but this is good. Yeah, because that's why the design phase, it's so hard to train people on, because I'm like, there is no way to really skip and do this really well without having tons of solutions in your back pocket. And I used to kind of explain it like this. It's like you've got a well of knowledge, like a water well. And if that's empty, you're going to go into solution design, try to scoop something up, and you're going to have nothing.
Yeah.
We're just trying to fill that well as much. Or a better way to explain it is, it's like you have all these different situations and you have a stack of cards. And I want you to be able to play like 5 different cards for every situation here. But your stack of cards might be like this, and you might only have 2 cards. You might have 1,000 cards. Or you might be like me, and you've done this for 5 years straight every single day. And for every situation, you have like 2 or 3 solutions you can do.
Yeah.
So we're just trying to build that deck of cards, build it as big as we can. And so what I'm hearing is, hey, when I was going through your YouTube videos, it gave me some more solutions so that when you confront these bullet points and situations, you can set them up for success with different solutions. That's what I'm hearing.
Yeah, absolutely.
Which is good. Well, cool. I will chop the recording right here so we can speak more freely. Is there anything else I can do for you, or has this been helpful?
Oh, it's been so helpful, man.
Good.
Can I actually show you a technique that I used a technique I used with AI to help me develop the action plan in areas that I didn't have the greatest understanding of?
Yes, I would love to see that. Yeah.
My favorite thing in the world is Notebook LM.
Yeah.
But I don't know. Have you used Notebook LM before?
No.
So it works similar to Granola in a lot of ways. It just allows you to blend in more sources and have more control over the sources that you're using. So
cool.
So I've uploaded my Granola notes here.
How did you upload them?
So I copied the transcripts first off from both discoveries, and then
it lets you export the transcript. I didn't even know that.
It does, yeah, it does. I found out. So you just copy it, which is super nice. So I just uploaded that here. I uploaded the action plan. I mostly turned that off because that really confused the AI.
Okay.
Whenever it was, yeah. Anyways, one really cool thing that I did, and I can do this even better, is I took transcripts of some of your YouTube videos.
Nice.
Yeah, and one thing that you can actually do here when you're adding sources, let's see if it'll let me do this right now. Yeah,
this is just like a super Granola.
It is, yeah, it is. But you can actually add YouTube links. And I didn't do this time. I just took transcripts. But like, when you think of like all of the information that you could compile into a notebook, and you can also create a notebook that other people can use. So like, I just imagine like there's potential here to like create an engine for newer consultants to use to standardize action plan creation.
Yeah, because it's basically improving that first draft, right? With instead of just the steps. I love this, and I want to see more of this. But so you're saying what helped you was from Granola. You have your raw notes and your transcripts, all that raw data, And then Granola gives you that first version of steps of like what was discussed, but it's not really giving you solutions because the discovery isn't usually focused on solutions. It's focused on discovering what are your needs, your current processes, etc. So it gives you the steps. You're saying Notebook LM could be helpful because then we can stack on solutions to that first draft. Is that
Yeah,
what
absolutely.
seems helpful?
Yeah, I mean, like you said, like having a solution bank is the most important thing. And my solution bank is pretty small. You know, I'm learning, I'm figuring stuff out. This is my first time actually designing a system. You know, so being able to not only watch videos to learn solutions, but also like almost collaborate with solutions, because like it's almost like I'm collaborating with your knowledge on the CRM. Like I have your CRM masterclass here, so when I'm asking questions, it's not just randomly coming up with shit that's finding online. It's like it's pulling stuff from your
Specified sources. It's not saying, hey, all the internet, good luck. No, this is cool. I definitely, and you're saying you could almost make this like a custom gem, like, or a custom PG. Yeah, I think this would be really cool. And I think it'd be cool to, when we have our meeting with coming up next month, where we hop on, like it'd be cool to show this to Linda. Yeah, I think that'd be really, really cool. I love this. I would love to see if implements this and likes it too. Because this is good training wheels, right? For someone who's designing, or even someone who's more advanced too, to put this through and say, what are things I missed?
Absolutely.
You know, that could be helpful. So I really, really like it. And then eventually, this is the crazier thing. We discussed this earlier, but it'd be cool to see like if we could do wireframes too, some kind of generation of like why. I don't know if this can only output like words, great, but if it could output any kind of images to go along with it, oh my gosh, that'd be so nice.
Well, actually, this is like the studio side of it, and this is incredible. I used this during school last semester, and this is very new. You can create an audio overview, you can create a video overview, you can create a mind map. So you'll have to like play around with some of these things. But like I did it for school specifically. I think it would be harder to do for this use case. But like the media that it created for me was actually really impressive. So it's just like, something to think about. You could
really cool. Really, really cool. Yeah, I'm curious, the mind map, like that could be helpful. An infographic could be helpful. I'd love to see what it comes up with. Yeah, because this is super advanced. I like getting an action plan where you can, you know, show a mind map and an infographic too to kind of summarize things. That'd be really cool. So with an infographic, can you train it based on other images, or does it just do its thing?
Yeah, so you can prompt anything in here. So what you can do is you can check sources on and off. So what you can do is you can upload like 6 images. Also, you have a limit of 300 sources total.
Dang it. Yeah.
But yeah, so you can very specifically prompt it based on whatever sources that you want. So
yeah, like your action plan versus action plan mixed with a masterclass. You can just do the action plan as an infographic.
Yeah, exactly. Because there were times where it was helpful as a reference, and there were times where it was actually just destroying everything. So like I
mixing with everything. It's like muddying the waters for
got very confused with who is and who is.
Oh, dude, this is
cool.
Yeah, I mean, this stuff is like, this is pretty cool. Yeah, and I think having even like a screenshot of that, like initially put up at the top or something. Start just to show people like we phased this out, and this is like the 5 phases of your process. They'll just be like, whoa, like, because these visuals are really helpful. I notice most clients take way too long on the mind map and the flow chart, and they spend no time on the detail. And we want to do the opposite. The details are what really determine development.
Yeah.
Have supplementary visual documents on top of it is awesome. So I really like that.
Cool.
Well, cool. I don't want to take too much more of your time. This has been really good to go through. Thanks for going through it in detail with me. The only thing I'd suggest on the action plan that you haven't done so far, I'd add some screenshots just for some visual elements. And then I think it might be a good idea to generate an infographic or mind map from here and throw that in there. I think it'd be like a cool way to show what Notebook LLM is doing.
Agreed. Yeah, I'll throw it together for sure.
Yeah, and throw this into, I don't know what it would be called, like a custom notebook. And please remind me to present that in our meeting next month, because I think that's going to be huge.
Cool. Yeah, I will. And I can look into collaboration on Notebook because I've heard of companies using it. I've only used it individually, but I imagine there's really cool ways you can collaborate with it.
Oh yeah, that'd be really cool. Okay, great to meet with you. I'll catch you later.
Thanks. Talk to you later, man.
Yeah, bye-bye. I was able to send you the action plan before, and I think I had seen you sent an email to me saying, hey, I've added some notes.
Yeah, I thought for the meeting I went through it. I had a chance to go through it this morning, and kind of cross out the things that weren't pertaining that we talked about, and simplify it a little bit.
So we'll do this, and just to kind of give you an idea of how this will work, it's a bonus that you went through and added notes like this. Like, this is really good. But so you're aware, we also have in projects, we have here, we should be at the top here. Perfect. We have a column called priority where you can say, this is must, I don't want this. This is must have, I don't want this.
Excellent.
Yeah. So just so you're aware,
that wouldn't be like don't want this forever, but it's just for now, right? I'm super simplifying Zoho Books right now.
Exactly. You're exactly right. So you can basically, you can either do one of two things. You can fill this out and say, there's things I want, there's things I don't want right now. Or you can just say, you know how to build the system, put what you want. I don't care.
Okay. The only thing that I noticed on the PDF was that we are not using the Zoho quoting. We have Quoter that will hopefully be integrated. So Zoho quoting is not, because I picked Zoho because Quoter integrates with it. Yeah.
And you don't want to migrate over to Zoho CRM's quotes. You want to stay.
Yeah, I do.
Okay. And I actually have that in my initial notes. I think it may just not have made it over here. So what I'll do is you may have to remind me of some of the notes you took here, because I think the only note that I saw was this red one right here. Is that correct?
No, there were other ones that, let me grab that my screen.
Oh, I see now. Okay, no.
Then I added some other things. It's really hard with the black background. Trying to highlight it. Yeah.
I see. No, we will only use current quoting software. Not accurate. Please see above. Center use quotes in Zoho Books. Okay, so that's the big thing, is the quoter.
Yeah.
No branding. Right. Got it. No. Automatically generate quote numbers and track quote status. Okay, this is helpful. Yeah, and we can certainly integrate with Quoter. That's not
that would probably be the biggest thing I would think, is the integration. What I don't know is to put that as phase 2, or to just work on Zoho Books to get that up to speed, and then try to integrate the our quoting system. Is it an end all or be all that we can't make quotes into an order? No. Is it a deal breaker? I don't think so. But it would be a really great feature.
Okay. Very helpful. What we're going to do is we're going to cover this whole document today. We're going to go from top to bottom. And then after we're done discussing it, we're going to basically export this document, import it here, and then you can go through and put, if it's a must-have right now, if it's a nice-to-have, or you're not interested. And think of it this way: this is just for the first phase. So it's a must-have for the first phase, nice-to-have for the first. And then while we discuss it, if you're like, Drew, do you think it should be a part of the first phase? I'll just give you my honest opinion. I'll say, honestly, this isn't needed for the first version. Or I'll say, yeah, it kind of is necessary because of XYZ.
Oh, sounds good. Things like I was working in Quoter, and I was putting in some vendors, and I'm like, oh, a vendor just posted their 2026 price list. Great. I got it in an Excel format. It was a PDF, and I tried to import it, and the drop downs were like not matching, and then there was no other way. Like, I have a price list created. I wanted to attach a price list with this, and I could not do it. So those kind of odd little detail things would be so helpful if I say, hey, or whoever's in, here's my price list, here's my vendor, here's my,
Can
name
totally
of
do
my
that.
price list. How do I get this in? Those little nuances drive me crazy because it'll take
Yeah.
hours, right? So
For sure. And the way I would kind of break it up is we have like the discovery that we're going through right now.
Yeah.
Then there's the design, and this is the system design that we're discussing.
yeah, great. Mm-hmm.
And so then we'll actually build the system. And then you have what you just talked about, and we call that support. So you're just like, hey, I'm trying to import this and I've never done it before. If you could show me how to do it for the first time and I can do
Yeah.
after this, that would
Okay.
be great. That's
So
what
I'm jumping your steps. I see.
yeah, and that's by the way, I'm not saying, hey, like I'm trying to bring you back here. I'm saying that totally falls within what we do,
Mhm.
and we're happy to help you with that.
Okay, great.
So in the future, if you're like, if they could just step in for 20 minutes and show me how to do this, so I can do it forever the correct way.
Yeah.
Totally worth your time. We can
Sure
totally
is.
do that. So
Okay. So like there's no time frame, right, between and you. It would be an ongoing hourly, is that right?
it's ongoing hourly. And basically the way we do it is we just say, hey, look, instead of just saying buy hours from us and hopefully we build your system, we say, let's do the discovery. We'll be really organized. Of course, there will be changes to this as we go,
Yeah.
but we just want to be organized because it saves time for both of us.
Okay.
We can make you happy much faster because we're organized, and then you're happier because you don't pay as many hours.
Right.
It really does save hours because a lot of hours used in consulting is just explaining things.
Yeah.
And if they're not explained clearly at first, it takes much longer to explain them later. So we just front load every consulting engagement with as much
Got it.
information as possible. So
Okay.
with that, yes, if you have requests like how do I import vendor price lists and things like that, send it over to us in an email and we will be sure to respond to you and assist you with that. Even if it falls outside of what we talked about here. That's the nice thing about hourly is we can be more flexible.
Yeah, got it.
Excellent. So I'll jump in right here. Before we build the system, we're going to create a staging preview video. Basically what this is us saying, hey, based on what we discussed, this is what the system's going to look like. Usually takes us 20 to 30 minutes to make the video. Maybe if we need more research, maybe more like 45 minutes to an hour. But we're just trying to, before we build anything, give you as much clarity as possible as to what's happening. So we just do that for our clients. A lot of them like to see, hey, before you build it, what is this going to look like with Quoter? When am I going to jump from Zoho to Quoter? How's Quoter going to go into Zoho? That's what that video will go over. Okay, so we got lead generation and initial contact. So architects, and this really answers the question, hey, you're selling, how are you selling? And how are people first becoming aware of you?
Yeah.
So architects and designers will discover you guys through Revit files on BIM object platform. So to decode that, you have architects and designers. They are building out a space for their clients. Maybe their client's the government. Maybe their client is a commercial office. But in this, when they're designing a 3D model, right, of this place, there's going to be files they need to pull from to create different objects like recycling bins or trash bins, things like that.
Yeah, and especially planters in this
Planters. Yes, and exactly. And you have Revit files you already have them so that they can just pick that file, drop it in. And the nice thing too is in the software where they're speccing things out, if they use your file, you're the preferred vendor for that object or for that product because it's your Revit file.
That's right.
Wonderful way to go to market. It's so relevant, so clean. I absolutely love that. So that's important to understand for how are these people becoming aware of you? Well, they're using your files in their 3D design of the space. And then once their client says, we want to move forward with the design, then they're like, you're a preferred vendor for this object that we put in our design. We'd like to order from you.
Yeah. So it really, we have quotes that are the other way where we're quoting someone who is spec, maybe they can't supply it. But this way, if we're preferred, then we're really not in any competition with any other competitor because they have our name and our Revit file, which is preferred, right?
Oh, sure. Yeah. It's just a Beautiful way to go to market. Absolutely.
And
Absolutely.
I think that's what 2026 will probably make us grow. That is my my assumption is that will
Because you're marketing at the time, the exact time they're needing your thing.
Mhm.
And then once it's approved, you're already a shoe-in. So it's just,
Yeah.
makes a lot of sense. Next thing I put here, architects/designers, find it through current marketing channels. We're talking email blasts, social media, paper catalogs. So there are other ways for them to find you.
Yep.
But we like the first way that we just discussed. Current email list contains about 5,000 contacts built over years from project inquiries. Next thing here, commercial furniture dealers, steel case, etc. I'm sitting on a steel case chair right now. Reach out to you to team up on GSA projects for ancillary products. So they might come to you and say, hey, we got a big project going on. We'd love to buy some of your products here. I put here, we'd set up a lead capture form and web delete functionality. And I think you had noted, hey, look, we don't necessarily need that.
I was talking to my website people and they said, oh, you're going with Zoho. There's a whole bunch of things we can put on your website. They know Zoho, they're like forms and stuff. So I would say, yeah, that's probably something. Phase 1, maybe not, but I feel like it's an easy integration when it comes to that with our website and our contact us kind of forms.
You have people who can do that. Great. What
We
I'm
do.
going to do, we're going to leave it on here just for the sake of continuity. So someone
Okay.
can read through this and say, okay, that's how it's going to get there. And then once it ends up here, you can just go and say, not interested. You can just mark it as such on the
Got it.
on the project.
Mhm.
And then you know how to access this, correct? We gave you access to this. at the
Yeah, I
beginning.
forgot all about it.
Yeah,
Not using
so-
Zoho or Zoho.
Yeah.
It's so
Talk about it
email
for 2
driven.
seconds.
Okay,
Yeah.
I'm so email driven. It's going to take a bit. It's going to take a bit to get
worry.
into that.
Yeah, no worries at all. We can resend you the reminder right after we import it.
Okay.
And it honestly takes like 15 minutes for you. You just start at the top, say yes, and then go through it. It's pretty quick. So okay. So we talked about that. That's good. Let's talk about quoting. So customer sends a quote request via email with PDF attachments containing specifications. I think you'd set an example that I took a look at for your quote back. For the quote request for scene processing, customer sends quote request via email with PDF attachments containing specifications. Just a note here, quote requests typically contain 1 to 15 line items, usually no more than 10 items per quote. Put here, you would receive the quote request and create the quote in Zoho Books. We want to change that over to Quoter.
Yeah.
Totally fine. And then I do just want to double check your Quoter Zoho Books creation. And I want to see.
And what does Quoter go under? They have a bigger name. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, let's check this out.
They've been through so many names. Hang on 1 second. Quoter. Socket.
I'm seeing it under Quoter.
Oh, you are? Yeah. Oh, Scale Pad. That is the one. Quoter by Scale Pad. I don't know if that makes a difference.
Yeah, let's do that. Quoter by Scale Pad leading. Is it okay? Yeah. So it's Quoter by Scale Pad API. Does this seem correct?
That's it.
Perfect. Quoter API endpoints. Okay, looks like this is the one. Does this look correct as well?
Yep. That's the icon.
And then did you see that within Quoter, there's a setting to integrate with Zoho?
I did not see that. I just called them or my customer rep and they said there is an integration with Zoho. What I didn't understand if the integration was with the CRM or with the Zoho Books. So that's kind of where I wasn't sure.
Got it. Yeah, and what I want to do here, I want to see if they have a webhook. Let's do. So what we do have here that's good is we have a create quotes endpoint, and all that means is we are able to look at quotes in Quoter. We're able to list them and then push it over to Zoho. So this is not an out-of-box connection. This just means it's possible to grab the info so that we can do it custom. Sometimes people at ScalePad or Quoter or other software companies, they'll be like, yeah, there's an integration for that. What they're meaning is it has to be built custom.
Yeah.
So what I'm curious, if you could send me either via email or in the chat your Quoter login, we can actually see right now if there's a Zoho integration
Mhm.
because we're going to want this to end up in Zoho books eventually.
Question is, everything's automated. I don't know any sign-ins, so I will figure that out since everything is automated.
When you say automated, are you saying when you-
Meaning every time I sign in, I have a Mac, so I use my
Oh, sure.
print,
Yeah.
and I don't know any passwords, so
Okay.
I will get that and send it to you.
In the meantime, if you just share your screen, I'm going to see if we can very quickly verify how Quoter is going to feed into this, just so there's clarity on your side what this is going to look like.
Can you see that?
I can.
Okay, so I'm into Quarter now. Is there anything that I could?
Yeah, so I want you to go to the settings for Quoter. And then from here, there should be an integration section. Do you see integrations there? Perfect. And then we want to find Zoho.
Oh, look at that.
There's Zoho. So click on that. And I just want to see where it's
Make sure there's no other ones. Yeah, okay. There we go.
perfect. Yeah. Zoho, connect to Zoho.com. Let's just see. Quoter integrates with Zoho. It's in Zoho CRM. So that's okay. I do want them to exist in Zoho books eventually. But this is really good.
Okay.
Really, this is a great sign because it saves you so much time having an out-of-box integration.
Great.
So that's great. Let me just read through this really quick. Shipping. Yeah, this is good. Okay. And then we have a script that converts quotes into, or we can build a script that converts a quote from Zoho CRM into a quote in Zoho books.
Okay.
So we can.
And that'll get us slightly started with the CRM, I would imagine, right? With the people that we're quoting, at least, will be in there.
Exactly. Yep. That will all live there, which will be really nice. So with that, I'll share my screen now. Thanks for letting me take a look at Quoter there. That's really useful. Just to pick up where we left off.
I stopped sharing. Oh, there we go. Okay.
Is that pulling up for you? You seeing this, Sandra?
Mm-hmm. I am.
Perfect. We do this. Cleaner. Perfect. So here, Sandra will receive quote requests and create quotes in Quoter. Brockman Consulting will explore AI automation. This is more of a phase 2 thing, but I think you might find it interesting, where AI can look at the PDF from your client and then say, this is what they requested, and just create the quote automatically. That's something we can look into. It'd be interesting.
Great.
Zoho Books will put Quoter. Quoter will store attachments linked to each quote record. And actually, I'll do Zoho CRM for this one. We'll store quote attachments linked to each quote record. So spec sheets, drawings that they're sending over to you, you can just attach them all within Zoho CRM.
Great.
I'll put here Consulting. We'll train Sandra on how to do this via a Loom video. So we can send you a video saying, hey, Sandra, this is where you're going to store all the quote attachments within Zoho. Next part here, quote creation and delivery. Sandra will create quotes in Zoho, we'll say Quoter, including product images and specifications sheet. Quotes can range from small orders to $300,000 plus for government projects. That's just a quick note. You mentioned that at some point, Sandra, you mentioned that you'd be adding products as you go.
Yep.
Just to make things more simple. So I think the Quoter integration likely will integrate your existing items. But keep that in mind. That might be the way Quoter's built their integration to be. So just be aware of that. Sandra will send professionally branded quotes to customers in Zoho Books. I think you said not branded. Is that right? Something like that.
No, it's branded with
We don't want it from Zoho Books.
Right.
Okay, so
I mean, I guess Quoter is on theirs now. I guess there is a little thing that says Quoter on there, but our logo and stuff is definitely on there.
Okay, got it. And then I'm going to put here that we're going to go into Quoter, go into Sandra's.
And I'll get that sign in for you.
Yes. Perfect. We'll go into Sandra's Quoter account and we'll set up out box integration, Quoter and CRM. Just go to Quoter homepage, settings, integration, Zoho, and then set up. So we can do that. A key thing here, we also want to consulting will integrate Zoho CRM quotes with Zoho books.
Yeah.
And we'll talk more about why that's important. And then if we find that it's not important, we can. There's
I could tell you it definitely is important for time saving, for sure. Yeah.
perfect.
Mhm.
Great. Next thing here, Sandra will send professionally branded quotes. And you're going to be sending that via Quoter.
Yep.
Brockman Consulting will configure quote templates. Don't have to worry about that. Zoho will automatically generate quote numbers and track quote status. That will happen within Zoho CRM. But it sounds like I'll take it out because quote management is going to happen in Quoter. We just want a record of the quote in Zoho.
Record of it it'll have its own record number or something, probably. Right?
Got it.
Okay.
Okay. And it will have its own record number automatically. But it's, for all intents and purposes for you, there's nothing we got to do on that part. That just happens automatically. Quote approval and purchase order processing. Customer approves quote and sends purchase order to Alley Designs. Sandra will convert approved quote to a sales order. So this is the part where we want Zoho books. Is quotes from Zoho CRM. And what I would, just to clarify here, and Adam, this will be helpful for you. I have a script that converts a Zoho CRM quote into a Zoho book sales order. So you want to use that script and then use the Zoho CRM orders, quote button script. Then Sandra, you can tell me if this makes sense, but basically what you're going to do is you're going to create the quote in Quoter, and then it will pop up in Zoho. And then once they accept the quote, you're going to go to that quote in Zoho CRM and hit convert, and it will convert the quote into a Zoho Books sales order.
Great.
Does that make sense to you?
It absolutely does. And then in addition, not all sales has quotes. In the perfect world, they would all have quotes, but there are some people who work with us for so often, they don't even get a quote from us, but they know our pricing and they just send.
Yeah, sure. And they're just like,
that's still a enter order capability along with converting.
You certainly can.
Okay.
You can go right into Zoho Books, create a new sales order. Your items should pop up in there.
Okay.
Yep. Good question. And then on that note, we will also, we'll integrate Zoho CRM and Zoho Books together. That way, if you want, once products are quoted, they'll exist in Zoho Books for sales order that you can add manually. Does that make sense?
Yeah, it sure does. Yep. Now I do have products in there now in Zoho Books.
Okay, perfect.
Can I keep adding to those?
Yes, you can. Yeah,
great.
That won't affect anything negatively. So you're more than welcome to do that.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that. Not a problem. Okay, so customer approves quote. You're going to convert approved quotes in Zoho CRM, approved quotes in Zoho CRM to sales orders in Zoho Books with one-click conversion. Will be a button. Quote. Sender will attach customer purchase order to sales order records for tracking. To Zoho Books sales order, just for a little more clarification. Brockman Consulting will configure sales order templates and numbering sequences. We talked a little bit about this, I believe. If you want the sales order template to look a certain way, we can help configure that. And I think we talked about starting it, instead of starting it from 1, we can start it from another number, so it doesn't look like.
Yeah, I do have, I'll probably I do have, I don't know what we're up, 17, I don't even know what sales order, but I do have a 6-digit, I think it is. And I'll probably just go up 1,000 and then start it with that number.
Yeah, sometimes it's nice just to keep it consistent. We can help you with that, or if you set it up, that's cool too.
Okay.
Zoho, just so you know, without us doing anything, maintains an audit trail of all changes made to the sales order. So you have like a history of what's.
Oh, that's great.
So that audit log and change log will just be right there in the record for you. We can train you how to use it.
Yeah, please. Like someone will call, the project's delayed. I really want to know who called me when because I just changed the date right now. And they're like, well, who changed that? Like, oh, but now I have a little note section so that a log will be super helpful.
How to use the log. Okay, perfect. Yeah. We'll send you a Loom video just saying this is how the log works. And then we'll also send you how the Zoho CRM deal timeline works, because that will show you all interactions you've had with the client.
I love that, because sometimes I get a phone call, and what I do right now when I see their name, I'll put it in my email to figure out, hey, when was the last time I had a conversation with them? Who are they? So that's a really nice feature.
Yes. Yep. We'll show you how that all works. Once you hook up your email, that will pop up automatically, a lot of the details. So we can send that to you. Payment processing and order acknowledgement. For new commercial customers, Sandra, you'll create 50% deposit invoice before processing. So from the sales order, you can create an invoice, and you can do a partial invoice for 50%.
Yeah. And those are a rarity. Usually it's just to order acknowledgement, no deposits.
Right. Because for government existing, no deposits required. You can proceed directly to order acknowledgement.
Yeah.
You'll send an order acknowledgement email with estimated ship dates for payment clears after the payment clears.
No, there's no payment or anything with the order acknowledgement. We don't invoice till after the whole order ships for most orders.
Yes, that makes sense. I think that was for new commercials. So yeah, in most cases, you'll send over the order acknowledgement email with estimated ship dates. And then for existing customers, order acknowledgement is sent immediately upon order entry. Does that sound correct?
That is right.
Perfect. Rockbank Consulting will set up ACH and credit card payment integration with invoices. And then order acknowledgement should be sent from Zoho Books. That sounds correct to you, right?
Yes.
Yeah, so we're on the same page there. And then I'll put here, Rockbank Consulting will show Sandra how to send out the order acknowledgement email through Zoho Books sales order, either via email / PDF template. So just out of curiosity, the order acknowledgement, is that a email or is that like a PDF showing?
Email with a PDF attached. Yeah,
it's a PDF.
And we do send that right now through Account Edge. Unfortunately, it's labeled invoice, and I can't change that. So you would imagine the
change anything you want.
Yeah, thank you. Because you would imagine the confusion it causes, right? Like on a daily basis, I'm always answering that question. No, it's not an invoice, even though it says it's an invoice.
Yeah, it's order acknowledge, because they're like, we just want to acknowledge, we don't want to pay for it. Let's label order acknowledgement, which is perfect. Next thing here, Rockbank Consulting will set up a ACH and credit card payment integration with invoices. That way, when you do send out the invoice, people can pay right from the invoice. You can throw in their credit card details, pay for it, or your ACH details will just be in the invoice. They just pay you that way. And then,
for my partner is an older generation than I am, and we're going through a battle right now with how ACH, I talked to, actually, when I'm going to Zoho Books, I probably will change banks because it's time to do that anyway. The current bank we have is not working. So it's a great time to change banks and let the other one just, have a small balance for anything outstanding, and then start this new software with our new bank.
Sure.
My partner feels ACH is we can get extremely hacked, and I will tell you, paper checks are insane. Okay, because we have had some issues with paper checks. You can imagine stealing that. So, with your experience with your customers, ACH is now the gold standard. Is that correct for payments? No one wants to write a check, and
yeah, it depends, but a lot is happening through credit card and ACH. ACH is nice because you don't pay the credit card tax.
That's right. Yeah, I prefer not.
9% and plus 30 cents. It's just people hate paying that. So ACH, I've never heard someone say we're going to get hacked through ACH, but I don't know. Maybe it is a security risk you want to be aware of. We get paid through ACH all the time, and it's not a problem. When you're adding ACH details, it's not like someone can make a withdrawal from your ACH details. They can just pay you. This is the same information you basically give if you're setting up, if you go get a new job, and they're like, what account number and routing number if you want.
Do you want your check-in? Yeah.
Yeah, it's like the exact same thing. So
I just wanted to clear that because it's actually something we're going through.
Sure. Another thing
Correct.
you could bring up is ACH is only domestic transactions.
Mhm.
So, if you're worried about like someone in China or Russia like hacking, it's like that can't even happen. It would have to happen domestically. And if someone wants to give you money through a similar way outside the US, so a foreign transaction, it's done. They have to wire you the money, which is a different routing number altogether. So
Yeah. Okay. And then have you had customers who have there's a lot of our customers who have their own like Paymerang, I think is one, but there's a lot of these ACH companies that bring in money for them. So we get like, oh, your payment has been received, and we have to say, okay, we approve it, and it goes in. I guess that would just have to be on a separate because they pay through their payment platform. These are payment platforms.
yeah, like bill.com.
That's right. That's right.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Yeah, unfortunately, I have a lot of clients who do that too, and I'm like, just confirm. I just ask my clients to confirm they're going to pay because they give me a dashboard and stuff, and I'm like, just when I send the invoice, just tell me you're initiating payment. I'm like, that's all I need to know.
We don't want to go on the dashboard. It's just a waste of time, right? We just want
Exactly.
payment. Yeah. Right.
Yeah, which is nice. If I was ordering like tons of material and like I needed to see every, I don't know, there could be a use case where that's useful. For me, it doesn't
Yeah.
matter. So
For us, it doesn't either. Yeah.
yeah. So that is kind of annoying. And what I do is, and we can do this for you too, in my invoices, I just say reply like accepted or initiated, and like we'll update our system accordingly.
Okay.
And that works pretty well. So
Great.
and they should, most companies that you're working with, I imagine they have like an accounts payable team that should be
They
able to
do.
help you.
Yep.
Yeah. So cool. So with that, professionally branded invoices, we can integrate with your bank too. So I'll just put a note here that we can assist Sandra with integrating their bank with Zoho Books to see transaction data.
Yep.
And there's so much more that can be done there. I'll just put a note here that we can send you over a section of a video I just made. Send Sandra section of Zoho Books Masterclass going over bank connection. That way you don't have to sit for an hour and a half. You can just see the 10 minutes that are relevant to Zoho Books and banking. So next thing here, vendor purchase order creation and management. Sandra will convert sales orders to multiple purchase orders based on vendor requirements.
Mhm.
So just a note here, when someone buys something from you, that's a sales order. A sales order may require multiple purchase orders. A purchase order is what you're buying from a vendor, from somebody
Mhm.
else. So if there's 15 line items, 10 of those might be for vendor A, 5 of them for vendor B.
Yeah.
So we need a way to solve for that. And you certainly can within Zoho. Within the sales order, you can hit convert to purchase order, and you can create 2 of them. That's
Great.
or whatever you want. But here, Sandra will send purchase orders to appropriate vendors via email through Zoho Books purchase orders module. Vendors will respond with sales order acknowledgement numbers. Sandra will update purchase orders in Zoho with vendor acknowledgement number for tracking. And we talked about that, and that was important.
Mhm.
Brockman Consulting will configure purchase order templates and vendor-specific workflows. Brockman Consulting will set up automated PO generation with line item selection capabilities. That's something I think, basically what I'm saying here is if you have a preferred vendor for an item, we could automatically create the POs for you.
Yeah, I think there was a section when I was setting up items for that. Who's the vendor, their vendor number. So, yep. Great.
Yep. And so even though you set that up, typically it won't. What I'm saying is if you wanted, when the sales order is created, we could automatically create the purchase orders as well. Because we know for each item, right, there's a preferred vendor. So if you want something like that, it's not out of the box, but we could certainly look at it.
Okay. Yeah, I would put that in as a possibility for sure. Yep.
Okay. Excellent. So just know what that's about. If you want to put not interested or a nice to have for phase 2, great. We can totally do that.
Okay.
Oh, and then one last thing, this is kind of important on this board here.
Mhm.
You can order this too. So like we're going to go from top to bottom. So I would recommend at a default, we go from top to bottom. But if there's something that you're like, that should be phase 2, you can pick this up and just drag it to the bottom.
Oh, okay.
So you're aware. Yeah. So it's
Mhm.
like we give you quite a bit of autonomy here.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
If you defer to us, we go from top to bottom because
Mhm.
we go in order of your customer journey. Yeah, that's usually our default. Phase 2 enhancements, Brockman Consulting will create automated vendor confirmation system. Just you would think when you send a purchase order to someone, they'd be jumping up and down saying we got a sale. Some people aren't like that. They need to be bugged in order to move forward. So here's a system I talked to you about this, saying Zoho can send the vendor, hey, I sent you a purchase order, confirm, in order to move things
Yeah,
along.
that's probably something we wouldn't use, only because the vendors have been working us for so long. If we kept sending multiple emails, they would say, what the
Right.
heck are you doing?
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay, so we
Yeah, they
yeah,
would
we
be
can
like,
cross
what
that.
is going on? Yeah.
Yeah, no worries. We can cross that out. That's not
Okay.
an issue at all. Order fulfillment and shipping coordination. Large orders, vendors will drop ship directly to customers, multiple small shipments. Sometimes you bring it over to your warehouse to combine it. That way they're not getting annoyed with 50 different shipments. Sandra will coordinate with vendors on shipping timelines through phone calls, emails, and meetings. You will work with new 3PL warehouse system using Excel spreadsheets for communication. The new warehouse uses a 3PL system. We didn't know the name. I think you said it started with an E.
Still don't know the name. I'll let you know.
Got it. We know it starts with an E, so we're getting closer. Integration to be explored for phase 2. Perfect. We talked about configuring shipping and package workflows. That way, basically what we're saying here is a sales order would become a package for the warehouse and then shipments for the warehouse. Eventually, they handle that via their 3PL though, which is totally fine.
Yeah.
Phase 2 enhancements, Brockman Consulting will explore integration with 3PL. Final invoicing and payment collection. You have that final 50% for new commercial customers. It's a rarity though. Government existing customers, full invoice after shipment. And then you have net 30 terms. Sandra will track payments and mark orders. We can set up automated invoice generation based on shipping confirmations if you want. That's just something to think about. We can send payment reminders and track aging reports. There's so much we can do there in Zoho. I'll let you decide if you want to prioritize that or not. It's not a huge thing. This is more of a phase 2 thing in my mind.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, but yeah, certainly great.
Yeah, nice to have, but maybe not.
Right now, just because we're growing, so right now it's fine, but in the future with multiple, with growing, with multiple sales, that will become important.
Sure. Yeah, certainly. Next thing here, Brockman Consulting will set up Zoho Learn Autopilot training system. Basically, this means 2 things. We create SOPs for you as we take videos of your system and what we built. And then also, if you're wanting to train people to eventually take on what you're doing,
And I do, yeah.
and you do, yeah, a lot of business owners and leaders come to us and they're like, I love my job, but I also want to focus on the most critical things. One thing I do, and I can attest to this because it helps me with this a lot. If there's something I want to train to do, I don't create an SOP for it. I send him a video on something that I do, and then has an SOP called how to create an SOP, and he creates the SOPs for me. So I'm always one video away or one recording of something I'm doing away from delegating it to someone else on the team. So we want to give you that how to create SOP, and then we'll put it into Zoho Learn and explain how it works. So it'll all be there for you. Yep. And then we'll add to it so that you'll have a little bank of knowledge on how to use Zoho. But if you want to remove yourself from working in the business so you can start working on the business, you'll want to use that same system.
Yeah.
We stole it from a client that did it. I thought it was genius. Now we give it to everybody. So
Yeah, great. And I'm in a business group that are all business owners, and they have been on my ass for SOPs for years. So I can't wait to tell them, oh yeah, I'm making my SOPs.
Yeah, that's the thing is like I've made one SOP with this business. Like I think maybe I've done 2, but I've done 1, but we have like 100.
Yeah.
And it's because I don't have to create them because you're the biggest bottleneck, right? You've got a million things going on. You don't have time to write out step by step.
That's
Because
right.
by the time you've done it, you're like, isn't this going to change? So anyways, all of that detail will be included there for you.
Okay.
And I think you'll find it really helpful. So next thing here, Brockman Consulting will create SOPs for major configurations and setup. So don't worry about it. If there's something critical for you to understand the system, the recording software we use is called Loom. Loom looks at the transcript and creates SOPs automatically. So we'll just put that into your system for you. Some additional requirements, data migration, you're going to manually add the main products. So we're not going to do a big migration there, which is really nice to get you started. You can set up, we don't need to worry about this one. We can move historical data into Zoho Analytics later for reference.
That's a question for you, historical data. How did companies who move to Zoho, what do I do with Account Edge? And how do I get to account without having to keep paying for Account Edge in order to get in there and look at old orders?
I would do a full export from Account Edge, all the data. There's usually a data backup feature in most apps. If not, you have to go through every module and just do a full export. And then you import all that data into Zoho Analytics, and you just use it as legacy data. So if you need to search something, you go into Zoho Analytics, and then you can search Account Edge data there.
Oh, I can. Great.
And
I don't have to pay for both.
Exactly, but you still have all the data. That's the important thing. So,
excellent.
And that is the fastest and cleanest way to do it. There's other ways that take a little more time and are a little more robust, but for your needs, I think 99% of the time, that's what I suggest with people moving forward.
Great. Sounds good.
Yeah, so we can help you with that if you want. It's really quick for us. I'll just put here, Brockman Consulting can take all account and migrate it to analytics. We'll need to do backup Account Edge. By the way, if you don't want to do Account Edge stuff, you could give us credentials and we can go into Account Edge.
I do back up, occasionally. So I think the full backup is not a problem. Yeah.
Oh, perfect. Even better. Redundant there. We'll continue adding items as new purchase orders come in. Perfect. Integration requirements. Your Brockman Consulting will test and configure quote or scale pad integration. Talked about that already. Marketing and CRM setup. If you want to prioritize it at any point, and I'm going to take this out for now because it's already listed there. Marketing and CRM setup. Brockman Consulting will configure Zoho marketing automation preferred over Zoho campaigns. There's a lot of reasons for that, but basically, if you want to do marketing inside of Zoho with that email list, you have 5,000 contacts. Do a lot in the way of marketing here. We'd be happy to show you the ropes. We'd be happy to show you the ropes and set up that system within Zoho marketing automation in Zoho. So
yeah, that is a definite phase 2 for me. Yeah, I'm excited about that, but I'll bite off Zoho Books first. Yep.
Yeah, it's important before you start flooding your system that you plug in all the holes, which is what we want.
That's right. Yeah.
So, yeah. Timeline priorities, phase 1, Zoho Books by July 1st. We're going to get it done much faster than that. And then primary focus is finance and accounting, and secondary focus is all the other stuff we talked about. Training, already talked about the SOP stuff. So remove that. Estimated timeline in hours. We're going to bring it all into Zoho projects. So we didn't put the timeline here. Just so you know, I don't think this is going to fall out of the average. Usually it's 25 to 50 hours.
Okay.
For Zoho Books, you're looking at the lower end, and then 4 to 8 weeks. We're going to bring all of this into Zoho projects. So your homework is log in here and then just mark your priority, or is it must have, nice to have, not interested. And then once you've done that, I'll move it over here. It'll make a little more sense. Once you've added all of these, just say, hey, we're ready to go, and then we'll move forward.
Great.
Excellent.
Okay. Yeah. Very helpful. Thank you. Super organized.
Yes, we try to after doing this, I think we've done more than at this point 180 discoveries.
Wow.
So we and all we do is Zoho implementation. So we try to make it really organized every time. So it's just like, was the system built? Let's go in here, and it'll all be green if it is. So.
And I'll say, even just adding vendors, right? Like as I'm in, and I really don't know Zoho except for I'm just clicking around, adding vendors, doing that. And I'm like, wow, already there's a little tab and it shows like vendor statement, even though I have nothing in there. I'm like, wow, that's amazing. Like it's
so
so,
nice.
it
Yeah.
feels like Account Edge is so, it's really like I have a blinder on. There's no visual anything. It's just
Yeah.
all right. Now all of a sudden I have some images of, oh, wow, I can just see it. I don't have to print things out or
Yep.
download a PDF to see what the heck's going on. So this is, it's a, yeah, I'm really look forward to the switch.
Well, great. Yeah, Zoho's going to feel kind of like you just got a Ferrari.
Yeah, exactly.
So,
Yeah.
and all-in-one systems like Zoho are, it's so nice to have all of your stuff in one place. And I know you're going to be using Quoter,
Mhm.
but we'll integrate it so it will still feel like it's a unified system. So before we move forward, I'll tell you where we'll go from here now that we've gone through the plan.
Mhm.
Any feedback you have for me or us on the discovery process? How do you feel like it went? How do you feel like working with us so far has gone?
Very thorough. And I'm a person who's like, well, let's just get to it. So but I understand the system and I do respect that. I do respect that system. So yeah, super thorough. Great. You asked all the right questions, and I think we have a great timeline going. And I will go back to the projects and think about each line item again. And then as we're going along, I will imagine that some things will change, right? As we discover, oh, you know what, maybe this is not a priority, but this certainly is. But
Yeah.
it feels, as far as your projects go, it seems like a little bit of a more simplified. I think we're a little more simplified when it comes to integration. So I'm looking forward to that. And I'm super looking forward to just like I would like to be a Zoho Books expert. I have to be because it's my company.
Sure.
Not that I want to do everything in there, but I do want to know how to do
You
everything.
understand it, right? Yeah,
Mhm.
certainly. We kind of wrote the book on using Zoho Books, so we can certainly show you exactly how to use it according to best practices. We're happy to do that. Well, good. What I'm hearing is you're like, hey, let's get in, build this thing, but you're like, okay, there's a process to kind of get this organized. And
Yes.
maybe if we go a little slower at first, we can go faster when we build this thing,
Mhm.
which is what we like to do. Okay, awesome. Thanks for the feedback. Appreciate that. We may send you an email having you just write out any thoughts you may have. We're always trying to improve this process.
Mhm.
We love open and honest feedback. Even if it's critical, we can take the criticism. Please let us know anything we can do to improve. We want to make this process perfect.
Okay,
So
great.
we appreciate that. Well, yeah, next steps from here. Seems like we're clear on the action plan. We're going to bring this all into Zoho projects and we're going to say, hey, it's all added here. Go ahead and fill out your column. You just have one column, it's priority. We'll focus on the phases. So if you have nice to have, not interested, we're not going to focus on that. We're just going to focus on must haves just so that you're aware. So we will notify you. It should be done here in the next day. So it'll happen pretty quick. We're also going to send you a link to this document. You probably already have one because I sent it to you last week, but we're going to send it to you again just so it's at the top of your box.
Mhm.
And then we can do one of two things from here. If you want, we can schedule a weekly meeting right now if you want to move fast, or if you want to fill this out first and then book a weekly meeting, we can.
Okay.
But a weekly meeting is our way of updating you and being accountable to you on everything we're building.
Yeah.
So every week we get on the call and we say, this is everything we built. This is how it works. Do you have any questions? We'll go over it. And then every week we'll update you.
Mm-hmm. I am trying to take this week off. So
Yeah.
I am going actually for Thanksgiving. We're going since it's, it's a beautiful place. It's 40 minutes away from us. So
Cool.
yeah, we are spending a week. Of course, my laptop will be with me, but I'm going to try using it minimally. So maybe for our week, if we could pretend this week didn't exist and go and set up our weekly the week of December 8th.
Sure. Yeah, that is doable.
Okay.
We can set that up right now.
Mhm.
And then we will also, just the last thing, we'll send this over, we'll convert, and then let me book that meeting with you
Mhm.
right now. I'll just tell you what my calendar looks like. So the next time I would have available to meet with you, and you said not next week, but the next week, the week of the 8th?
Yeah, week of the 8th, that would be great because I'm pretending this week doesn't exist.
For sure. Okay, so Monday the 8th, we could meet 9 a.m. Mountain Standard Time.
Perfect.
And we usually do an hour for those weekly meetings. And we'll be sending over a lot of the instruction from here. But just so you're aware, and I touch base every single week on every
Okay.
single account. So I'm not ditching you, speed on everything. And if you ever want to loop me in on a call, you're more than welcome to, but you're in good hands with these.
Okay.
He's up to speed. I briefed him on what we're doing. So I'm going to add this meeting for Monday the 8th at 9 a.m. and then type this in Zoho weekly meeting. You should get this in just a moment. And then we'll repeat it for 8 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Some of these, like on the week of Christmas and whatnot, we may not do. That's completely fine. Just want to make sure we have this on the books. We can add more meetings if we need to.
Okay.
Okay, so you should see that come through in just a moment. Let's see here. All right. That
Am I still sharing my screen?
You are. It's completely fine if you want to. You're,
Sorry. I thought
no worries. I do that. I do that all the time. You should have the weekly meetings in for the 8th. We'll plan on having your action plan in Zoho projects.
I'll go in Zoho projects and do that. And then just to get one more minute, just so me putting in my items and my customers and my vendors, like my goal is to just have the top 50 of everything. That's great. There's no problem with that. Is that right?
No problem at all. Put all that in there.
And I think I may have played around with forms at one point too. So, and the only other thing that I did not add to this, now that I think of everything, the big scope, is we do have a custom report. And I think maybe we have talked about this our first meeting, which would be it's called a TDR report that we have to print out every month for GSA to pay our fee, or GSA fee for having a contract. So that probably will be something I may add onto.
In Zoho projects too. We'll do this. So
and it's one line item TDR report, and that could be towards the end, but that probably will be definitely a phase 1.
Let's do this. We'll go. I'm going to put this right here.
Okay.
We can move it anytime we want, and I'll call it TDR report.
Mm-hmm.
I'll put consulting assist in creating TDR report.
Great.
In Zoho. Then also just add a note, we will need to do all to further detail this report. We'll make sure to have this in here. So we'll bring it into Zoho. If you notice though, that there's something in this list that if you notice there's something not here that you want to be here, you can always just go to add task and create one.
Okay, great. Perfect. And I think that was it. Other than that, it's we're all set. Okay. Thank you, sir, very much. I look forward to working with you.
Excellent.
Look forward to working with you.
Yeah. Thanks, Drew. Thank you for getting us up to speed. It'll be, it's going to be seamless. I just know it.
Of course. And it's just last thing here.
Yeah.
After you fill out your priorities inside of Zoho projects, we'll send over the invoice once you're ready to get moving.
Okay.
And then once your invoice is paid, we'll top you up on hours. It's 15 hours, hour batches. And then you will know what we're going to work on with those hours, how long each of the tasks should take generally, and then we'll go from there.
And do you have a place where I know how many hours I have spent? And
Great question. We send you an email showing you you're at 15, you're at 10, you're at 5, just to keep you updated. And then every week when we meet with you, you can just say, how many hours do I have left? And we have it right in front of us.
You need to get like an icon of a wine bottle. It's full, and then you pour a glass. It's this many hours.
Your battery.
Your wine bottle is empty. Okay.
Yeah, that is a good idea. We will work on the wine bottle animation. That'll be our top priority. It's not a bad idea. Well, great doing the discovery with you. You've been very detailed. So thanks for your detailed participation in the discovery process. We're going to send this all in a nice email to you so it's all in one place on what happens next. If you have any questions whatsoever, we're here to take care of you. So just let us know and we'll go from there.
All right. Thank you. Happy Thanksgiving, guys. Talk to you soon.
Bye.
Very pleased to see the action plan, because in my mind that was so crisp. It really was difficult. It's like somebody went and rooted around inside my brain and got exactly what I wanted to do with some logic. So I'm very pleased with the action plan as a jumping off point.
Good. I'm glad you mentioned that. We put a lot of effort into this.
It
We
shows,
want to
yeah.
make it match exactly what's important to you. So we'll cover all of it today in detail. If you guys have questions, happy to address anything that you guys might have a concern on or a question on. We want to address it all. I think we have who just jumped on. I think it was
Yeah,
Loesch.
so they're doing it instead of being separate, all of them are with Shiloh's all gone instead now.
Okay. Well, I can't see any of you, but welcome to the call. And nice to meet any of you that I haven't met thus far. Is there anyone we're missing before we should jump in and get started?
No, let's get started, because whoever's not here at this point is late and we'll just have to deal with it.
We're all
Okay.
here, just assuming you are hearing us.
Yeah,
We
we're
can hear
here.
you. Yep, we can hear you.
Janelle, and
See, look, you have everybody.
And the rest of the gang. Great. Excellent. Well, we're excited to have you all on today. We're going to review this action plan that I sent over. Thanks for holding your questions until this meeting. I know you guys probably had a few questions come to mind as you look through this. This meeting is also being recorded, so if at any point you're like, oh, I might forget that, or I want to refer back to what you said or anything that anyone said, I'm going to send you the recording after this, so you should be able to look through it. So this Zoho action plan is why we did the discovery meetings. The better we understand the business, the better we can build Zoho to support it. So this action plan goes step by step through what we would do to build Zoho to best support you guys in your efforts in the business. So we're going to go through it line by line. You can pause me at any point. So if I say something and you're like, that doesn't make sense, or if I say something and you're like, I want to know more about it, just pause me and ask the question. I don't get offended if you pause me. You're more than welcome to do it. This is ultimately for you guys to understand what's going on. So ask away. I want to make sure that it all makes sense. So with that, we're going to dive right on in here. So people management, HR processes, this is the #1 priority that was discussed. What are we going to do in Zoho to support it? So current staff setup, head of people strategy will input all existing employees into Zoho people. We can show you how to do that. We can set over a training of how to use Zoho people according to best practices. We'll send this over to you. It's just a overview A to Z in Zoho people to help you understand what is this app, how do you use it, how do you put in employees, things like that. So we're going to send that over to you. Any issues that you have with inputting existing employees, you just let us know. We're going to help you out. Yeah. So that's on our list there. Let's talk recruiting. So inputting existing employees, but we also want to, you have a big hiring initiative here. So for the recruitment process, you have a recruitment agency. They're going to be posting jobs and sending candidate profiles to you. But you're going to import these profiles into Zoho Recruit and select candidates for interviews. You're going to notice I have a little caveat here, but this is what I think you should do. So you will import those profiles into Zoho Recruit and select the candidates that you're going to interview. The recruitment agency will then schedule the approved interview. So they'll say, hey, here's a couple profiles. You'll say, we want to meet with ABC. You will log the interview feedback and decisions into Zoho Recruit. So Zoho will automatically send these status updates to candidates, whether it was successful, unsuccessful interview. You can allow them to get notifications to say like, hey, we decided to go a different direction. We can automate those things as well. So that's what this is for. We can configure Zoho Recruit to do that. We can integrate Zoho People with Zoho Recruit. So Zoho People is HR management. Zoho Recruit is recruiting, interviews, candidates, etc. They have a little bit of overlap. So we'll connect those together so that once you interview someone and you decide to hire them, you're just one click from taking them from a candidate in Zoho People as an employee. So we'll integrate those together. Here's the caveat. So if you would rather just add the candidates right into Zoho People and then sending them an offer letter, you can do that. You don't even have to use Zoho Recruit if you don't want to. But I know if I was, or other people on the team, and I was like, how is hiring going? I would want to see Zoho Recruit. So you don't have to use Zoho Recruit, but I think it'd be helpful to track all the interviews you've had, the notes that you've had, and the candidates that you've interviewed. So that's why I think it's useful. Any comments, thoughts on that? Chanel?
No, right now, I think we're in good shape, so you could continue.
Excellent.
Agreed. Okay.
Sorry, did you say something? I heard the last thing there or not? I think
No,
No.
you should be, you're in good shape. Go ahead, so you can continue.
so. For successful candidates, we'll generate offer letters through Zoho People. So in Zoho People, really easy for you to generate the necessary documentation to actually hire a person. So I know you guys are targeting 30 plus hires across warehouse, finance, sales, potentially marketing roles through January, February. So we want to set you up for success there. That is the initial system to get you ready for that hiring push. Okay. So that's just to send the offer letter. Once they sign, what are you going to do? We have the onboarding process. So we're not talking client onboarding here. We're talking employee onboarding. The new hire will receive digital onboarding checklists through Zoho People portal. What's really nice about Zoho People is you can give employees access to it so they can see their checklist. What do I need to upload so I can get hired? So whatever you have on that checklist, we want you to send it over to us. We can also just enable it if you don't have the checklist, and then you can fill it up with things later. But you want to be really organized. So as soon as someone signs the offer letter, you want a portal to pop up in their email inbox. They click, and then they can just go through the portal and upload any documentation, do anything they need to be hired. So if you send over an onboarding checklist to us, we can help configure Zoho People to support it. That will be really helpful. Say again, I'm hearing somebody. I don't know if.
I said, okay, I will.
Oh, excellent. Okay, sounds good. I just want to make sure if you guys are asking a question, I wasn't just steamrolling over you. So, okay. We'll send Zoho Learn video. So we are really big on training, okay? So if we can get your team to train your team really well, that's a big win for us. If we build a perfect system for you and we fail to train you on how to use it, it's all for nothing. So training is really important. So with that, we're going to send you our Zoho Learn video. This is a masterclass we've created to take you from A to Z, how you should be using Zoho for training according to best practices. So we're going to send that over to you. You can send it to anyone else on your team that you want. We're also going to add a master SOP. So most SOP initiatives, which is, hey, we're going to document what we do so we can delegate, most of those fail. And we have some things we've done to make it much easier for you to make SOPs. So watch that masterclass. We're going to add a SOP template to your system. We highly recommend that you use it. We've done this with over 100 clients. It's very useful. So something to be aware of there. Next thing here, new employee will complete required documentation through the Zoho People portal, and they should go through the training modules, okay? So they sign the offer letter, they go through the portal, and they should have some kind of training. I know there's no general employee training yet. The system can support that when there is, but I know that each department's going to have their own training that they want a new employee to take, okay? Next thing here would be we'll send new how to use Zoho One training. And we'll I can show you how to add users to Zoho One. So this is, hey, look, they filled out the new employee onboarding checklist. They got their training. They need to learn how to use Zoho One, and you need to know how to add them as a user to Zoho One. That way they can get access to their system, to the system. So if that's relevant to you, we can send you over that training, and we can do that with you. At that point, you'd introduce the new hire to the company, and you would arrange the department handoff, right? So they've done all the employee onboarding. You want to make sure that they get handed off to, excuse me, that they're handed off to the correct department and department head. So from there, department heads will do their role-specific training. There's not general employee onboarding or training yet, but that's okay. So now, like I mentioned earlier, you can build that out later. We would love to send that training video with the master SOP. We have a Zoho Learn Masterclass to every department head. So every department head should get that so that we're all training in the same way. It's all in the same place. Zoho Learn should have the handbook for every department and every role. So we can send that over to you. Next thing here is performance management KPI. So once they're hired and they're trained, you want to make sure that they're successful in their role. And we can do that through performance management and KPIs. I can attest to this. We just had a meeting before. We have an internal dashboard. Everyone that we work with has a dashboard to measure how they're doing with things. Zoho People does have performance management. Okay, so they have a performance management tab. We can add people's goals and KPIs to Zoho People. Now it is limited, so it's good, but depending on the goals that you want to track, we may need to move over to Zoho Analytics. So we talked a little bit about the different things we're wanting to track here for metrics. We put an action item here. We can go in more detail onto this section later, depending on what things we want to track for which employees and which roles. So that's something we've added. You said that you'd provide us with a interactive KPI document. That could be really helpful for this section to make sure we're building the correct dashboard with Zoho People for you or in Zoho Analytics.
Yep, I can do that.
Excellent. So Zoho Analytics people can generate those dashboards and we'll configure them based on the KPI document that you mentioned. So higher level roles, including interdepartmental coordination metrics, can be difficult to measure. But if you tell us what you're trying to track, we can give you ideas on the best way to do it in Zoho.
Okay.
So that's performance management. Okay, we're almost done with the people side of things. We're going to get through payroll. And then I added this diagram for you just to show you, hey, look, we went from people over to training. And then the next part of the action plan is going to go from the customer journey from marketing over to service. Okay, so back up here to payroll. You guys will continue to use for payroll processing. Payroll, unfortunately, is not available in your area. Will export timesheets from clocking system to spreadsheet. So now we're getting into how do you initiate payroll. So you got a clocking system. You export that to a spreadsheet. Zoho People can automate timesheet compilation and send to accounting. So just so you're aware, Zoho People can automate that completely as far as getting those timesheets. We can explore an API integration. I know it's not currently available, but we can just keep this open if in the future TTPay decides to develop that. I just put a note here that we got from you guys that said that they currently don't have an API integration and that we could contact them regarding a timeline on when that might be rolled out on the roadmap. Accounting department will process payroll through system. So you can use Zoho People to collect timesheets, and I would recommend it. When people go into Zoho People, they go to the home tab, there's a place to collect time or to just put clock in, clock out. You can even do it on your phone. So I recommend you use Zoho People for that, unless you guys are married to your current clocking system and you love it. So let me add a quick note there too. Client should migrate.
Especially with the geotagging feature, that's important to us because we have technicians on the road.
Yes. Or geotagging.
And now we still manually pull the information from the clocking system to center accounts and still manually calculate times and stuff to center accounts. So I think Zoho would help streamline that.
Yeah, you're manually putting all the timesheets together. It'd be nice if they're all grouped, right?
Yes.
Yeah, that will be very helpful. So yeah, we'll migrate you over to Zoho People, show you how to use it for clocking in and out. It's very important. And from there, you can just export your timesheets from Zoho and get it ready for. So I got a couple other things we can do here to help. So right here, let me go up a little bit. Will process payroll to TTPay. Yeah. So one thing I put here, we can, if you start using Zoho People to track time, I know you guys right now you export your spreadsheet and you have to prep the data for. We can use Zoho Analytics to automatically prep the data for you. So whatever things you're doing to the data to get it ready for, we can use Zoho Analytics to do it all automatically so that when you're ready to run payroll, you just export it and import it. There's not export, clean everything up, compile the data, and then import it into TTPay. You just export, import. So that's something I think would be helpful for you guys. And we would want to see like what steps do you take to prepare the export? And then we can do it automatically. So it'll just make your life easier. I wish we could do it via API with you, but that's just not an option right now. Another thing here, okay, so this is kind of advanced, but let's say doesn't change very much. There's something Zoho has released. It's called Zoho RPA. It stands for Robotic Process Automation. Essentially what we can do is if we automate the data prep, you can click one button on your screen and Zoho will take over your screen and just automate the process of importing it all into Zoho Payroll. As long as the steps are generally the same. So that's something new that Zoho does. I do this to send proposals. I click one button, Zoho takes over my screen and sends the proposal because it's the same steps every time. So that's an alternative when you can't use an API, is you can use RPA. So that's something we can show you how to do. Right. Next thing here is we can create end-to-end videos showing the user journey through Zoho. So we want to create a video for you guys just showing you, hey, before we build this, this is how everything's going to look from app to app, just so that you can get a sense of what we're building before we build it. So put that action there. That's something we want to do. We also want to set up a journey map so that you can see your whole customer journey inside of Zoho within Zoho CRM. That will, and these are things that take us very little time, but it's very helpful for you guys to be able to see. We talked about our Zoho Learn system and then creating SOPs. So I'm going to remove those because we already discussed that, but that is perfect. Okay, so that is everything on the hiring side or employee side. Anything there, guys, that you have questions on? I know we went really fast, but we covered all the important parts of what we discussed through the discovery.
No, I'm in good shape so far. I think you've answered most of my questions. My only one would have been the RMA, and you hit that already.
Excellent. Okay, great to hear. If there's anything there that you guys have a question on, pops up in your mind in a couple minutes from now or something, feel free to bring it up. I can scoot back up and address it. Okay, now we're going to the customer side of the business. So marketing, sales, service, what does that look like? Let's start with lead generation. So prospects will contact client via email, WhatsApp, telephone calls, or by visiting the building. Just a note here, currently, it was mentioned, I think you called it destination business. Customers actively seek you out. They'll oftentimes actually come to your building. I put here Brockbank Consulting will set up Zoho CRM to capture leads from all channels. We're talking email, WhatsApp, integration, phone logging, walk-in tracking. We can track all of that through the leads module, which is useful. So you can see where are your leads actually coming from. From there, client staff will log all incoming inquiries in Zoho CRM with the correct lead source. Okay, so no matter where they come from, you got to enter the leads module, and then you can properly attribute the source to the lead. That's just one field. It's called lead source. We can show you guys exactly how to do it. Brockman Consulting create an executive dashboard to show the entire customer journey. This is optional. It's not something we have to do, but a lot of clients like to have a dashboard so that they can see every stage in their process and then how well people are going through the process. Basically this.
I want the dashboard.
You want the dashboard? Okay.
Yeah, because I was doing it myself. It's easier to be able to do it.
Yes. So we want to do that for you. We're already building the pipeline. We might as well report on it, right? This here is a way to measure this part of the business here. We can also build the executive dashboard to measure both. We can have an employee side dashboard. Within the same dashboard, we can have an employee side section. We can also have a customer journey section. If hiring is a big push, you might want to see both. So quoting process. So once a lead comes in, sales rep will use auto quotes for product specifications and base pricing. This is a movable system. It contains all manufacturer item pricing data. So auto quotes by Revitalize contains all the manufacturer specs, right? The manufacturers are uploading their information to this tool, so you guys can't move away from it. But you guys are paying for API access, which is key to this. Sales rep will use NCR counterpoint to get in stock Trinidad and Tobago pricing. Currently manually transferring between systems is causing duplication inefficiency there. We can integrate AutoQuote's API with Zoho to pull the quote data directly into Zoho Books. And then you guys can we'll ensure that the Zoho Books and Zoho CRM integration is set up correctly for you. We'll integrate the final quote in Zoho, or the sales rep will generate the final quote in Zoho and send via email, WhatsApp to prospect. So you can send it from AutoQuote if you want, but I think you should create it in AutoQuoter, and then from AutoQuotes, push it to Zoho. And then in Zoho, you'll have the quote and you can just send it via email. You can also send it via WhatsApp to your prospect. Zoho integrates with WhatsApp, so we can integrate that for you. And you'll be able to do that from there. Zoho will automatically send follow-up sequences if no response is received from the prospect. So if you send out the quote, no one ever responds, Zoho can automatically start following up and saying, hey, we sent you the quote. What'd you think? We can set that up for you. Quote to order conversion, prospect can negotiate and will confirm acceptance of the quote. Once they do that, the sales rep will convert the accepted quote to a sales order. It's one button. You go to the quote, you convert to sales order, and then it automatically takes everything from the quote and creates the sales order in Zoho Books. So this is where the process can change for in-stock and out-of-stock items or non-stock items. For in-stock items, is 40-50% of the orders from what we had discussed. Brockman Consulting will configure Zoho to check inventory levels from Zoho inventory and create sales order. Zoho will generate the full invoice immediately for payment. Previously, you jump straight to the invoice, but sales order is needed here for proper tracking. You've got to have the sales order if you want to make sure inventory levels are correct. So I put that there. For non-stock items, sales rep will create deposit invoice for 60% of the total order value in Zoho. Why? Well, the high deposit percentage protects your margins due to the custom orders, and it's difficult to reclaim money. So you got to have that high initial deposit for the non-stock items that you're quoting and getting orders for. So once the customer makes the deposit payment, Zoho will trigger a purchase order creation workflow. So now we get into purchase order. Purchase order clerk will create purchase order in Zoho inventory with supplier details. By the way, you create that PO from the sales order, and it can be a partial purchase order. So makes it really easy. Again, just like the quote automatically becomes a sales order, one click from the sales order to become a purchase order. So hiring dedicated purchase order clerk with 18 years of experience. You guys have an update on that, by the way? I know we discussed it. I don't know if you guys have moved on that. Do you guys have that?
We have someone who we are considering. That may be an internal move for her, but nothing is like on record yet.
Okay, got it.
What we would need more than anything else is to kind of delineate. Like people can't, there's some minimum set for how you purchase things. So the reason we want somebody dedicated to that is we don't want a salesperson by mistake ordering something and then we end up paying $500 in freight for a $50 item.
Right.
So we want to be able to, the permissions to have some delineation there. So this person would do that.
Sure thing. Very helpful. Okay, that's good to know. Next thing here, Zoho automatically send purchase order to supplier via email. So once you create the purchase order, you can send it over to the suppliers. The way that this works, we can either set it up to happen automatically. So once you create a purchase order, it looks through each line item and it says this line item, the preferred vendor is ABC vendor. And it can automatically send emails, or you can do it manually. It's completely up to you. So we can configure it to automatically happen based on preferred vendors for each item that you are procuring through a purchase order.
We might start with manual and switch to automatic because finance still has to sign off on a lot of these POs to make sure that there is currency in circulation.
Got it.
So we'll see what that fine tune looks like.
Got it. And what you can do, so after we're done with this meeting, we're going to put all of this in Zoho projects and you can just mark the ones you want to do. And if this one, we'll put the note, do this manually initially and maybe develop, maybe automate phase 2. And then later, if you're like, we want to do this, it'll be there and you can just put it at the top of the list and we can start to do it. So we will add that note, not a problem. Give me 1 second, guys. Excellent. All right. Next thing here, Zoho will send automated follow-up emails to vendors if no response is received. I know, Rashma, you mentioned sometimes they're acting like you're so lucky that you even get my time. Well, we want to nag them for you automatically. It's exhausting having to email a vendor over and over and say, we want to buy from you. Like, where's this at? Great. We'll just automate that. We'll send emails to them getting updates. If they don't respond, if they respond, they won't be in that workflow.
Okay.
So supplier will respond to that confirmation and shipping details. They need to give you a heads up and say, we received this, we're working on it. They got to give you some kind of update.
That works for me, yeah, because especially with tracking.
Yep. And I'll add that note to this workflow. Responded. Got it. Supplier will respond with confirmation and shipping details, and then purchase order clerk will update the purchase order in Zoho with tracking information, the expected delivery dates.
There we go.
Yep. So we'll keep it all in Zoho books there for finance, import and customs processing. Okay. So now we're talking about the process. You sent over the purchase order. They said, yep, we got it. We're sending it over. Supplier will fulfill order and provide shipping documentation. Client will track shipment progress in Zoho. Goods will arrive and go through customs clearance. Accounting will update landed costs in Zoho, including currency conversion, import duties, bridge fees, shipping charges. This is really critical as it makes your margins more accurate once they're tracked properly. You can track all of these costs in the purchase order. And that will give you a better idea of your profitability. So that will all be set up in Zoho for you guys to use. I believe warehouse team will mark items as received in Zoho inventory. So as things are coming into the warehouse, we need someone in the warehouse to go into Zoho inventory to look at the purchase order, to match it with what's been received, and mark it as such within Zoho. Once it's been received, we can just trigger that automatically to send an email to your client that it's in the facility or it's in your warehouse. Okay, so order fulfillment and delivery. Now that's in the warehouse for orders or for orders in your area. Customers will either collect items with their own truck or request delivery. Client will create delivery note. Oh, and then guys, I'm getting some reverb on one of your sides. I don't know.
I'm not sure if it's me. Let me mute myself so that while you're talking.
No worries. No worries. Thank you. Order fulfillment and delivery. For Trinidad orders, like you said, they might come in with their own truck or they will request delivery from you. You can create a delivery note in Zoho either way to say what you're going to do for delivery. Customer will sign delivery confirmation. So they need to sign something to show, I approve that I'm picking this thing up. You can take a picture of it, attach it to Zoho to show they've confirmed. So you got to get that signed delivery confirmation. It's going to be important. And then you just attach it to the system. And I'll put a note here. Client team member signed confirmation and attach image to Zoho inventory record. Perfect. For other islands in the Caribbean, clients will arrange drop shipping from supplier to customer's location. Customer will arrange their own logistics from Florida distribution point. Client will generate final invoice for any remaining balance in Zoho. So when I say client, I'm talking about you guys. If you do 60% up front, you do the rest of the 40% there. You'd send that over to them to collect payment. Installation service management for customers requesting installation services. You can create a service work order in Zoho FSM. Okay, if that sounds like gibberish, Zoho FSM is a tool for you to organize work in the field. When I say in the field, we're just talking outside your office, right? So if you're organizing people going to different locations to provide a service, we call that FSM, Field Service Management. Zoho FSM is a different app. It's for things like doing installation. So if one of your clients is like, yeah, we need someone to go install this, and you have partners who are working in the field, you just say, hey, if you want to be a partner of ours, you got to use Zoho FSM. That's the tool that we use. If, let's say, a client wants installation, you add a work order. A work order is saying, hey, they bought something from us and we're directing you to go do work at this location. The contractor, when I'm saying contractor, this is the person you're contracting to go actually do the work for you, which to do the installation. They'll be assigned to an installation project, or AKA the work order. And you guys are using contractors instead of employees due to the varying labor laws across the Caribbean countries. So makes things easier for you guys. The contractor will update the work order progress in Zoho FSM. So the contractor will hop on their phone, Zoho FSM, maybe a tablet or something. They will actually go through it and say, hey, this work order is in progress, it's completed. They can add the different appointments against the work order. All of that can be tracked. Client will invoice separately for installation, commissioning, testing, and training services. All of that can be logged against the work order. For warranty and parts requests, customer will submit warranty claim through Zoho. Client will arrange part shipment, parts covered, labor. Local trained technicians will handle basic repairs, and or-based contractor will travel for more complex issues. Okay, so we just got through most of the customer journey there, from lead in to sell to fulfillment and then to installation. These are some more miscellaneous items. Before I get to the miscellaneous stuff here, any questions thus far? What we've covered really is the main stuff. Now we're going to go
No,
over.
we're in good shape here.
Excellent. Okay,
Mhm.
good to hear. Just want to make sure this is what you guys is something valuable that we're discussing, and that it's things that you guys want to move on. So perfect. All right, inventory management and optimization. So current inventory status. These are just some notes that I took about your current inventory setup. Mentioned like $2 million USD worth of inventory in 100,000 square foot warehouse. We talked about some of the things we would do to optimize your inventory. Some AI and automation requirements. So Rashma, at some point you were like, hey, this would be my dream. And we can decide where we want to put this, but I'll describe it first. Internal knowledge management. So an AI chatbot that can integrate with Zoho for manufacturer operation manuals. That way, when your client gets a piece of equipment, they're not asking you every little question about it. They can use AI chatbot that looks through the manuals and gives them the answers to their questions. That's something we can work on. AI agent would help the staff answer technical customer questions. And sorry, I got that wrong. It's not the client who'd be asking you, or the client that'd be asking the chatbot. From my memory, we described an AI agent that would help the staff answer technical customer questions.
That's correct. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. I wanted to make sure I got that right. Yeah, that's what we had noted. This is for internal use only. And so AI system will suggest complementary products for cross-selling and upselling opportunities. That's something we could build in. And so that's an AI agent that we had discussed. We talked about some process automation, automatically sending acknowledgement emails for job applications received, workflows for quotes, purchase order, customer communication. That's all kind of above what we discussed for finance, Zoho finance stuff. Third-party integrations and contractor access. Talked about Zoho FSM and auto quotes. These are the stages that we'd recommend across your customer journey. So a new inquiry, qualified opportunity, rejected, recycled. And these are the stages we recommend initially having Zoho CRM, quote requested, quote sent, closed won, closed lost. These are really easy to change. So we'd start with these and then we can grow into more stages if we need them. But 4 to 7 stages per Kanban view or per pipeline is preferred. Anything more than that gets too hard to track and gets overwhelming. Anything less than that is not enough to see where things really are at in a process. Got account stages here, just so you can see, hey, look, on an account by account basis, where are things at? Is this a prospect? Is this a client? Is this warranty support? Where are they at in their customer life cycle? These are some additional requirements that we discussed. I know we talked about Zoho Commerce after the core inventory, CRM and inventory is established, online order system to integrate. Talked about social media management, document manager, some access control issues, and One thing I do want to make sure I note here, miscellaneous, is Janelle providing the import cost breakdown spreadsheet. I think Janelle, you may have sent that over, but we talked about like a clean cutover to Zoho. So only migrating clean data, essential data, open sales orders, outstanding invoices, customer payment history, warranty. You don't have to migrate anything over unless you want to. But if you do migrate things over, I just recommend you can bring everything over in phases. So just bring over the open stuff now so we can do a clean cut over to Zoho. With that, for the estimated timeline in hours, right after this meeting, we're going to take everything here and we are going to bring it into Zoho projects. So I'm going to show you what that looks like very quickly. And what you'll see, we'll do spray tech for you. We're going to load every single item into Zoho projects. And what you'll notice here is there will be a line for each bullet we discussed. And then our client, you guys, will have you go through this client priority and you'll just say, hey, we want to do this. This would be nice, but not a high priority, or we're just not interested. We take no offense to this, by the way. We'll tell you how many hours we estimate that it will take to do every single item. And then you just mark the ones you want to do. You can also, you'll notice you can drag this up or down. So you can drag every single one of these so that you can rearrange the order. So we're going to put it in the same order we have it here in this document from top to bottom. And if you want to change the order of things, you're able to do that as well. So you can change, you can sort this according to what is the highest priority for you guys, and then just let us know. So that would be the next step for you, is for you and the team to go through this and sort it based on priority, and mark that one column. You just have one job, just go through each of those. We'll try to consolidate it so it's not 1,000 bullet points. It's more like 20 to 30. Go through there, mark the ones you want to move on, and then we will book a meeting to kick off development with you. That's the next steps.
Okay. I really only have one question.
Please.
My one question is, we told you how we currently work. Now that you've really gone through this in really, I think, very impressive levels of detail, is there something here that you're like, listen, you are over engineering this process. There's a way to simplify this that does not require 4 million steps?
The short answer is this is the best practice to do everything that we discussed.
Okay.
The long answer is a lot of things we discussed, like doing manually first. That will make the process more bloated, but it's actually okay to do that at first, because once you start doing this manually, we can start to identify what should be automated first. If we try to automate everything at once, usually the system, we cement bad practices into the system. So some of these things I'm like, yeah, that should be automated, but I want to get a simple working system first, and then we can make it more advanced over time. That's the goal here.
Yeah, that works for me. I just wanted to make sure.
There's nothing here that I'm like, don't do this. This is over engineering. This is what I would do if I was you. This is step by step exactly how I build Zoho. Good.
Okay.
Really good question. By the way, when we get into the weeds of all this stuff, if there's things you're trying to over engineer, we'll just tell you. We'll just say that's way too complicated.
Yeah, that is very important to me, because I think my two biggest issues were, am I overcomplicating things, one, and two, who owns all of this? So you made very clear from the beginning that we will always own our data and we get to hold these processes to ourselves. Those are my two big questions. I think you all have done an excellent job, and you just described every function of our business down to a T, which is a difficult thing to do, because it shows me that you all were listening to us. So as far as I'm concerned, I am ready to start looking at next steps.
The third part to building a system is development. That's actually building the system. That's what development is, based on the action plan from design. So if you are implementing or improving a system, I want you to ask yourself this question: is someone building the system? Now, that someone can be yourself, or it can be somebody else that you've hired to do it, or someone else on your team that's been assigned to actually develop the system. And if the answer to that is yes, if someone's been assigned to build the system, you can skip past this section of the video, development, and move on to demonstrate or whatever section is relevant to you. If the answer is no, I want you to stay along because these key concepts and principles for development are going to help you build systems better. Okay, so the first thing that I want to go over is development starts with design plan. So you can see this is an example of a detailed development plan. Okay, we actually did this for our client, it's just been anonymized, but this is a plan of action to develop a system. And this should be the output of the design section. And it's the start of the development section. The end of development should actually be a fully built system. Now, it's kind of difficult for me to show you that bit because I don't know what system you're trying to develop. But for what I do in my company, we build systems inside of all-in-one platforms, Zoho being one of those platforms. So integrating CRM with projects, with marketing technology, other sales technology, service technology, HR platforms, so that people can run their whole business from end to end in one platform. That's what we do. So the output of that would be a Zoho One instance that could be that can be demonstrated to a client to show them, hey, based on everything we designed for you, this has been built. Okay. But what I'm going to show you, because I can't show you a client instance of an all-in-one system, since I can't show you that, I'm just going to show you this, which is the way that we organize the work. And the way we organize the work here is using a work management tool called Zoho Projects. Do you have to use Zoho Projects? No. You can use ClickUp, you can use Asana. There's many work management tools out there that you can go ahead and use. Trello does work management well for developers, things like that. But we use Zoho Projects. What's nice about this is I can transfer everything from the action plan, take each of these bullets, and then create from these bullet points different tasks to be completed. Each task is just something that needs to be done, okay? And then I can assign it to a specific person. I can even add fields for dates, start dates, end dates, estimated hours that it's going to take to get something done, and statuses so people can see, is this in progress? Is this open? Or is it done? Okay. So that's what's really nice about this. During development, a lot of times people will say things like, is the system completed? Or where are we at? You want to be able to go to one place, a board that looks something like this, and say, we've completed sections ABC. We're still working on these specific items. These are the hangups. You want to stay really organized during development. Okay. So I'm not going to go in and build a system in this development section. I'm going to show you the things to set yourself up for success. The reason why is because of this principle, success blitz. Okay. The idea here is I can't guarantee that any system is going to be successful, but we can do so many of the right things that it would be unreasonable to fail. It wouldn't make sense if we failed based on doing all of these right things. So with that, the reason I bring this up, I'm showing you this is one of those things that if you don't do, I've seen many people fail because they're disorganized. They didn't do a correct design. They never did a good discovery, and they never organized the work to be done. So make sure that you do that. That's the development piece. Another thing here that I think is really important to understand is it takes a lot of work to get things to development. A lot of people want to start here. Let's just build the system. I know what I want. Well, if you haven't actually detailed a plan of action for building the system, and if you haven't done a proper discovery, you may end up building a system that's useless to everybody, that you put a lot of sweat, time, and tears into, and it turns into nothing. So you got to spend a fair amount of time doing discovery and design, because that's what's going to set you up for success when you finally get to development. Next thing here, development is going to, it exists on a spectrum. So kind of imagine this is a spectrum for what we're talking about, and then just ignore easy and hard. You have really bad developers and you have really good developers. Now, when I say developer, I'm not even talking about someone that necessarily codes, but whoever's going to be building the system, and that can be yourself. And you can still find success as a inexperienced developer of a system, but it really helps to have experience. So if you're going to hire somebody, let them show you the systems that they built to give you the confidence that they can build a system that you're looking for. Okay. I know that sounds really obvious, but for some of you it may not be. That's why I just want to make mention of it. It's really important that the right people are discovering, designing, and development. And if you can find someone to do all three and they're experienced in all three, even better. Get that person to do it. The system can only be as good as the person who designed it or architected the solution. I would combine that with discovery and design. And you can get someone to develop it for cheaper. But oftentimes in this space of developing systems, especially with what we do, building all-in-one systems for companies, you really do get what you pay for typically. Sometimes you can find a great deal with somebody who just started, who's a star, but oftentimes you get what you pay for. So that's development. It's going from having a design plan to actually building this system into some kind of platform, right? Or building this system, period, and then demonstrating it to the people you built the system for, or if it's for yourself, great. Keep organized with a spreadsheet or a work management platform, and then you have a system built for you, and that is development. This is a note on a step between doing the design and doing the development, and it's prioritization. Prioritization is understanding that you have unlimited things that you can do to build and improve a system, but you have limited resources, so you can't do everything. So you got to pick your battles, and you got to choose which things you want to do and in what order, okay? So if you're doing this for somebody else, I like to show the design of the system, to show them, this is, if we were to go all out, this is what it's going to look like for the first version, okay? However, I say you have veto power, so you can say, these are things we want to do, we don't want to do. So I'll go through, I'll say, hey, we're going to put this into a table in a project management tool. We use Zoho Projects. You can use many other tools. And you can go through here and say, this is a must-have, this is nice to have, and we're not interested. And that will become must-have. That will become our first version. I'll say, obviously, you want to do everything, okay, to build a system. But just put the must-haves for that first version so that we can get that up and running. You can start adopting the system, and we can always develop the nice-to-haves and other things later, okay? So I allow the people to do that. And I say, hey, if you're confused if it's a must-have or not, I'll do a first pass at these client priorities to say, I think this is a must-have. But you want to give them the veto power. So if they're like, well, of course you're going to say it's all must-have because you want more work. And I say, hey, look, I'll just put my 2 cents there, my recommendation based on I've built systems many times. And then you can say, hey, we don't actually want to do that. It's completely fine. I take no offense to a client saying we don't really want to do that. This is an example. This is a demo board that I have. But we build these for our clients too. So, and I recommend you do the same either for yourself if you're building a system internally, or if you're building for a client. You put here their name, and then you allow them to see in a tabular format just the same list, right? It's the exact same list here. It's just all these action items that we put to actually get the system built. We've now added to this system so they can see the progress, okay? And that's really helpful to do this because when you get into development, we'll talk more about this. You want to make it, you don't want to leave it up to someone saying, I don't feel like the system's working. You can just say, hey, this is the design that we approved with you, and this is the system that's built. And you can see exactly what was built here. We even attach videos to every single asset that's created there so that people can look through exactly what was done. So the note here is prioritization. Take the action plan, put it in here, and then decide what's a must-have, what's a nice-to-have, what's not of interest to yourself for the first version. And that will allow you to be even more successful when it comes to development. The fourth part to building systems and delegating those systems is demonstration. Okay, so we've made our way over from systemization to delegation, which is how to actually delegate those systems and tasks. This is the fun part for me because it's much easier to me doing the delegation piece than it is building the system. Even though it requires work, it's not that it's easy, it's easier than systemization. And it doesn't require as much from you to set up, and it gives you a lot of rewards. So I'm excited to go over this. So if you're going to implement and improve a system and you've already covered parts 1, 2, and 3, then we've moved over to demonstration part 4. Ask yourself this question: do you have a demonstration of the task or system? Okay, if the answer is yes, if you've already demonstrated this, and when I say demonstration, I'm talking about a video. You need a recording of you demonstrating the thing to be done. If the answer is yes, you can skip past this. By the way, for these videos, I use Loom. I'm going to show you more about that in just a second. There's alternatives to this if you want to use something else. If the answer is no, if you don't have a demonstration, you need to stick around because I need to show you how to do this properly so that you can sustain creating SOPs and delegating things over time. There's a lot of principles around this. Okay, so the first thing I'm going to show you is the end result, which is we want a library of how-tos in your system. Okay, so it's unfair to build a system, require a lot of people to do all these tasks, and not give them an idea of what needs to get done. Okay, the more detailed you can be in your demonstration, the better you can delegate things. Now, the thing you have to understand before we can get to this point with all these standard operating procedures is you have to understand this guy. And this is the how to create SOP standard operating procedure. Guys, if you don't know what a standard operating procedure is, it's just a list of what you need to do to get something done. And then with the way I do it, having a demonstration too, a video showing you what to get done. This is the actual video here for how to create a standard operating procedure. And I can share this so that you guys can have access to it too. And the idea here is the master SOP. Okay, so it's a how to create SOP, which is kind of meta because it's a standard operating procedure on how to best create standard operating procedures. Why do that? Because it standardizes all the SOPs with a master SOP. So you can copy mine if you want. That master one helps you standardize everything that comes after that. Okay, so every time you have something that you want to delegate, I want you to think to yourself, I'm one recording or demonstration away from delegating that thing. So what I do is every time I want to record something like how to sort my email inbox for other employees in my company, or how to send proposals, or how I respond to emails, I'll just demonstrate. I'll take out Loom, and I'm actually going to trigger it right here just to see if it works for us. Here we go. I have a hotkey where I trigger Loom. I start to record. And then after I'm done with the recording, I will actually go over to Loom, and then I can hit create SOP. Okay. And you can't just record yourself doing it and then be silent. You need to explain the concepts and things, and understand it's not going to be perfect. But the idea behind the demonstration is not to be perfect in showing every single detail. The more detail, the better. But the idea is that you adhere to the 80-20 rule. It's the 20% that you can demonstrate of the thing, the system or the task that needs to be done, to get paid, to give somebody 80% clarity on how to do the thing. Okay. And then you can copy this and you can just create the SOP and throw it into, we use Zoho Learn here, but there's a lot of learning management systems. It's called an LMS, learning management system. What's an LMS? It's where you can create all these different SOPs. Okay, so that's demonstration. Record yourself doing the thing. If you use Loom, which I suggest that you do, it's really cool because you can put it into an SOP how-to guide. It's really nice for that, and you can copy the text. Also, if you don't want Loom to do it, and I have mixed feelings. Sometimes I like Loom to do it, but there's some things I like to delegate that I'm like, I want to see that you understood what I sent you. So I'll send a video to somebody. I'll use a tool like Slack. It's called Zoho Click, and I'll click somebody and I'll say, hey, here is a demonstration. I'll send them a Loom link of how to send an invoice. And I would like you to create an SOP on it. And then in the SOP, you can see they have a link to our project. It's very detailed on what they need to do to create that, so that I know exactly when that SOP has been created. So that's really useful for me, so that I can track that so they'll be creating the SOPs. I don't create SOPs. I create recordings, and I always think to myself, I'm one recording away from never having to do that thing again. And then I'll just look over the SOP to see, okay, they actually understood what I said. So that is the demonstration bit. Okay, I wanted to show you the end result and then show you, hey, the demonstration is like the first big domino of what you need to do in order to set people up for success. We kind of bled into documentation a little bit there, but that's because I wanted to give you a better understanding of this process. But with that, that is how you can properly demonstrate to set people up for success when it comes to documentation. Then a quick note here, supporting concept on demonstrations. Training is the most important thing. If you build a perfect system, it is all for nothing unless you train people on how to use it. We all know what it's like to join an organization, or most of us will know what this is like, joining an organization and them throwing you into the deep end and basically saying, good luck, okay? We don't want to do that in our organizations. We want to set people up for success. We want to build an army of SOPs over time. This is a very sustainable way to build SOPs if you're a very busy person. So if you're an organization leader or if you're an entrepreneur or organization owner, you're going to like this system because it requires very little of you. All you do is the demonstration. You're just recording things and sending it out. But then the nice thing is once you've built this army of SOPs, this is reactive. Building these are reactive. Then you can start to be proactive. And how can you be proactive? Well, you can start to build these courses, okay? These courses where you can organize multiple SOPs in a row, and then you can show people based on their role and based on, you can do general employee onboarding, you can do for specific roles in your organization, you can organize SOPs so that when they start in an organization, you are already setting them up for success from the get-go. So you can build these internal courses for people, or they can just look through all the SOPs that you've created there. And with that, that is the demonstration part of delegating systems and tasks. In this video, I'm going to show you how to create a standard operating procedure. Now, we are going to create a standard operating procedure for conducting a weekly meeting, and we're going to follow the procedure outlined here in order to do it perfectly. Okay, so this is going to start off with me sending you a video. And when you watch the video, if I request in this video, most likely it's going to be a Loom video, that what I'm about to show you should become an SOP, I want you to pause the video. So as soon as I'm like, hey, this is a demonstration of ABC, and I would like this to become an SOP, just go ahead and pause it. Next thing I want you to do is I want you to go to Zoho Projects and add a task in the project Brockbank Consulting. So you can go ahead and use this link, open a new tab. This is going to take you right to the Brockbank Consulting internal project. Now from here, I want you to add this text, which is name will create an SOP based on this video Loom link. So you can go here, add task, replace it with your name, and then you would replace this Loom link text with the actual link of the video. From there, you'll go over to owner and select yourself, and then you can come back to the SOP. Okay, so the next thing after you've assigned it to yourself and you've added the name there for the text is you'd go to one.zoho.com and then you'd actually go and make a template. You'd go create an article from a template. So I'm going to show you exactly how to do that. You're going to go to one.zoho.com. You're going to find Zoho Learn. If you don't see it in your sidebar, I want you to go search for Learn. It should be right here. Once you click on Zoho Learn, if SOPs in my manuals is showing up, great. If not, you can go to Spaces, the School of Practical Excellence. That's where all of the SOPs will be stored. And then you can go over to SOPs. Now, once you're in this view, I want you to go to the plus icon and then click on Template. Then from here, you can click SOP Template and just keep it as SOP Template for now, okay? Alrighty, so you will see here, team member will paste the link of the Loom video in the demonstration section. Okay, well, I'm gonna take a step back. So leave SOP template for the article name. You'll change this later, then you'll create. That's what we just did. Then you will paste the link of the Loom video that I sent you in the demonstration section of the SOP. So you would go to, let's say, I'm just gonna go to Loom real quick. I'm gonna grab this link here. Actually, I'll grab this. So once you've created the template, you would just paste the video that I sent you into the template. And then just highlight it and make it a link. That's just Command K for me in a Mac. Should be Control K for you if you're using Windows. Okay, so what would you do next? Well, you would restart the video and take detailed notes because remember at this point, you've just seen part of the video and I've requested that this should become an SOP. So at that point, you should have paused it and you'll restart the video or continue it and you'll start to take detailed notes. So you'd watch the video. I want you to take a good amount of notes. And then I want you to add the how-to sentence at the top of the SOP document. So maybe I make it easy on you and during the video, I'm like, in this video, I'm going to show you how to create an SOP. In our example here, we're going to document how to conduct a weekly meeting. So you'd go here and say, okay, Drew sent me this video on how to conduct a weekly meeting. I'm going to put how to conduct a weekly meeting. And then I want you to replace SOP template with how to ABC. whatever the task at hand is. Maybe I make it easy and you can just copy what I say in the video. Maybe you need to watch the whole video, get the gist of it, and then summarize it in one sentence. Okay, so now we've got two things here, what we're going to be accomplishing with this SOP. And this is nice too, because later on when you search through Zoho Learn, it's going to be really easy to find this because it's laid out in a very plain and searchable way. Then you've got the demonstration video as well. Okay, from here, what are we going to do? We are going to, after you've taken notes and you've reviewed the entire video, I want you to add, and you've added the how-to to the top, I want you to write out each step. Now this part can get a bit tricky. So I want you to reference the 80-20 rule. The 80-20 rule states that 20% of an input gives you 80% of the output. And so, for example, if you're not familiar with the 80-20 rule, instead of documenting 100% of the steps, screenshot by screenshot, everything you can do in order to get something done, I don't want you to do that. I don't want you to do that. I want you to put 20% of the steps that will give you 80% of the understanding of how to do a task, okay? So you want to find that sweet spot of 20%. Now it's a bit of a gray area, but the more you do this, the better you're going to get. Think about it this way. If you were to write this up and then in 3 weeks, you had to fish it back up in order to complete the task or conduct a weekly meeting, I want you to be able to look through it very clearly and do it right. So what would this actually look like? I'll just do the demo. So for example, I put manager will begin the meeting. Contributor will join the meeting. Manager and contributor will catch up briefly. Contributor will review new SOPs and new SOP updates in Zoho Learn. So as a part of the weekly meeting, I would like to go over standard operating procedures that have been added to the system and any updates that have been made, because I want there to be a culture of referencing procedures instead of creating the wheel from scratch every single time. I want to take advantage of the solutions that we already have in our knowledge base, okay? So what we would do, just as an example of what this would look like, go to one.zoho.com during the meeting. Give this a second to load. Once in Zoho 1, you'll go over to Learn, go over to SOPs. Actually, we'll go this way. We'll go over to Spaces, School Practical Excellence, Articles, and then from here, we can, number 1, reference the most recently created new SOPs. And then number 2, we can look at recently modified SOPs to see what the major changes are. That way, everyone can take advantage of all the knowledge that we are collecting and documenting here, all the solutions. Alrighty, so let's complete this SOP for how to conduct a weekly meeting. So I do want the contributor, it's kind of a weird word to use. I was going to use team member, but I just wanted to be clear that, hey, this person is the person who's doing the work, and the manager is the person who's checking on the work and helping the contributor push back or push forward despite any challenges that have come up for any task, okay? But the first thing would be the contributor will review new SOPs and new SOP update in Zoho Learn. So I could put the link here so it's just easier to access. People know exactly where to go. I can go here, Command K, then go to the next task and be, just as a note, use the list view. And as another note, sort by recently modified. Okay, next thing here. I want the contributor, so this is a little backwards because oftentimes the manager will be presenting the new SOPs. I want the contributor to be sharing their screen and showing the new SOPs that have been created. Okay, the contributor will also present completed tasks from the last week. So when you have a weekly meeting, all the tasks that have been completed since the last meeting should be presented so that the manager is aware that those have been created. Next thing, contributor will take notes on the tasks during the meeting. That's really important. So as the manager is giving instruction, helping the contributor through challenges, the contributor should be taking notes on the tasks during the meetings. Later, we'll create a SOP on how to take notes during the task, and that can be referenced as well. So the next step here would be the contributor will present assigned open tasks that are not completed. Okay, so first present the tasks that have been completed, take notes on the tasks during the entire meeting. We could even slide it forward here. Contributor will present assigned open tasks that are not completed. Contributor will take notes on the task during the meeting. And then manager will present new tasks assigned to contributor. Okay, so if they're first, go over SOPs, then go over completed tasks, then assigned open tasks that aren't completed, that need to be completed. So anything else that you just haven't done yet that's been assigned to you. And then the contributor will take notes on the task during the meeting, and then the manager will present new tasks assigned to the contributor. So better to go over what's been completed and what's being blocked first before loading up a contributor or someone on the team who's taking on more tasks with new tasks, okay? All right, next thing here. Manager will help contributor remove obstacles for incomplete tasks. And we'll actually put this one right here, okay? Makes more sense to do it right after go over open tasks. The manager will help the contributor remove obstacles for incomplete tasks. Okay, now let's get to the checklist. So that's the procedure. Again, this isn't every little thing that can happen in the meeting. It's enough so that most people could go through these steps and say, I know how the meeting's supposed to go. That you can catch up a little bit briefly at the beginning. The contributor will be driving. The contributor will review the new SOPs, the new SOPs and new SOP updates. The contributor will present completed tasks. The contributor will present assigned open tasks that aren't completed. The manager will help the contributor remove obstacles. Contributor will take notes, and the manager will present new tasks assigned to the contributor, okay? So this is enough for most people to know how the meeting is supposed to go. But let's go over the checklist. What is the checklist about? So demonstration is obviously the video going over the process that needs to be standardized. The procedure will be the step-by-step. Not every step, 20% of the steps. That's going to get someone 80% of the understanding of how to do the task. And then the checklist is going to be the questions that we ask that are the non-negotiable. So for example, let's do this. Did the contributor lead the meeting and share their screen? You could also put here, contributor will share their screen. So here's the thing that I'm going to look for, right? If I saw a recording of someone's weekly meeting, or if I'm reviewing a weekly meeting that I just had, I'd be like, it was a success if the contributor shared their screen. Did the contributor lead the meeting and share the screen? Yeah. The next thing I'd put is were completed tasks presented. So I'd want to know, hey, the weekly meeting in my mind was a success if the contributor went over the completed task. I'd also ask, let's go here, were open tasks presented? Okay. Sorry, my brain's running slow. Were open tasks, we could also call this incomplete. Presented. And then were new tasks presented. Okay. So the checklist is just the questions for the things that this has to get done in order for this to be considered a success. So this will be an evolving document, but just put the checklist items initially that you feel are critical for that task in order for it to be considered complete or done correctly. So these are the questions that I would ask in order to see if a weekly meeting was conducted correctly according to this SOP. So this SOP is a simple one. I would consider this one completed. The 3 core components I'm going to be looking for is demonstration, procedure, and checklist. We may add a section for cadence, which would be, hey, if I'm expecting you to do this on a daily basis, I would do something like cadence. And then I'd put here, put daily or weekly. So this one would be weekly. So it is relevant for this one. We just do weekly. But some of them, this won't even be relevant cadence, because cadence would be every single time, right? So this is an optional section, but if it needs to be done on a regular basis, that needs to be outlined here in cadence very simply. Okay, so this would be considered a completed SOP. You'd go ahead and publish this. Now again, this is a bit meta, but we're going to go back to the actual SOP that we were using to do this, which is how to create an SOP. So how to, each step, include screenshots. We're actually going to remove this. Again, I don't want you to feel like you have to do a stupid amount of documentation here. Change the article name, perfect. Publish the article, copy the shareable link. Okay, so the next thing from here is you will copy the shareable link, and you can do, instead of shareable link, let's just go with this. Let's have you just grab the link from the top. And since it's published, it should be shared with everyone, reader, contributor, admin. Yeah, just make sure everyone in the hub is selected so that everyone can see it. You can enable that. Then you can copy the link, and then you can shoot it over to me, preferably through Click. I should have you added to Click so that you can send it to me there. Okay, so once you get the shareable link, you can update the Zoho project's task to review needs approval. So if you remember that task that you created, you can go over to review needs approval. And then you will send me a link for the SOP to approve. I'd also appreciate it if you put the SOP link right there in asset link so that I can review it. Okay, so from there, that I would consider that a completed SOP. Once you send it to me through Click, it's done. And then I'll be asking myself this set of questions on that SOP. Is there a demonstration? Is there a procedure section? Did you follow the 80-20 rule? Is there a checklist section? Was the completed SOP sent to me for review? So use this as the demonstration for how to create an SOP. Thank you very much. A quick note here on delegation, something that I find really helpful before I go to record myself doing something as a demonstration, whether it be a system or a task that I want to delegate. I pull out a notepad and I just use the notes, the default notes app within Apple on a Mac. And what I do here is I just write out a couple steps here. So this is a little different. This is actual notes that I took to give feedback in a Loom recording for one of my employees. They were doing a marketing task for me. So this is the same format though. I'll just list out a bunch of bullets, and I'm not shy to show this on the Loom recording. So it's kind of some pre-documentation. Do you have to do this? No. Like if you've sent an invoice 1,000 times, you don't need to write out like this thing, then this thing, then this thing, then this thing. But I found for like larger things like a system that I'm demonstrating, because I've done recordings that are, more than an hour. Like I've done really long demonstrations of things. It can be helpful to go through these to just quickly bullet out what you need to do. And then just a side note within this side note, because I think this is helpful. When you start to record things, like I do these long videos on YouTube, I do Loom recordings. When you start to record yourself, you'll get more confident where these are kind of the training wheels. Like you can script out word for word what you want to say, but you want to move away from that and get to more of a bulleted structure for what you're doing. And then the more confident you get with the task or system that you're demonstrating, you can move away from this. But I still, in certain circumstances, I'll note out what I want to say real briefly before I record myself. So that's just a quick tip. It's totally good to do that. I think that could be helpful for some of you who are about to record yourself. You're freaking out like, well, what am I going to say? Don't feel like you have to memorize everything. You can list it out. And the more comfortable and confident you get with certain tasks, recording yourself and systems, the more you can just go stream of consciousness and the less you'll need to use structured outlines like this. The fifth part of building systems and then delegating those systems and tasks is documentation. So if you're going to implement or improve a system and you've gone through parts 1 through 4, you're on documentation, ask yourself this question: do you have documentation for the task or system? If the answer is yes, get past this. If the answer is no, stay here because it's really important. So documentation, fortunately, you can see it's bright green here. I put this gradient to show you, hey, on the spectrum, green is easier, red is harder for you to do. If you're the person delegating, this is the easiest part, okay? It doesn't mean it's easy, but it's the easiest part of building systems correctly. So I'm excited to show you this. I already alluded to it in the other section, but we're going to go over it in a little more detail just to cover it. So if you've properly demonstrated something through Loom, for example, these softwares are really getting good at taking screenshots of your own recording and then listing out the specific tasks you need to do in an SOP format. So you can see here, right after I record the thing, so I'll hit, I have the hotkey command Shift R, and that will help me record. Okay, so now I'm recording, I hit start recording, and then I'll hit this button to stop the recording. And then afterwards, I end up on the screen like this. I'll go over to generate, and then boom, there's my SOP. I can copy the text, and then I can create a SOP within my Zoho Learn or whatever learning management system that you're using. You can even use Google Docs for this, by the way. So if you're like, oh, I don't want to buy a software for it, don't worry about it. Just use Google Drive, use some kind of cloud storage, create a folder, and list, label SOPs and go for it. Put in that Loom thing, the Loom SOP. You can copy the text and put it in there, or you can put it here in a little more organized fashion. I like to do it this way because it's more organized for me. Once you do that, that is a way to use Loom to create the documentation. Now, I mentioned this in the other section, but if you didn't hear it, sometimes I like to know, did the person actually understand the thing I want to delegate to them? And that's where I want them to use this how to create an SOP. Okay, so it'll have the demonstration at the top here, the procedure, and this SOP teaches them how to create them. That way, when I ask them, hey, here's a demonstration, create an SOP, they actually know what to do. And this part is really simple because once you have the Loom recording, let's say this is the thing I wanted someone to create an SOP on, I would copy this and I would just send it to them. And I would message them something like Slack, so an internal communication tool. I use Zoho Click. I just say, hey, I'd like you to create a standard operating procedure or SOP on this video. They'll watch the video, and then you can see Drew will send a video to a team member. Team member will watch the video. Team member will go to Zoho Projects. They have the link there. It's very detailed. A lot of people will ask, like, what level of detail would you do in all this stuff? Maybe I'll include this actual Loom video in this YouTube video that I'm creating in this masterclass so that you can check it out, because I go over all of that in detail here. And I don't really see the problem. I'll have to look through it, but I really don't see a problem in sharing this with you guys. It's 15, 17 minutes here, but you can cut the time in half by going through it in 2x speed. So with that, that is how you can do the documentation. Either have someone else do it for you, and you really should. Don't feel that you're noble because you're the one listing it all out. This is a superior way of creating SOPs. I've worked with over 180 organizations across the world. This is a very sustainable way to create SOPs at a high level over a long period of time. Is it perfect? No. But the idea behind the documentation is not for it to be perfect, but to set someone up for success and to document the 20% of the steps to get them 80% clarity on how to perform the task that you want to delegate or how to operate the system that you're showing them. Okay, so some of these SOPs are more system standard operating procedures that take hours and hours to complete. And some of these are very, very quick tasks for people to understand how to perform. Okay, so that's the documentation. You can have a software do it, like Loom. It will create the SOP for you based on the demonstration. Or B, you send it over to somebody, and then that somebody looks through the how to create an SOP, and then creates it for you. But that way, you're only one recording away from delegating the things that you're doing to other people. A note here on SOP anatomy. So Most SOPs initiatives fail because people struggle to create consistent documentation that is actually helpful and easy to update. So something important for you to understand here with SOP anatomy. The demonstration is the first version of how to do the thing. And it might not even be a perfect demonstration, but it's someone clicking through on their screen or recording themselves showing you how to do something, okay? That's the demonstration. The procedure is the current version of how to do the thing. So some people are tempted to recreate the video every time there's a user interface update, something like that. Don't do that. The video too, a lot of the value isn't just showing where to click, it's explaining what you're doing and why. But then as people use the SOP over and over again, and they should be using the SOP every time they do a task, that might seem unreasonable, but that should be a rule. Every time you do a task or operate a system with an associated SOP, you should have Zoho Learn or your learning management system, Google Drive folder, whatever you're using up in front of you and scanning through it. The procedure is, as people are going through the procedure, they'll notice, oh, this is out of date now. It's not a plus icon. It's actually this, whatever that thing might be. And then they can just easily update it. They go to edit and update it. So it's not a flow chart that's hard to modify. It's just a bullet. You can easily modify this. So the procedure is the latest version. The demonstration is that first version to give someone an idea of how to do the thing so they can create the SOP for you. So that's a note there on SOP anatomy. You can do a checklist. I'll tell people, hey, the checklist is what I'm going to use when I do quality assurance. So if I'm going to see if it was done correctly, these are the things I'm going to ask myself. So I'm giving you a cheat sheet. I'm giving you the answers on the test so that you can do the test correctly. Like I'm trying to set you up for success here. That way it's not, you can be strategically ambiguous on what you're going to check to see if someone does something properly. But I like to just give them the answers. Hey, if you're going to create an invoice, these are the questions I'm going to ask myself to see if you created it properly. Okay. So that is just a note there on SOP anatomy, how the SOP is actually formatted for success. And then system hierarchy. So the customer journey should dictate the process. Processes should dictate technology. So quick thing, just so you understand kind of the levels to this, because there's some depth here. The customer journey is the person you're serving. Okay. So every organization should at some level be helping somebody or some company, right? And then within a company, people. That journey of taking them from like pain to gain or pain to success, whatever it might be, whatever transformation you're trying to help someone go through, that's the customer journey. Okay, so that's what I would say is like this topmost green bar at the top. And then underneath that, you have your processes. So the customer journey is the steps they are taking in order to achieve success from whatever undesirable state they want they're in to whatever desirable state they want to go to. But then the processes are the things that you're doing in your organization to help them, okay? So you want to give the best customer journey possible, and that should dictate the processes. So the best customer journey possible should dictate what you're doing in the organization to assist them. And then your technology should come into play. So what apps, business apps, or business software can you use to support those best processes and practices to give someone the best customer experience possible? Okay, so I just wanted to walk you through that mentally. And yes, I put this sub arrow here just to show you, yes, there are situations where the software and technology are going to dictate the processes a little bit, but ultimately it should be more top down here. What is the ideal customer journey what's the best customer experience we can envision and provide? And then what are we going to need to do in order to provide that internally? And then what apps are going to best set us up for success? Then yes, some apps might not do things exactly the way that you want your processes to work. So there will be a little pushback, but that's normal and should be expected. So that is a note on the anatomy of an SOP, how to create them, and kind of the genius behind creating these documents the way that you do, so that you can create them over a long period of time and and you create them in a high quality way. And then also a note on system hierarchy, like what's dictating how these things are created over time for documentation. Part 6 of building systems and delegating those systems and tasks is delegate. And if you are going to implement or improve a system, you've gone through the other parts, you need to ask yourself this question: do you have someone to delegate to? If the answer is yes, then you can skip past this to a relevant section of building systems and delegating those. If the answer is no, stay along. Okay, so delegation should start with having some kind of SOP that you can hand off I would suggest this format because it works, and I've seen it work over many organizations in many countries, in many situations. And it will end with somebody doing the task for you or operating a system for you. Okay, and then you should see now that's how you elevate what you're doing so you can focus on more important work by handing off work to other people. So with that, how do we actually go about doing this? Well, it's pretty straightforward. You're going to take an SOP. You can just take the link for the SOP, and then you can use a tool to message someone and say, hey, I'd like you to start doing this now. That's the most simple, straightforward way. Or you could do like a delegation kickoff, okay? So envision you have a sales team and you want to show them how to send invoices after they have someone sign an agreement or something, or you want to train the sales team how to do a proposal. I don't know the thing that you want to delegate, so you're going to have to bear with me as I use an example that might not be relevant to you, but translate this to your own efforts, okay? Imagine you want to train them to send a proposal or an invoice. You could have one of them create the SOP, send them a recording. Hey, this is how I generate proposals. This is how I send invoices. Once you send those demonstrations to someone on the sales team, they might create them. They should create them for you in a system like Zoho Learn, another LMS, or maybe Google Drive or something, okay? Once they've done that, you can say, hey, that person now knows how to do the thing they created the SOP, but let's book a meeting for an hour. I'm going to answer any questions that you might have about these, and I want you to take a look at the SOP beforehand, and then you can do a formal kickoff, okay? So easy way to do it. Message someone and say, hey, could you start doing this? Send them the SOP. I'm expecting you to do this on this cadence. It's a routine thing, or this will pop up every so often, whatever it might be for the cadence of doing it, how often you're doing it and when you do it. And then a more maximalist approach would be get everyone in a meeting, send them the SOPs beforehand, and actually formally kick things off. I'll tell you, most of the time when I'm just delegating tasks, it is me just messaging someone saying, hey, I'd like you to start sending invoices or creating proposals for me. Here is the SOP. I'll notify you when you need to do that. And then when I'm talking about systems, like a full system I want someone to operate, which a system is just a set of tasks, right? That are performed routinely. Then I'll actually get somebody on a call, do like I'll send them the SOP beforehand so they can do some research. They can ask questions during that. And oftentimes I'll record that session and then just add another bullet here and have like Q&A as a second demonstration. So someone, when they're learning about the system, they can see what other people ask because they might have had the same questions. So just a superior way to delegate things here. What I normally see people do, which is just really chaotic. Most organizations are very chaotic with the way they do delegation. This is a very organized way to create high quality training material over a long period of time without exhausting the organization leaders and organization owner. Okay, so if you are looking to delegate, it's going to start with that documentation of an SOP, standard operating procedure. It's going to end with you handing it off. If you don't have someone to hand it off to, maybe start with a virtual assistant and see if you can get a virtual assistant to start doing those things for you. And then it can end with, you can start with a virtual assistant. And then as you start to at least try it, just try it one time and see if this works for you. I've seen it work for many people. And then after it works for a virtual assistant, I actually did this. I worked with a virtual assistant first. Then I graduated to hiring someone more full-time and then a full-time person to actually start taking on more and more work. Okay. Another thing though, is once I had my virtual assistant, they were doing a lot of things. I'm like, I could probably automate this. So then I went back through discovered, exactly what I was having them do, designed some solutions, and then developed an AI agent and part of my other softwares that I use to automate the thing that they were doing, which is like sorting email inbox, sending invoices. There were some things I'm like, I could probably automate this. But first I delegated it because I'm like, I just need to hand this off to somebody. And then I went through systemization. But that's how these complement each other over time. Is even if you delegate something today, you can take parts of what they're doing later and build it into the system and automate it. Okay. And that's more system improvement if you're going to automate it after the system was built. But that's delegation. That's how you actually hand things off to people, set them up for success so that when you do hand things off to somebody, they can do things right.